Obunu gini kama chozunu Imana chukwa kosi womo Onyele miu Nyelu yumi What am I looking for? See my God, he don't bless me, yo. He give you me, give me you. Obuni kife la chasha so Obuni kife mi chasha me My baby, you know, say you go love for me. Hey, yeah. I do go. I could go. When I call your name, Shakara for me. Oh, Roma. I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julie. Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. Oh, give me your love and I'll go run away. Show me your love and I'll go use you play. Carry me, go me, I go follow you way. Follow you, they go. Maka Munagi, me and you. Okwa Munagi, my baby and me and you. Me and you, Aqua Monagi, my baby. Obuzi kife la chasha so, Obuni kife la chasha me. My baby, you know, say you go love me. I do go. I could go. When I call your name, Shakara for me. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julie. Yeah, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Juliet. Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Juliet. Obuzi kife la chasha so, Obuzi kife mi chasha me. My baby, you know, say you go love me. I do go. I could go. When I call you, Shakara for me. Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. Oh, yeah.
Ejemini ekigbo, akobi ewe ayo, ewe tumeje, itun lo ni ọtún ẹṣẹ, ìfà ló ní kan fà ìmọ́ra, àìbínú gbogbo àtàrẹ, gbogbo méjì ọkà bàbà, gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ́, orí ló túmọ̀ ẹ̀dùn, gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀. Akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ ọjọ́, ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀. Wọ́n bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́, wọ́n á fi jó ẹlẹ́mọ́. Akọni wọ́n bá lọ gbé fèrè, wọ́n á fi jó ẹrùkù. Bọ́wọ́ wọn bá tẹ̀lé, wọ́n á fi jó aláre. Àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀. Wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́, ẹ̀mọ́ olóko jẹ. Wọ́n ń pa Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún. Wọ́n ń pàdé Ìyọ̀dà ọmọ Àtàràbọ̀bà. Àkọ́bí wọ́n ń pàdé Ṣàtàdàdẹ ọmọ ọba Ìjẹ̀bú Mèrè. Aṣíwájú odò gbólùkẹrẹ. ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ lọ́ bá ń darí jọ wí àgbèrò ní kún gbọ́wọ́ ọ̀bọ ti ṣìgìdì bá gbé àgẹ́tì ló máa ń gbé àyàn tí ìlàyàn ewúrẹ́ ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀ kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ aṣíwájú ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀ kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ Àkànbí.
wọ́n lè di kúrò mọ́lẹ̀ wá kúrò mọ́lẹ̀ wá lẹ́kọ̀ọ́ wọ́n fẹ́ balẹ̀ wọn tọ́ra wọn lẹ́kọ̀ọ́ wọ́n fẹ́ balẹ̀ wọn tọ́ra wọn tọ́ra wọn lẹ́kọ̀ọ́ wọ́n fẹ́ balẹ̀ wọn tọ́ra wọn tọ́ra wọn lẹ́kọ̀ọ́ wọ́n fẹ́ balẹ̀ wọn tọ́ra wọn.
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Asim ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Wanam ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Susu, baby, subramia. Baby subramia, Soko sunu baby subramia, Soko sunu baby subramia, Soko sunu baby subramia, Ejemo, Anamana, Ejemeje, Anamana, Wana mejemo, Anamu, Karatuba dodiri tukuma tukutuba dodiri ndemo, Eguma wego. Para tuba diri tukuma duku tuba diri ndi mmụọ obodo jisi ike n'ụbọchị eruona oyibo
It is everyone. Be free.
ayandaba 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 asim ayandaba 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 wanam ayandaba 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 susu baby subramia suku sunu baby subramia suku sunu baby subramia suku sunu baby subramia.
Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies. Confuse them.
Obodo sanye ye wimo, ye wimo. Obodo sanye ye wimo, n'ụbọchị anyị ga-akpọtụ ihe dị egwu ga-eme. Ọkwitara kara m ịṅụrụ mmanya m ị ga-akwụrụ m ụgwọ ya bebi mo.
How are you feeling?
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Asim ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Wanam ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Susu baby subramia, Soko sunu baby subramia, Soko sunu baby subramia, Soko sunu baby subramia.
Asekwa na ifo ya banye si akuna nyi ego mkambasi ozo. Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. Akuna mota nwa akuna koga book.
And there it is right there. So Maria Dubo and all that. So since I was born and now I'm getting old and whatever it is that they said after that. So good day to you. Good to be in your company. And how are you? So how are you? Another day. It's just there's just a glut of news items coming on stream over the last few days. Actually, rather than scour for something to talk about, we are having to sieve through the news and pick the best item. So that's the phase. We're in a purple patch in terms of our news coming out of Nigeria these days. Just any of the topics we're going to be discussing tonight could well easily be a standalone headline piece. A standalone headline piece. So the usual protocol: click on like, click on subscribe. If you haven't done those already, please do them now. And if you want to come join us on the screen, the hyperlink that says StreamYard is your open invitation. So do that. So click on like, click on subscribe. Click. So the like button is compulsory. You must, absolutely, certainly, categorically must click on that. The subscription button as well, you have to do that under compulsion as well. So you are compelled to click on like and subscribe. So now the hyperlink that says StreamYard, that's optional. You are highly recommended to click on it, but you have the discretion to do as you please. But the like and subscribe, those are compulsory. You must do those. So do that immediately and right now. Click on like and then make sure you're subscribed. So let's just get straight into it. There's just so much to talk about. If we've not heard your voice on the platform before, this might be the moment to join us. We kick it off with this. This is the headline piece. 37 billion naira fraud. Anti-graft agency EFCC seizes passports of Betta Edu, Sadia Farouk to stop them from fleeing the country. So now, just off the back of the headline, you wonder why Sadia Farouk has not fled already, because she had the window of 6 to 8 months to flee. She's not in government, she's not in situation, she knows what she did, but I think the arrogance of that ethnic confidence that she's Fulani and Shua Arab or whatever it is, which places are above the law in Nigeria. 37 billion naira fraud. Anti-graft agency EFCC seizes passports of Betta Edu, Sadia Farouk to stop them from fleeing. So now we kick it off with this. The Economic and Financial Crimes Commission EFCC has seized the passports of the suspended Minister of Humanitarian Affairs and Poverty Alleviation, Betta Edu, and her predecessor. And by the way, there's a curious thing going on here. All the people this humanitarian and poverty alleviation was actually taken out of Yemi Oshibanjo's portfolio and created as a standalone ministry. So since that ministry was created, it's been straddled mainly by women, and mainly women that went to federal government college. So somebody was just highlighting that to me the other day. The Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, has seized the passports of the suspended Minister of Humanitarian Affairs and Poverty Alleviation, Betta Edu, and her predecessor, Sadia Umar Farouk, to prevent the duo from fleeing the country as investigations continues, into alleged fraud perpetrated by them. Correspondents on Tuesday reported that the CEOs of Zenith, Providus, and GIF banks were also grilled by the EFCC over their involvement in the alleged $37 million, over their involvement in the alleged 37 billion naira fraudulent transactions linked to Edu and former Minister Umar Farouk. Sources in the anti-graft agency had confirmed to correspondents on Tuesday that the 3 bank executives were summoned after the commission discovered that most of the transactions on the alleged fraud perpetrated by the ministers were carried out through their banks. Meanwhile, the ex-minister Umar Farouk's passport was also seized as part of her bail condition before she was subsequently released late Monday night. And by the way, anybody I think now the speculation that Tinubu lacks the testicular fortitude to probe the Buhari administration, I think that allegation now, that assertion, I think it can be cast aside. That's been dispelled because it's going after them all guns blazing. We're still waiting for the big fish, though, which is Abubakar Malami. Meanwhile, the ex-minister, Umar Farouk's passport was also seized as part of her bail conditions before she was subsequently released late Monday night. A top source at the EFCC said the passports of Edu and the former minister were seized to deter them from fleeing the country whilst the investigation subsists. The commission has seized the passports of the two ministers, Sadia Shehu, is that Shadia Farouk? I don't know where the Shehu comes from. And Betta Edu, they wrote Shehu though, I did misread. Sadia Shehu, should read Sadia Farouk, and Betta Edu. We have also seized Mrs. Halima Shehu's passport, pending the conclusion of investigations. The commission does not want to risk having any of them leave the country whilst they still have questions to answer. The source said the lawyer to the former minister, Dipo something or the other, SAN, could not be reached for comments on his client's ordeal as he did not respond to phone calls. He also did not respond, so he didn't respond. Apart from Edu, Miss Halima Shehu, apart from Edu and Miss Halima Shehu, the national coordinator and CEO of the National Social Investment Program, an agency under the Humanitarian Ministry, had been similarly suspended indefinitely over alleged financial misappropriation. Shehu had been arrested and questioned by the EFCC in connection with the movement of 44 billion naira from the NSIPA account to some suspicious private and corporate accounts within the last 4 days. In December 2023, the huge sum was reportedly moved without presidential approval. As part of her bail conditions, Shehu has been reporting to the EFCC office every day to assist investigators. Before her appointment, Shehu worked as the national coordinator of the Conditional Cash Transfer Program. So she's just been looting. Imagine that. We're just if you just, the mind boggles, when you hear this, we gloss over them, but when you pause for a moment to pay attention just to the size of the volumes of money that we talk about in that country, the mind boggles. The mind boggles, but we're still staying within the corruption space, of course. Which other conversation in Nigeria other than conversations around corruption? Nigeria Central Bank sacks Titan Trust, Union Bank, Keystone Bank, Polaris Bank boards. So these are boards, these are banks linked to the, and by the way, the speculation is that the country has so far retrieved 4 trillion. So that should be about over $4 billion from Emefiele alone. That's the speculation. And he's linked to all these banks, by the way. Nigeria Central Bank sacks Titan Trust, Union Bank, Keystone Bank, Polaris Bank boards. So what's led to that? The Central Bank of Nigeria has dissolved the board and management of Titan Trust Bank and 3 others, according to Inside Business. This followed a report submitted to President Bwala Tinubu by the special investigator on the Central Bank of Nigeria and related entities, Jim Obaze, as Wallpace corrected me. According to Inside Business, the others affected are Union Bank, Polaris Bank, and Keystone Bank. It was reported that the decision to dissolve the boards was taken after a meeting between the CBN governor, Yemi Cardoso Obaze, and the boards of the 4 banks, including Titan Bank's investors, who had earlier avoided meeting with the special investigator. Correspondents reported in December 2023 that the Office of the Special Investigator had insisted that the chairman of Titan Trust Bank, TTB, Mr. Tunde Lemon, Mr. Cornelius Ving, and Rahul Savara, so 2 Indians, by the way, those 2 last names sounds Indian, must appear before it over the acquisition of Union Bank of Nigeria. The special investigator who had summoned Lemon, who is also a former deputy governor of CBN, rejected Lemo's request for an extension of time, etc., etc. Anyway, so that's that. The rest of it, I think we're already familiar with that. So the rest of it, we're already familiar with that. Better I do. EFCC seizes Tinubu, Buhari's minister's passports, give reason. So we've just read through that. Let's go on from there to this. This portends for good news. The federal government grants tax waivers on imported mining equipment. So there was a reason why Tinubu put one of his most trusted allies in that space, mines and minerals, because they identify that as the next frontier. Federal government to grant tax waivers on imported mining equipment, others. So that makes infinite sense. The federal government plans to grant tax waivers on imported equipment to be used in the mining sector. The federal government, let's have water. You know when I need water, start to stumble over words. The federal government plans to grant tax waivers on imported equipment to be used in the mining sector. The Minister of Solid Mineral Development, Dele Alake, hinted on Wednesday. A statement by the minister's special advisor on media, Segun Tomori, quoted the minister as saying this when he met with his Saudi Arabia counterpart, Badar something or the other, on the sidelines of the Future Minerals Forum held in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, to woo investments into the country. The minister noted that the government planned to grant tax waivers on imported equipment specifically directed at the mining sector and ensure full repatriation of profit by investors. So what exactly is the gain of the country? Just the licensing, Abi. So that's that. That tells us all we need to know about that. So now that tells us. So we've been following this story quietly, and it looks as though the hands of government have finally gotten hold of Agunloye rather. Nigeria's ex-minister Agunloye remanded in Kuje prison. So this is the story of missing money around the electricity sector. The former Minister of Power and Steel, Olu Agunloye, has been remanded in prison over allegations of fraud. The ex-minister was arraigned on Wednesday by the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, before the Federal High Court in Abuja. Agunloye, who is just the sums of money makes the mind boggle. Agunloye, who is being investigated over the $6 billion Mambila hydropower contract, was brought before Justice Okorowo of the Abuja court on Wednesday, where he pleaded not guilty to the charges read against him. The ex-minister has been remanded in Kuje prison pending the perfection of bail conditions. Recall that the EFCC had declared Agunloye wanted over his role in the $6 billion Mambila hydropower contract. So there it is right there. So that's a big... and by the way, I've been trying to persuade Prince Agunloye to come on this platform, but so far he's been pushing me back. But I'll try and contact him again. I'm not sure if this is the right time, but I've been trying to persuade Prince Agunloye to come and join us. So now this is the big... I'll be doing a reaction to this tomorrow. This TB Joshua thing. I'll do it in just a short little caption afternoon session. BBC exposes late Nigerian pastor TB Joshua's life. What am I doing? BBC exposes late Nigerian pastor TB Joshua's life of abuse, harassment, atrocities, staged miracle and rapes. So there it is. We'll be doing this as a reaction video at some point in time, probably tomorrow. So they're now pleading now for better Edu. To learn from her mistakes, Femi Pedro asks Nigerians to give better Edu a second chance. So second chance for the pretty girl. Femi Pedro, a former deputy governor of Lagos State, has asked Nigerians to give better Edu suspended Minister of Humanitarian Affairs a second chance. She will get a second chance in politics, by the way. She's far too young for this to be the end of her career. So at some point, things will turn around for her. Edu has been under fire after a memo surfaced wherein she asked Oluwatoyin Median, Accountant General of the Federation, to transfer XYZ. So you all know that. So let's go to what this chappie have to say. The former Lagos deputy governor, in a statement on Wednesday, said she will learn a hard lesson from her mistakes and properly conduct herself in the future. I first met Betta when she was introduced to me as a candidate for women leader of our party in Abuja in early 2022, the statement reads. Shortly after, she was in Lagos on a courtesy visit, and I immediately liked her style, her carriage, and comportment. Do you know what that means? I think the boys, they know what is talking about here. It may be a mystery to you, but the boys, they know what is talking about here. Shortly after, she was in Lagos on a courtesy visit, and I immediately liked her style, her carriage, and comportment. Yeah, is that what they call it these days? She exuded confidence, was articulate, knew what she wanted, and appeared to me as a focused, determined, and an ambitious young lady. So on and on that goes. So that's a guy now that is speaking from a particular part of his anatomy. So that's that guy speaking from a particular part of his anatomy. So this one now on a more light-hearted note, sort of on a more light-hearted tone. Nigerian players look like, this is from Shehu Sani. Nigerian players look like rap artists. Ghanaian players look like inmates in handcuffs. So it's the AFCON that is coming up. Hopefully Nigeria finally get it together and start winning that tournament. So here is the Ghanaian team right there, and you can see why Shehu Sani is calling them convicts. Essentially, we're here to rob your house is what they look like. And here is the Nigerian team right there. We're here for your daughters is what they look like. So we're here for your daughters, and we're here to rob you. So that's always been the distinguishing factor between Nigeria and Ghana. I'll only give you this as a headline. Nigeria to sell power distribution firm over $130 million debt. So there it is. This is from Reuters, by the way. Nigeria's electricity regulator has put up for sale the sixth largest power distribution utility, over $130 million debt, less than 2 years after the lenders who took over the company failed to turn it around and make it profitable. Africa's largest economy, Nigeria, has 11 power distribution companies, but they are struggling to remain profitable because of lack of capital and sub-economic tariffs imposed by the Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission. Kaduna Electricity Distribution PLC is one of the 18 successor companies created following the privatization of the defunct Power Holding Company of Nigeria in 2013 and sells electricity in 4 northern states. The utility owes 110 million naira, which is $130 million. So on and on. I think Kulata actually speculated to this space that those people will not be able to keep up with the required investment, and ultimately they will fold. So ultimately they will fold. So we featured this guy now on this platform before, and when we did feature him, he was hinting in this direction. So it was essentially whistling "Come to that, Daddy, I'm coming home" when he came on this platform, and it looks as though he has gone home to Daddy now. Daniel Bwala.
Good evening.
Would like to know why you're here.
Okay. I honor the invitation of His Excellency President Bwala Tinubu, who is a father to the nation, who God has given the opportunity to lead the country at this difficult time. And so I came to celebrate and congratulate him, and then to also give him our commitment that as citizens of the country, this is a time for all of us to throw our weight behind and support the administration. I gave an illustration of an aircraft that has taken off. The aircraft is the country. The passengers are the citizens. The pilot is Mr. President. His co-pilot is Excellency the Vice President. The cabin officials might be the ministers or other agents of the Federation. You may not like the takeoff of the airplane. You may have even your perspective about the way the pilot is, walking towards the turbulence, above the sea level. But one fact that must bind all of us is that the plane needs to land so all of us can be alive. When it lands, you can also say you don't like the way it lands. But at the 39,000 feet above sea level, the prayer of everybody, including the pilot and the passenger, will be the safe landing of the plane. Because if the plane crashes, apart from the aircraft getting destroyed, the pilot, the co-pilot, the cabin members, and all the passengers' life at risk. So at this difficult time, what we need is to throw our support and then see how we're able to navigate around, because there are difficult things in this country: hardship, poverty, insecurity. And the only way we can come together and support the achievement of this objective, I think, is for us to give our best in supporting our administration. I came to congratulate him and then to tell him that I'm particularly excited about the recent policy decision he has taken to demonstrate that he's about the people and not just protecting his people. He took decisions against certain ministers who allegedly were, said to have committed infraction. The marked difference between him and the previous administration is that the previous administration may want to cover in order to avoid the backlash that the government is corrupt. But he is not about that. If this thing will touch on poorest of the poor, humanitarian, that's the focus. And anybody who is caught wanting should not be covered. I told Mr. President I was thrilled by that decision. Yesterday again, he surprised us by the policy decision he has made to reduce the cost of governance. So it is like the unfolding. The most important thing in my communication with him was to look at his demeanor as he was talking to me about his passion for the country and the intention, to make sure that he leads a country with integrity. And you can have opinion from outside. When you sit from across table and you hear him, you can see what I've been taught as a lawyer is you not just know the law, you must know the demeanor of the judge. This informs your capacity to advocate. And that's what I did today. I was looking at the demeanor. I could see the passion and the conviction to lead. And that to me is exciting. It's not about party. Okay. This is about the country.
To me, misconstrue your visit here today as a member of the major opposition PDP.
Right.
They're wondering, are you defecting? I mean, you've been speaking here like in capacity of an individual citizen.
Yeah.
Are you in that capacity? Are you defecting to the APC?
Or have you defected?
Well, I'm here as a private citizen and who must be bound by the conviction we have towards our country and the need for us to push the country to a better place that we all desire. So I'm not here in the capacity of, first of all, I'm not even a leader in the PDP. I'm a private citizen. But you must also admit that I have had my history with Mr. President. When I was in APC, before the primaries, I was practically his key spokesman as at the time. And I supported his cause because I believed in him. So I use this opportunity today to even touch on some of those past. And I'm very happy that instead of the president getting actually offended, he gave me some live lesson, about the fact that in life, if you are going to be offended because people took decisions that didn't favor you, you would never be helpful to anybody in life, or you can never relate with people. And so that largeness of the heart to me is encouraging. And I am also here to say I am supporting President Bola Ahmed Tinubu in achieving the objective of the problems we are in the country. I don't think that at this time of hunger and problems in the country, somebody should be here talking about party. And as per defection, God knows tomorrow. But I am fully committed to supporting the cause of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. That has to be made clear.
All right. If that is not a job application, then I would like to know what is. And by the way, bear in mind, be mindful that there are 2 ministerial slots that have just opened up. The Samuel Lalong space, who has gone to take up a senatorial post, and this lady now that's been suspended. So the scramble for positions, this is what you're seeing right there. That's a scramble for position right there. Daddy, I'm sorry, I want to come home. So, Daddy, I am sorry, I want to come home. Let me play you a couple more short clips, and then we play the Kegite music, get the panelists on, still plenty of spaces if you want to hop on like a bunny. Hop.
Media, you said it. There are records everywhere.
No, what I'm saying, let me explain. I'm saying that contracts are split to a point where it comes below the threshold of the minister's approval. Now, for instance, in a contract given to the chairman's place for road construction, that it came under 950, but the total is 10.9 billion. So your question is whether the contract is not for the chairman.
Honorable Minister.
The contract is not for the chairman.
Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, please.
Chairman's place.
Honorable Minister, please. Honorable Minister, please. Honorable, please. Minister, off your phone. Off your. You said it in 20. You said there was a contract you gave to the Honorable Tinubu April 2019.
I'm referring to chairman of committees of NDC both houses.
We have records. Records are there everywhere.
May I correct you there, sir? Don't be angry. Don't mention because he was not even a member of the House of
Why did you say that?
So I'm saying that the contract.
Why did you say that?
That's why I said maybe you misunderstood me.
No.
If I was misunderstood, if I was misunderstood, I will draw the statement. So please, if I was misunderstood, I was giving an example of contract meeting. Yes.
With this, are you telling the world? Before Kema we are lying. Are you telling the world that you have not said and you have never said NDDC gave contract for Tunde Ojo in April 2019?
Mr. Please, let's answer this question.
Which one? The contract
For Tunde Ojo for April 2019.
No. I said from his place. I don't think the NDC has given a contract directly to Honorable Ojo because.
So there it is right there. So that is Gosula Pabio squirming around the Tunde Ojo narrative. So that space, that's the next developing space, by the way. Decisions will still be made on Tunde Ojo fairly shortly. Let me play you this final clip. This speaks to politics for the future. This is the politics to come.
And their provision of those leadership positions will not be about what they get for themselves, because this narcissism is a cancer that is tearing Nigerian politics down. What we need are people who sacrificially give of themselves to build a great country with their possible reward being immortality. When I talked to several of the presidential candidates in the last run about this track we're traveling, yes, I've had conversations with with Alhaji Atiku Abubakar. I've had conversations with Engineer Rabiu Kwankwaso. I've had conversations with Peter Gregory Obi. And the people like Raf Okewosu of ADC are some of those that would probably constitute some of the base. And I've said to them, it's not about you. It's about Nigeria. It's about the ordinary person in the state. It's about really, truly moving from this business of sharing of trickles from oil sales to how we can become one of the most productive economies, because our factor endowments allow that. But our politics has not allowed Nigerian people to produce. Nigerians are the politicians just go there to grab. They don't even have the discipline to sit down and plan how Nigeria can produce its way out of poverty and everybody can be happy. Look at how it is happening in India. I just keep feeling, as you know, Shehu, I have very good relations in India. There are friends of mine in India that are struggling to get me to come and sit in India for a few months in a university and do this, do that. But I just feel so. What's wrong with the Nigerian elite? Why are we satisfied with nothing? And then they will try and rationalize it by saying, now you're talking theory. What nonsense? What nonsense? How many of them have had the kind of jobs that I have had as an executive, as a manager, as an entrepreneur? I can say I'm talking theory. Do you know that there is no practice that makes sense without theory? But this is the laziness that Nigerian politics has introduced to Nigeria. That is con thinking. And they say ideas is theory. That is, you know, it just makes me so furious. That's why we are as poor as we are. That's why there's so much violence everywhere. We must stop and reverse.
All right, that's essentially Patu Tomi hinting at this now juggernaut opposition coalition that a lot of people feel that is the only way to threaten the sitting government. So he brought out the three main pertinent names, Peter Obi, Kwakwanso, and Atiku Abubakar, and he's telling us that conversations are ongoing. So who takes the lead? That's just really where it is. Who takes the lead? So who takes the lead? Let me play you the Kegite music, bring the panelists assembled on, and then the conversation ensues. But of course, you know where we're going. Egbe Lemo. This one for you, Dewale, the Kegite.
Only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ibe sodi akẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Chief Bwala ti kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dìle o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dìle o. Petrosonama ẹyẹ o ó dìle o. Petrosodunke ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dìle o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Ikoko Neriwa Igbeche, may death have nothing to do with us. So amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. So amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. Joining us from Japan, War Peace. So good to see you, War Peace. Father of the bride, Ajanle Koko. Good to see Ajanle Koko always. Here to talk in a language only he understands, Tony Africa from Germany. Adewale, of course, almost certainly in his car. The elegant, erudite King Emeka and the excellent Larry. So that's the panel so far. Still spaces on the platform. If you want to hop on, yeah, if you want to hop on, hop on. So if you want to hop on. Let's kick off the conversation with Larry, who joins us with increasing frequency, but I don't think we've heard enough from him. Larry, are you ready to go? Larry.
Hey, hello, woman.
German, how far?
I'm all right. How are you?
I'm good. So to the politics, the space just seems awash with so many news. I'm not quite sure where you want to coming from. Sadia Farouk and Betty Edu, their passport seized. Daniel Bwala, Daddy wants to come home. Patu Tomi, we want to form a mega party, and Nigeria selling of electricity distribution. So just come in wherever you like or whichever topic you like. Larry, floor is yours.
Okay, let me come from Daniel Bwala. You know, is it surprising to you, woman?
It is only surprising that it took him this long. I thought he would have run.
Because I remember the day he come to your program, right? We could see the whole handwriting on the wall that this guy was basically, kind of like clearing his way to go back. So when I saw him today, I remembered that I remembered your show. I remember the day he came. Everything he was saying that day was basically more like, a prodigal son wanting to go back home. That's just it. So, but it's good. It's good. And that's one of the reasons why I respect Tinubu. There's this saying, that man is a very good politician. He always says something, right? If you're a politician, you should definitely be ready for betrayal. And as you're getting ready for betrayal, you should also be ready for forgiveness. And which is why, in most cases, you see a lot of people that are still with him, one way or the other. If you look at their background, they must have probably done something wrong. But he has this, this fatherly figure bringing everybody together, right? And I think, which is actually good. So I don't see a problem if Daniel wants to go back, but I will still want him to still criticize the government, right? Criticize the government in a good way. And because the government needs to be on their feet, right? If they're not doing things right. So just be that person that criticizes them and let them know. So yeah, let's wait and see how it goes.
Well, it's not surprising, really, but we're slowly seeing the opposition space hemorrhage all their big names. Wiki, of course, already in every other way than by actual declaration and APC man. Daniel Bwala telling us that Tinubu is the best thing since sliced bread. Who else is left in PDP?
The usual in PDP, aside, PDP is like in two camps now. The Atiku camp and the real PDP guys, and probably this Bauchi guys camp. So they are not really saying it out, but that's the basic thing happening in PDP now. If you look at lately, you've seen this Jigawa guy, this former governor of Jigawa, which is a close pal to Atiku. Immediately you see PDP criticizing that guy. I know there's something within the Atiku camp. And the fact that PDP has not really sanctioned Wike. So the Atiku camp are really, really angry with the PDP leadership. So you see a lot of all those things happening, right? Everybody kind of like trying to look for their faith and go back to where they come from, which is normal.
But PDP, they're in the throes of leadership changes now. I think their convention is coming up fairly soon. So I think all important decisions are held in abeyance until who the chairman, who the leader is established.
Yeah, that convention is going to be It's going to be more of who is going to control the structure of the party. You know, I know Atiku will always want to like, yeah, because he who controls the structure of the party controls, who gets tickets in 2017. So I know that's what all of them are doing now. Everybody wants to know who wants to control the structure. You know, Bala Mohammed is, I'm very sure, I know he's been playing some politics, trying to look for a way to control the structure. That's why they are still bringing the likes of Wike, closer. And this guy too, this guy from Kwara, Saraki, he also has one or two ambitions. So nobody
You
knows.
know, if we find out who the chairman is, then he hints us in the direction of where that party wants to go in 2027. Because there's Shegun Showunmi, who a lot of people feel is a front leader in that contention. If he becomes the chairman, then that tells you they are zoning
No,
to the north again.
no. One man. No. It's not Shegun Showunmi. Shegun Showunmi is just a noisemaker. It's just a noisemaker. you know. What PDP needs, it's not like someone like Shegun Showunmi. I think they need more. I think I would probably, if they have asked me, probably a Saraki would be good for them.
Yeah, but Saraki still sees himself in a presidential. He still has presidential ambitions, doesn't he, Saraki?
But sometimes you might have ambition, but if you look at what you have, right? Because if you have to sit down and look at it very well, you should definitely know that I can't face it, Tinubu in 2027. So all he needs
But
to
if Atiku steps away from politics, that ticket defaults to Saraki, the
um,
PDP ticket. Don't you think?
me and you know that Atiku won't even leave. so let's not just think about it. You understand what I'm saying? We know Atiku is coming back. We know he's coming back, and what all of them are trying to do now is to see who is going to control the structure of the party. Though I know the article camp don't really trust Saraki that much, but still, the Shegun Showunmi you said, Shegun Showunmi, even in Ogun State that I came from, right? Go and what is his pedigree? Does he even have that ability to be able to at least win a local government for PDP? So those ones are just normal, lightweight politicians that shout a lot.
All right, brilliant, Larry. So take us to the central bank. Central bank sacks Titan Trust, Union Bank, Keystone Bank, and Polaris Bank boards. So I think it's the sweeping up and sweeping through that Emefiele space.
No, actually, that is actually expected, with the whole thing that Emefiele did with Tunde Lemon and the likes of them. The way they actually, it's a lot of shady deals that those guys actually did with the acquisition of this bank. They broke a lot of laws, right? They did all sort of things too. They really played with Nigeria, and that's the major thing, and it's good that this is actually happening, right? It's good because everybody has to go back to status quo. Now let's look at the laws. Did you really break any law? But at this point, well, I know I know the basic thing is just, I know the depositors they are okay because I know actually NDIC is still there to take care of them. Where anything happen, and but I think it's good. It's good. It's good for corporate governance. It's good for the country. They should look into the books, and obviously they are looking into the books, and they've seen some infractions, and they are really trying to correct the wrongs. So this is good, and I expect people to go to court, which is normal, right? Go to court, spend some money in the court, but in as much as you've not done the right thing, they always say they did the right thing, right? Which is normal. But yeah, let's see how things unfold as people move to the courts.
All right. Let me take you to this space. I'm not quite sure how much you heard of that clip from Godswill Akpabio. Mr. Minister, off your mic. How Akpabio, NDDC management in 2020 accused embattled Minister Tunji Ojo-led committee of Niger Delta Commission contract fraud. So it looks as though now that allegation of contract fraud is something that's been chasing around Tunji Ojo for quite a few years now.
Okay, So actually, this particular case, I think I followed it then, right? And what happened was, it was not Akpabio was not really, accusing Tunji Ojo. So if you watch that video very well, so what happened was that he was just basically saying things actually were from the NDC project was given to the chairman state, which is given to the chairman's people. They are entitled to it, right? They are part of NDDC. So obviously, if things are actually given to his probably his constituency, because they are also part of what makes NDDC. So and I think at that point, I remember that time, there was this issue, and I think he recused himself, and it was the vice chairman of the committee that was actually having that thing with Akpabio. And I like the fact that they were like Akpabio should be say it. You see Akpabio kind of like apologizing that he wasn't really saying to Jojo directly, but he was basically saying his people. So, but to me, Ondo is just like you saying Bayelsa or anywhere. So if you do things for a community in Bayelsa, right, everybody wants to facilitate things to their own constituency, particularly if you're part of NDDC. You want to get something from NDDC. And it's just so unfortunate the NDC is just one of those places where a lot of money go into, and people kind of like launder the money. A lot of uncompleted projects that I was checking, and at the point they said NDC have over 10,000 uncompleted projects. So and you're like, what's happening? Why are you having so much uncompleted projects? So, but this is always good for the news, right? And you see a lot of things. And I know at the point people are like, oh yeah, that's Tunji Ojo talking. And if you look at that video very well, you definitely see that it's not the one actually talking. So yeah. So for me, it's a normal thing that things actually come out now. But I don't really see anything in this.
Let me take you to this space, Larry. Pat Utomi hints at that juggernaut opposition party, which a lot of people argue that it is the only circumstance that can unnerve the sitting party. So what are you there making of Utomi's conversation with Sheung Akemba? What his last name is?
Yeah, it's good, right? It's good, going around and looking for a way to kind of like form this mega party and all this. This is not the first time he's doing it, This is not his first time of doing it. But as far as I'm concerned, I don't really trust all this mega party thing coming, except the politicians.
It's a mega opposition party. It's a coalition opposition party, not an inevitability. If the opposition have any real ambition of unseating the ruling party, then they have to form a coalition. There is, as a standalone, the obedience, they stand even a worse chance in 2027 than they did last year. And Atiku, this will be what is seventh rodeo. So, I mean, he will just go down as a career loser. And Kwakwanso, who even knows him as a human being? So, if they don't come together, then they are just huffing and puffing, not likely to blow any house down.
Yeah, the problem is, if you look at the key lead of each of these opposition party, are they ready to let go of their own self-interest?
That's the thing, though. Kwakwanso can be persuaded because he knows the reality of what his weight is. But Atiku sees himself as alpha, and Obi has been they've caroled him into a corner that imagines that is an alpha. Obi is not really an alpha personality, but he cannot play second fiddle anymore, and that is the stumbling block of that coalition, isn't it?
Yeah. That's just it. For that coalition to work, right? Probably if the three of them just agree they are not going to run, which is not possible. Somebody will still want to run, and if you see an article coming like, okay, fine, everybody collapse your structure. For me, are you so sure the other people are ready to collapse their structure for Atiku? Or probably Obi in this aspect, right? It's ready they are ready to like collapse everything for Obi, right? So is it possible? And even if you look at even the Kwankwaso you said, right? I think what I'm waiting for is to get to know what's going to happen with the Kano State election governorship this thing that is actually at the Supreme Court, because that's going to it's going to shape a lot of things, particularly with Kano politics. So if eventually, if I don't know, I'm just saying this, if NNPP, if they don't win at the Supreme Court, so that's going to really, 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 you know, break the Kwankwasia movement. But if they win, so then you see a Kwankwaso coming out stronger and kind of like, having more bargaining power at the table. So, but let's wait and see, For me, not
If APC wins that Kano gubernatorial law case, does that effectively guarantee Tinubu a second term? Because the big electoral hubs in Nigeria, they are Lagos State and Kano State, and forget all this nonsense will be one Lagos. That was an anomaly, and a lot of people feel that those were not even the actual figures. A lot of people will argue to you till Christ comes that Tinubu actually won that, but that's not likely to ever repeat. So if they get Kano and and Tinubu, of course, from Lagos, it puts them in a stronger position for 2027, does it not?
Yeah, it actually does. It actually does, right? You put them in a very, very strong position. It's I don't know what's gonna happen because a lot of security has to be beefed up around Kano if APC eventually win at the Supreme Court. It's going to be tough, because with these Concorsia guys, right, it's going to be tough. But let's wait and see. Another one I'm looking at, right, it's actually the North Central. I think APC is trying to consolidate well, particularly with North Central, which is, looking at what is happening in Plateau, that Plateau is another thing that I don't know that APC might actually get, because the chance of that Plateau governor winning our Supreme Court is very slim, looking at, is lost in two places. So this is the third one. But let's wait and see. These are politicians. What I just see in 2027 is just that, it's not like it was, right? They are in government now, and unlike 2027 where 2020, the last election, where you can basically see that more like, Tinubu was not really that supported within APC itself, right? It was just more of him trying to finding his way and getting things. So, but 2027, you see a lot of politicians. Probably by next year, you start seeing a lot of politicians, moving back to APC and all this, which is normal.
Larry, what about the argument that APC are getting through the court what they could not get through the ballot? What would you say in response to that? That they're getting through the court what they couldn't get through the ballot?
No, I don't really think so. Right? I don't really think so. The thing is just that, you see, if you look at some of those cases, sometimes you blame politicians. Politicians know the right thing, but they will just within themselves, right, decide not to do the right thing. Look at what's happening in Plateau State. There's a court judgment. You guys decide to not follow that court judgment and you move ahead and do what you want to do. So at the end of the day, when the courts now go against you, start shouting, oh, probably it's witch hunt, like probably it's the ruling party trying to do one or two things. So that's just it. Politicians will always complain. And if you look at politicians, when things favor them, right? When things favor them, yeah, everything is good. But when things don't favor them, everything is really bad. So for me, I don't really see, because with what I'm seeing, I'm not really seeing Tinubu's hand in some of all these things, right? Leaving those guys to do their stuff and just go to the court and do things. But even whatever the cases, people always say whatever they want to say. Oh yeah, probably it's the ruling party. Like you could always see some people shouting that the president should intervene and not let this and not let that. And I keep asking myself, so what country are we really looking for if we're not looking for an independent judiciary? So I think politicians just need to learn, they need to learn to play the game well, right? there are a lot of things, and this electoral heart is really opening a lot of, it's opening a lot of things. So yeah, they just need to play by the book and do the right thing. So, and not stop complaining, right? Do the right thing. If you do the right thing, you know, you should have a strong case and let your lawyers champion your case well.
All right, take us to the space, Larry. 37 billion naira fraud. Anti-graft agency EFCC seizes passports of Beta Edu Sadia Farouk to stop them from fleeing. So when it rains, it pours. That seems to be the narrative of Beta Edu. Because I think Femi Pedro was saying that we should just go easy on her. It's a learning curve and all that. But the sums of money that we're talking about, are you with the thought that the law should take its course? And if she ends up in jail, then that is even a better signal to the space that the era of free for all, when snakes used to swallow money, is long and gone.
Yeah. So the thing is this, right?
Long gone, rather. Sorry, carry on.
No, we should just allow UFCC to do their job. Let them, let them do their job thoroughly, right? Let's see everything. And I like what is actually happening. I think they're trying to look at what has actually happened. The whole money that have gone into this ministry, from 2020 to date, over 2 trillion, right? So let them do the thorough job. So for me, this issue of seizing their passport is a normal thing, right? It's a normal thing. Seize their passports, let them account for everything. And the former minister has a lot of things, she has a lot of things to account for. It's just so unfortunate that that particular ministry, most of the things they've not really been going by the rules in that ministry for long, right?
That ministry is set up for looting, isn't it? That humanitarian is just if there's ever an opportunity for looting, it will always be in a space like that. When you're giving money to the masses, it's just an invitation to loot.
Yeah. Because if they look at that, right, not just those people, go and look at it till when he was still even under the vice president. Because for me, I don't see how they're going to account for all those money that Oshibaji was sharing in the market, right? It was basically just bring money and sharing money and, So, but I don't know if Tinubu wants to go to that length, but if they really want to do a thorough investigation, they have to look at the beginning, even when he was still under the vice president's office, till when they have the ministry and looking at everything till this time, So, and if anybody is found wanting, yes, they should do the needful. What I'm not against, what I'm just against then was okay, fine, let's not punish people until the investigation is done. So I'm all in for investigation, and let's know the real thing. Let's know who has done something wrong. And if they need to sue them, to charge them to court, if they need to go to jail, that's a normal thing. But I'm more interested in getting Nigerian money back.
All right, at least part of it. I think because a lot of it, they just take it abroad, don't they? And once that money leaves the shores of the country, then good luck trying to hunt it down. All right. So sorry, somebody just sent me a text. Take us to the space, Larry. Nigeria to sell power distribution firm over $130 million debt. So debt reading power distribution, which they gave out to friends and family who had no capacity to handle that space. So are you monitoring that space, and what does this news mean?
Yeah, I'm actually monitoring. I'm monitoring it because I invest in that. That's the only place I invest in the Nigerian Stock Exchange. But yeah, as far as I'm concerned, right, I think it's a lot. It's a lot because it's a lot happening within that sector. But let's wait and see how it goes. One thing is to privatize, sell things, right? Another thing is to really sell it to people that have the capacity to handle it, right? Because what we've seen, if you look at the whole privatization that was done then, it was so shady, right? they did privatization, and you're selling things to people, and you're still giving them some loan to run it. So hopefully, if they have people, they could actually get people that have the capacity, which is good, right? Because the way it is now, it's obvious that government cannot really maintain this, right? They just need to give it to people that have the capacity to manage it, and and have some regulation around it, manage it and get it a little bit regulated. So let's wait and see how it goes.
Is this a case that they have retrieved those licenses back to the licensees, and then they are going to send it off to? What does this actually mean?
Yeah, I don't really know, because I think there was supposed to be a renewal. There was supposed to be a renewal. There was.
Your line is squeaky, Emeka. No, we can't hear you. It gets even worse. Maybe deep out, deep back in, Mikus. Carry on, Larry. I think Emeka wanted to clarify what that means. Carry on, Larry.
Yeah. So I don't really know, because I know at the point they were, the present minister was kind of like saying they wanted to renew, they were supposed to renew their license. But from Grapevine, I also heard that there were some, sharp things that were done towards the end of Buhari's government, that those guys came, that they've renewed their license. So that usually is still there. So that usually is still there. But this is another thing that, you still see people going to court, and, labor, all those things. So, but as far as I'm concerned, if you have people that have the capacity to manage it, not just sharing, let them come and let's see what they can actually offer. Because, we need to just get out of this quagmire of power, and let's know what's next.
All right. Finally, let me play you this clip. We were talking about Saraki a moment ago, and the one selling point and the one thing that impedes him is just the question of who he is, Saraki. So he can straddle so many spaces within the Nigerian space, which slots him in so many spaces. But where is his authenticity? This is the question.
I've been asked this question severally. You are Senator Abubakar Bukola Saraki. Yeah. Is Bukola Saraki a Yoruba man or a Northerner or Southwesterner? A lot of people seems to be very confused, and I understand their confusion. Kwara's not central. You know the reason why I'm asking? Because in Nigeria's politics, people will ask the question, who are you? Which tribe do you belong? It's a wrong narrative to have in our politics, ethnicity and tribalism and all of that, but it's something that has shaped our politics, and we cannot run away from it. For tonight, are you Bukola Saraki or Abubakar Saraki? When I say Abubakar Saraki, you know what I mean.
I'm a Nigerian. I'm a Nigerian for today's, for all Nigerians. I believe a lot of us in politics, we spend our time on these kind of conversations. But you know the real conversation today is the insecurity. The unemployment, a lot of our youth, 50%. Cost of living. Those are the conversations. And when I've done a lot of polling, talking to young people.
So Larry, would you say this is one of the key things holding Saraki back? He refuses to let us know where his loyalties lie. He claims he's Bukola at the same time Abubakar. So which is it? You can't be both.
See, Bukola is just a very funny politician. He's always sitting on the fence. At one point he wants to go to this place, at another point he wants to go to that place, right? And everything is all about, what he wants to get. He played the card during those periods when he got the Senate president's seat, I'm a Northerner, right? I'm not a Southerner, and all those things. But yeah, it's normal of these politicians, right? And that's one of the issues with Kwara, right? Because basically, they've been able to hold the Saraki family has been able to hold Kwara, but yeah, until they felt they had Kwara under them. But unfortunately, they didn't. So, but it's normal, I don't be surprised if anything comes tomorrow, you see Saraki leaning towards the south, and if something comes from the north, he's always leaning towards that side too. But obviously, he also knows it, right? The Northerners don't really see him as really part of them like that. They just see him as this person that that doesn't really have where he belongs to.
All right. Finally, is there anything we missed in the news cycle today that you'd like to bring up?
No, I think I'm good. Probably someone else can actually come after me.
All right, brilliant. So that's the excellent Larry, of course. Thank you, Larry. So Larry kicks it off and passes the baton to King Emeka. Mekus, you're up next.
Yeah, good evening. Thank you, woman. The media is washed with so much information and news today. I think so far so good. From yesterday, or I think from Sunday, we've been getting lots of news, positive, negative, whichever you you fall into. It may be negative for you, it may be positive for you at the same time. But it shows that the government is really kicking off for the year, and they are ready to deal with whatever obstacle that comes by their wayside. Anyway, good evening to you. Good evening to the co-panelists, the comment section. I hear you guys, and those who are at home who keep enjoying the show but refuse to join. I also greet you too. And the special assistant to our ministers who are watching and listening and laughing behind, I greet you guys too. Don't forget to like, share, and also subscribe, especially those who are at home, and invite your family, friends, enemies, and loved ones. Don't forget your enemies. They are the most very important people in your life. To keep watching this show. Thank you very much, woman. Let us roll.
All right. Do you want to start it off with a man, Daniel? I mean, if anybody that is surprised should be short. I mean, if he's writing love letters, says Tinubu won that election.
I actually wanted to keep Daniel for my last commentary, but anyway, since you brought it up, let me get to it. First and foremost, let me congratulate Daniel Bwala on his
Do you think it
appointment.
moved because there are ministerial slots opening?
Oh, definitely, most definitely. But again, he said it himself when he was here, right? He said even the president's son reached out to him.
What has he achieved that are congratulating him for?
Look at that.
I'm congratulating him on his future appointment. Yes, that's what I'm just congratulating him.
The money is in the
that.
bag now. The money is in the bag. Yam done, as they say.
Exactly.
Yam done.
So he also said it on this platform that if he wants to go back to the president, it's not going to take him anything. And you can see, you watch the strategic move he made. That position, especially, I think he's auditioning for Solomon Lalong ministerial slots. But again, you saw he waited for the appropriate time to sell the president as well as selling himself. With the president's stroke of kicking out or suspending Beta Edu, as well as the slash of travels course, the guy decided to hit Aso Rock. You understand? Let's be very, very honest. Daniel is a very good political salesperson. He knows how to sell his principal. He also knows how to sell himself. Politically, he's very, very relevant. He's from the Northeast, and he's also a Christian. That puts him in a very unique position, right, in the political scheme of things in Nigeria. Then again, the question will now be is, why should you be a minister when you didn't contribute to the success of the president? So if the president is going to be giving him a ministerial appointment, it may ruffle other people who have played a pivotal role in ensuring that the president wins the election, right? What is so special about Daniel Bwala? Not only what is so special about him, he was at he was at the opposition party running against you, campaigning against you, spoke ill against you, and then why do you now want to reward him with a ministerial slot? In my best bet, I don't know. Let's see how it goes, but it appears like the meeting was really good. The president appeared to be happy to have him, and he appears to be very excited. One thing about Daniel, you heard from this platform, it's not like we have not experienced him. He's very knowledgeable, he's very intelligent, he's very exposed politically. He knows his stuff. So let's see how it turns out. But I think it may make a lot of people upset if they make him the minister. I know it is a ministerial slot that he's gunning for. But the best I think he should get is a special assistant.
Yeah,
because he didn't contribute.
sorry, Emeka, I'm with you on this one because this guy, don't forget the role he played in this Chicago affairs or whatever, during the tribunal, and. So this guy should be, a forbidden fruit for Tinubu.
No, not at all.
Why not?
Daniel Bwala is a political asset to any political leader in the country. He's someone you need to. He was also actually very close to the president, very, very close to the president before he left. He told us his reason, but I don't think by that reason.
You mean one leg here and one leg there?
That's what politicians do anyway. So he told us the reason why he left. The Muslim. We told him here on this platform that we don't buy it.
Anyway, I'm okay because Tinubu is listening to me anyway.
Yeah. So definitely, you understand. For him, it's not that easy for anyone to gain that access, like to see the president in a day. You know that that person is really, really politically strong, and likewise, the president wants to see you, right? Considers you to be important too. So.
Don't forget, he's the president. He's the president of everybody, so he can just play that role and say, "Okay, how are you?"
I agree.
But he should dump this guy. He should regard this guy as a forbidden fruit. After
agree,
those controversies,
if you go to
why would you regard him? The guy is an effective and an efficient political operator. It needs all the big guns on the side. Yes.
And then again, if you go to Aso Rock that you want to see the president, you are going to wait for a very long time. Some people would wait for almost 2 weeks. Some will wait for a month, and that is after you have even sorted your way in. You would have bribed your way in to see the president, but he walked into the president's. He walked into Aso Rock. I saw the president the same day. So it shows you that this guy, the president, wants to see him. So then again. And what that means is, before you even went to see the president, he has already done his groundwork. You understand? So everything has been, those who has been facilitating the visit has already facilitated that visit to make it happen. So that's why I say congratulations to him on his future appointment. I don't know if
I will never forgive anybody that see a man that has been a senator, a president, a governor, and then at age 70, you are not asking him of all those certificates and all the bullshit. So, and then the road that guy played there was very annoying as far as I'm concerned. Anyway, I don't tolerate my enemies. A snake is a snake.
Yeah, you are not ready for politics anyway. Anyway, so I'm congratulating him, but what I'm saying is it may ruffle other individuals who will come on, Mr. President, we worked really hard for you. In my view, I think especially an SSA to the president would be a very good position for him. Someone who will be close to the president, someone who will continue to see how to sell the president to the people, someone who will speak very kindly and positively about the president. I think that role would be very good for him. Then, when the president now wins second term, which will now make him a very, which will now make, let me land my point. Which will now make him an inner cabinet member, where he can now participate actively in campaigning for the president. Then he can now be given a ministerial position. But for now, I don't think he deserves a ministerial position. In my opinion, I might be wrong. I think a senior special assistant to the president is a role that will be fitting for him. Yes, Prince Daddy, you wanted to say something.
Yeah, I was just trying to say all the credit you're giving to, I guess, Bwala, Danny Bwala, right?
Yeah.
Okay. See, I'm not sure what credit you're giving to him, if any. The guy, unlike Atiku, right? Tinubu is a unifier. Why make unnecessary enemies if you don't have to? So at this point in time, I just want to check. I've been lately to the current affairs, what is going on. Has Tinubu converted to a Christian yet or not? Or was it
No. It's still a Muslim.
the VP that did? I don't know. I've not been up with the story.
No. You know we told
it's graduate politics now. Graduate
we told him that your Muslim ticket excuses, we are not buying it. We actually, was it Baba that confronted him on that specifically? No, I mean Baba Ajani Koko that confronted him on it. I can't remember.
Ajani Koko called him a fraud.
Yeah.
Well,
I think it was Baba Ajani Koko that called him out.
I too was direct with him. I told him.
Yeah. I remember. Yes, you were direct.
That he miscalculated.
You were very direct too.
That he miscalculated, but he was trying to sound like a political genius. Obviously miscalculated. So I'm not sure what has changed in the past 6-7 months. All of a sudden, that he wants to join Tinubu. Now is not perturbed about the Muslim ticket anyway.
But Prince Daddy, don't forget that we told him. We confronted him and we actually told him that he will go back. And he was trying to no. If I want to go back, I can go back. But no. I want to be in the opposition. I'm the only one doing the opposition work. But we told him that you will go back. I mentioned it too. A lot of us mentioned it on the platform when he joined that you will definitely go back. So it's not surprising to us. We were only just like one woman said this. Why did it take you this long to go back? It's like the Sapa was too much. And you remember when he mentioned with the clip Woman was playing on him with this interview, he mentioned hunger. He didn't know when hunger slipped out from his mouth. So I hope he's listening anyway. Probably he was like, I can't take this apart again. I have to go back home. Let me
I thought to contact him, but I thought maybe not because he's still in the throes of so many activities that he probably won't want to come on anyway.
Perhaps all of us right on this platform, we missed the chance of having a voice in Asu Rock. Look at you guys. You were around him that day, don't you? Baba
No. I don't think many of us ruffled him up. A couple of us also, including myself, we also, because I knew he was going to go back.
Yeah, but a politician should be able to take a beating, though.
Exactly. So he would. I think the beautiful thing is that's why I think privately I sent to Wama. Let's pray for him to gain the position. If it's a ministerial slot, awesome. Having him on the platform, then we invite him to congratulate him officially and tell him what the plan is.
I've got so many names on my that have their phone numbers. But they're shying away from coming on for whatever reason. But I will keep pushing.
Yeah, and they are listening anyway. Another person that I was actually thinking, but I know is also another political asset is Reno. I don't know why Reno is trying to play this party loyalty game, right? The last position.
Do you think Reno is an asset? I think Reno is too skittish a character.
Reno
is too flaky.
Reno is, and then he's also influential, especially on the social media space, right? So he connects between the old and the young. Reno is a political asset, and I think that he's someone the president would want to have him around. You understand? He's also experienced too. He has done that role, so having him around is something that will be good. So and then if you watch him of late, you see that he's now trying to say positive things about the president. Also today on his Twitter page, he congratulated the president on the travel course as well as the suspension of Edu, and also used the opportunity to throw his grenade into the obedient camp. He always does that.
Yes, sorry, along that line, America, please define what a political asset is really, because being loud on the internet or having a bunch of followers, it doesn't mean it translates to one vote. So let's not be giving all these guys credit for what they're not, really. Okay, including Bwala. I don't think.
Go on, land that point, Prince.
Yeah, I would say including Bwala, yeah, he can do a good job representing or being a rep for the president, talking in positive terms. But in terms of political capital, I mean, it's very interchangeable with somebody else. I don't see political capital.
Emeka, let me play this micro clip, and then you come off the back of it to Prince.
He keep some of his ministers that were allegedly reported to have, committed infraction. Instead of protecting them, he asked that the due course of law should have his own course. He suspended somebody without wasting time. That, to me, is impressive because it's about the people. Secondly, there has been this outcry that the government is bloated and the rest. Yesterday, he introduced a policy that reduced the cost of governance. And today, he told me it is just the beginning. There are many more decisions of government that will reduce the cost of governance. What have we been talking about as citizens? If you don't have personal grudge against someone, if it is on policy issue, when policies are going correctly, and what I'm saying apart from today that I'm talking here, you all need to visit my Twitter page. In the last few days, I have been expressing my surprise and appreciation to the president for the decision he's taking. So this is not about political party. And you need to know that, like I said, I was with him before I left. And I was doggedly committed to him. I told him today, I am committing to play my part to support your administration. And I have no apologies to anybody.
You are back in APC?
I have no apology. APC is a party. President Bwala Tinubu is my motivation. If supporting him will take me to APC, so be it.
Congratulations.
What's that a prostitute? What's that a prostitute?
Politicians are Dan Iska. Real Dan Iska.
Bwala is graduate too.
He's a graduate. He's a graduate guy.
You see, the beautiful thing is Daniel will be watching this show tonight. He knows, you understand.
He knows it's banter now. I will invite him to come and take his beating.
He won't come, man.
He's not going to come.
For you guys to slap him again.
But he's watching, right? He's watching. And while he's watching, I would say congratulations, Bwala. You played your game very well. Absolutely spot on.
Emeka, look. Let us listen to what he said. Let us analyze what he said there.
Analyzing what he said, yes.
Hold on now. Okay. This guy,
go ahead. Sorry.
Study describe him as graduate. Tinubu is my motivator. Forget about APC. Wherever Tinubu is going, I'm with him. Why didn't you stay with Tinubu when he was contesting? Why did you run away?
Muslim ticket.
He thought
that's an excuse.
To praise this question, then did Tinubu turn Christian or Kashim Shettima?
If you ask me, right, what I would say is that I think
he thought that Tinubu will lose the election. That is why
no.
That is what he thought is going to happen.
No.
Don't say no. Don't say no.
Hold on, wait. Atiku,
all of them.
Atiku offered him more money.
What do you say?
Atiku offered him more money.
Yes. Okay.
So I don't think so.
I don't think so.
Atiku offered him more money.
So he went for better bread.
Better bread, better role. You understand? He was very influential. Yes, better bread.
He was playing a very leading role. He was playing a very leading role with Tinubu too. Why he was in the APC?
The role, I don't know about the Tinubu.
No.
When I mean in the future, that's within the campaign.
He was very close.
He was close to Tinubu. Yes, he was close to Tinubu.
Like a mouthpiece.
Higher than Keyamo.
He was exactly, and he said that Keyamo's position was supposed to be his position. He was close.
That was why he left now, because the positions that he wanted in APC, he could not get it.
He didn't get it,
and he could get the most.
And he got it with the Atiku campaign organization and better pay.
It wasn't about money, I don't think. I think
it's money and the role, because you could see him. He was the face of Atiku campaign. he
as
was
that.
you know why I say this? You know why I say this? Let's play. I was thinking one man will play his after playing the first clip. I was thinking you will play the clip with when we interviewed him, right? To show like, okay, he was tongue in cheek. He said it that if he wants to go back to Tinubu, he will go back. So he already knows. You understand? And politician knows. So that's why my view on this is that it's better money, better pay, and better position. So is he saying that, oh, do I think Atiku is going to beat the president hands down? I don't think so. That politics is not like that. It's a game of chance. You would calculate and say, okay, but he went there for better bread. And then he looked at it and said, if we lose, I will go back.
Emeka, you know that you know your name is Emeka, okay? But this game is like, we know all, this game you are trying to play, because I don't regard you as a Southerner, because you want to have more people from the north.
Leave all of that. Leave all of that.
Okay.
Speak. You can push Emeka on his political opinions. Yeah. But
Okay.
leave his personality.
Okay. So Emeka, after appearing here, he still went ahead and be fighting Tinubu. You understand me? You know what I'm saying. So let us just, and then before I forget one man, I want to remind you about the pronunciation of this guy, Obaze. It's like you say Tope. You know that we have this in Yoruba also. We have E as A, and then we have E as A. So if it's Obaze, it's like Torioba. Because of Oba, that's why I don't beat you. Obaze. So that is why I leave you. Obaze. Don't forget Tokwe. So Obaze. Oba is Oba, but Ze is because of, you see, Obaze, not Ze. Because they also, you have it in Albania, they have this Abaze in Albania, and Igbo, they also have this something. So our O is like pronounced like in form of Yoruba, that E is equal to A, and then E is equal, like you say, Ogedegbe, So then you have Obaze. Okay, Obaze.
All right.
No. It's a guy. Sorry, it doesn't make a difference. Whether it's 2 or 1, it's Obaze. Obaze.
All right. Thank you. I'll take the correction on board. Back to you.
All right, sir. You can put some kind of sign under the E.
Like what I'm saying, right? So you see, he acted like a clever politician and a very typical Nigerian politician. Where am I going to get better bread and better promotion for myself? Because him being the face and the spokesperson of the Atiku organization shows that he would be pushing.
So if we have to go by what you just said now, so that means it's not loyal to Tinubu as he's claiming now. That wherever he's going,
how many politicians are loyal?
So he's not loyal.
How
to
many?
Him. Look,
how many? Let's be honest. This is politics.
Hold on. Look, let me tell you. When you are serving a leader, a political leader, at that top level, you must be loyal to him. He is claiming by his statement now that he is loyal to Tinubu. Wherever Tinubu is going with him, and it's urging that let's do this, let's do that. It's a lie. He wasn't loyal. He was not totally loyal from his heart. He was looking for his bread. Where can I get better bread?
Most definitely.
Where can I get
most definitely
position for myself?
Most definitely. But
and
again,
he miscalculated. He thought Tinubu was going to lose the election because the hype was.
He's not
anti-Muslim ticket was so strong back then, and they were looking at Bwala has failed the country. Tinubu is struggling with his health, and a lot of things are not working good for Tinubu. This what do you call this? This currency redesigning, no fuel, forex problem. So it's like APC.
So they had.
Is facing a problem that they might not win the election. So
can I comment? Yeah,
let me go to the man that is the best option. It looked very good for Atiku, and let me go his way. That is what he
But,
do. He's not loyal
again,
to Tinubu.
the beauty of this thing is during during the election on this platform, we analyzed it and we said the president was going to win. Everybody
I
analyzed it
think it
and said
was
the
clear
president
that
was going
Tinubu
to win.
was going to win. I
It
think
was clear.
Daniel knew that Tinubu was
And
going to win.
Daniel knew, but this
Okay,
viewpoint,
does that
that's what
mean
I'm
like what
explaining
Deji
here.
is saying?
Let me
Like
tell
what
you.
Deji is
Let me
saying,
tell you
he
this.
was
Explained it with
immoral.
all the pitfall was
No.
to
Let
ensure.
me
So
tell you
they
this.
were,
But,
sir, let me
one man.
land this. Let me land this.
Yeah,
Let me
Let
land
me
this.
land this. I will let you
Let me
continue.
land this.
Let me
Okay.
land this. I will let you continue. Look, there was some kind of information that Atiku and some people are getting from the Asura. You know, Buhari was so cold. Buhari was not coming out strongly in support of Tinubu. Nobody knew what Buhari, where Buhari stand. You see, a lot of us were saying maybe he wasn't for Tinubu, he was for Atiku. So there are some information coming out behind the door that is not open to we, the public, but to some top-level politicians that some cabal in the Aso Rock are supporting Atiku. So I believe he got those information too, and he believe, look, this is where the pendulum is going to swing. Forget about what is going on in the public. Forget about this. Wherever Buhari wants the power to go, that is where the power going to swing to. The
Okay,
Buhari
sir.
cabal are not in support of Tinubu, so Tinubu might not probably win the election.
Let me say this, right? Let me say that, like we analyzed on the platform. Tinubu was like the Floyd Mayweather on the political ring. And other opponents was like, what is our strategy to stop this man? It's not like, oh, we are going to beat him. They knew he was the most anticipated winner of the election. So the other view and strategy they had was, how do we stop him from winning the election? It's not like, how do we that we are going to beat him. No, Daniel knew. You see, if Daniel is going to come back on the platform to take question, you will see the question I will ask him and he will reveal. He knew. Why did Daniel leave? He left for bread. Clearly. And because why he left, he knew he could come back. If he knew he won't come back, Daniel will not leave. He knew that my relationship with this man, my relationship with the president is that close that I can leave and come back. And again, listen to what he was saying. Daniel has built his brand. We cannot take it away from him. Politically, Daniel has built that brand that whichever any political election or any election cycle, you need Daniel Bwala on your side. Remember what he said. The president called me personally, but I did not take the call. Even after he said he used the secretary to call me, he used another phone to call me again. And I picked. I said, okay, I will call you. I'm taking a flight, I'll call you. Then Atiku called me. So they were calling him because of his services, because he has built his brand. That's why I say he's a political asset. He has built that brand in knowing how to serve his principal.
Quick interjection here, Mecca. I subscribe to Ijele Kuku's position on this matter, quite frankly. And unlike you, actually, I like Daniel Bwala. I actually like him a lot, actually, and also give him a lot of credit than you do. I don't think he went there because of money. I don't think so. Because if you're talking about money, there's plenty of money on with APC and with Tinubu on Tinubu's side to satisfy whatever his demand was. It was monetary. I don't believe that. Again, I still go back to the position that he miscalculated. Going by what Ijele Kuku said, there were a lot of information that coming from the Buhari's cabal that they're going to be working against Tinubu and all these other things that came with the CBN and Mayfield. There were so many things going on at the same time. Okay, and that gave Bwala the opportunity to permutate and try to decide, what to do. And he chose the position like, look, given this Muslim ticket and all these other things going on, Tinubu is not going to win. And he made his move. That's about it. That's about it. No, it wasn't ballot break.
I respect your opinion.
Emeka, what about Kolata's assertion that
I just saw it, and I wanted to speak on it. Kolata may be right. You understand? Kolata may be right, but again, he may be right, but again, the intent is right. That relationship between him and the president, in the sense that he could provide information on what is going on within the Atiku camp. But why did he leave? He left maybe the roll and the bread was better. That's why he left, clearly. And he knew he could come back. And he said, he told us categorically clear. Though when we were telling you we'll go back, he told us categorically clear that if I want to go back, the president will take me. It is only someone who is that confident enough in himself that will be able to say it. And not only that, you see, he's the kind of person that talks the talk and do what he says. And he has done it here today. You see, why I'm saying this is maybe we do not really appreciate the fact that to go and see the president in Aso Rock, regardless of how powerful you are, even when Betty Edu was suspended, she was unable to see the president. It takes for you to go and facilitate that meeting. And I think a Bwala, Daniel, would not pay money. Because sometimes you pay money to see the president. And even when you get there, they still put you on the line. And that line might take you like probably, if it depends on the amount you pay and how influential you can be. That line might take you like 24 hours, 48 hours, 2 weeks, or a month. But for him to go in,
sorry, Emeka, I don't want to keep interjecting, man.
Let me land. I know where I'm going to. For him to go in and see the president, you understand? Took pictures with the president in the president's office, not outside the Aso Rock. No, I mean not outside the president's office, not the external over Galleria. No, in the president's office. He took that picture there. It shows you how close he is to the president. It shows you that relationship is still there.
Emeka, sorry, did Tinubu allow this as sort of a one in the eye to Atiku? Is it a poke in the? Is it essentially?
Oh yes, of course. Of course, it's a statement. Really of course,
yeah.
It's a political statement. You saw that. You saw that in short, and even the timing, the release. He was releasing from his Twitter, and at the same time, all the government SAAs were releasing at the statement. You know, they got the picture. The official photographer would have sent it. So they timed it and released it at the same time. Okay, I don't know. Okay, maybe I don't know if maybe you are not following it. I followed them, so they released it at the same time. So it's a political statement. It's a political dig. It's a jab.
Yeah. For the record, Tinubu won and became the president without Daniel Bwala's support. That's for the record. Also, I understand also the man from the creek, what's his name? Asari Dokubo, right? He too was at the Aso Rock with Tinubu, right? I didn't think he had to wait like hours to see Tinubu.
No, the president called him to come. Yeah, the president called Asari to come.
Well, keep in mind, it's everything is at Tinubu's discretion. Yeah, Daniel Bwala is a son to Tinubu. They've been around. They've been around together for a long time.
Agreed. That relationship is there.
It's there, so it's not gone. And keep in mind that relationship remains not because of Bwala, it's because of Tinubu, right? I mean, what Tinubu could have said? No, I don't want nothing to do with you. I mean, I won't without you. But again,
look at it. You are looking at it from
unlike Atiku.
Look at it from the angle that the president also sees value in him because he has created value for himself.
I opened my statement earlier by saying that Tinubu is a unifier, unlike Atiku. Okay, there's no need to create unnecessary enemies. Okay, so what happened to me is just a normal course of action or doing things according to Tinubu's MO. Nothing really strange or spectacular.
Prince Daddy, now listen to his statement. What he said is, I am open to serve the president in whatever, to open to the president administration to serve, right? So now I believe what he will be telling the president, I know he wants a ministerial slot, which is, I don't think is appropriate for him, right? Will he get a portfolio? I think so. Something. He's going to get something. And then when he begins to operate in that capacity and begins to, package the president and sell the president to the public effectively in the next election cycle, where he's going to campaign probably for the president, that will give him a landing spot to become a minister. That's just it.
Emeka, is Tinubu trying to corner all the political power brokers in the country? Is this what we're saying? It's got Hakim Baba Ahmed, Dati Baba Ahmed's brother. He's an assistant to Shetima. Wike already in bag, and now Daniel Bwala.
That's why I'm laughing. That's why I'm laughing at the opposition political amalgamation that they are trying to form. They are see. Now, they really do not understand. When I called the president the Floyd Mayweather in the political ring or political arena, I know why I gave that description. That guy is a winner. Even when the obstacle, the hurdle, and the pitfalls were being thrown at him, he was able to navigate and dodge around those pitfalls to go to the goalpost and gain his prize. Now that he's the winner, the undefeated heavyweight champion, you are now going to go and form a clique without any wedge or stand on you. The guys are all a bunch of jokers. The guy is going to, and you see him, the way he moves, and he has been moving for a quite long time. Even when he immediately got into that office, he started moving. He has been playing his chess move, putting his pawns together, assembling them in the right position, keeping his officers where they are supposed to be. Those who are valuable to him, he has accorded them with the right position that he wants them to be. Look at what he gave to his friend, the one who has been supporting him for a very long time, made him the APC chairman. And that guy is going like a madman, trying to ensure that he gathers everybody and keep everybody in line to ensure that there's no problem anywhere. The president is playing 4D, not 4D, 5D chess. And these people are still discussing, they are in talks, and time is ticking. They are in talks of how to form an opposition party. They are in talks in 2024 against a political mastermind and his strategies. We are still in talks when the guy is already positioning himself. The trashing no go be here. The trashing, where they go give them 2027, no go be here. They will be very surprised what will hit them. Probably they know what is coming, but let's see.
Can I say something?
Yeah, come in, Larry. And Larry, by the way, Larry, check the battery on your smoke alarm. I think it may need replacing.
Okay.
Yeah.
The thing is this. A lot of people don't really know this man called Tinubu.
No, Baba, you are right.
A lot of people don't know this man. And that's exactly, well, I think the likes of Bwala, they know him. And you see most people that are his close associates. That's why they have issues with him. They think, because they've been loyal to him, they'll see some people that actually left him come back and it brings them back. So, but just like, I saw what Ijele actually said. To me, I don't really think, Bwala is Tinubu really wants to make Bwala minister, sincerely. That's not it. But he needs someone in the north, particularly in the northeast, that has a voice within the Christian folks in that northeast. And Bwala is the person. If you look at the northeast, Bwala
is a Christian voice really needed in the north? It's really what purpose does it
will have fit into that position than Bwala? Because
Abati. Ruben Abati.
Babache.
Yeah. Babache. Babache didn't. So Babache was gunning to become a vice president, right?
Yeah.
Vice president candidate. They were gunning for it, but again, the stupidity and silliness of Babache is even when you are close to the president or you are trying to be close to the president, and you felt okay because this man is going to be the presidential candidate of the APC, and he probably might be going for a Muslim Christian ticket. And then when he didn't get to you, you now decided to be angry and you left. What you would have done is to continue to be on the campaign because you know that the portfolio is still big. The portfolio is still big and you will get something very close because you have been with him way back. So Babache really messed up his opportunities. He really did. But anyway, if he when the supper comes around, he may retreat and return back to where he came
One
from.
man. How long are we going to stay on one person talking for long? How long?
I'm not. You are the ones interjecting me. I didn't want to. You see, you don't.
That's rational mind waving his hand in the air. I'm here. What he's saying is
I really want to. I because you see.
I
You
drove
see
all the
what?
way from
Sorry,
work.
rational mind. Sorry, rational mind. I'm
from
really. Let me apologize to you. Let me apologize to you first. Sorry, rational mind. I really actually wanted to keep Bwala's discussion as my highlight. Right, because there were more interesting discussions to talk about. Then close with Bwala. I knew Bwala because and the way I wanted to cook it, I did cook it. Yesterday I cooked ulubu. Today I wanted to cook ofe nsala, but I didn't. I won't play. I won't say. One man is the moderator. He dishes us the topic because I wanted to give that flavor into this topic, the highlight of my conversation, because there are more topics to discuss. Then interjection. I knew interjections was going to come. Now. You know how I cook.
I know, but it's just because we're talking about this Tinubu Bwala. I mean, let's just move to another topic, please. This is irritating. It's just this sycophancy level. For me, it's just level of sycophancy.
Okay, let me
before we move to other conversations, I think Ijele, he actually hopped on to maybe disagree with the narrative because we saw him in the comment section telling us that Daniel Bwala he has no political value. And it's just is it what did you call him? A loafer or a rolling stone, or what did you call him?
A loafer, he said.
Yeah, good to see you.
Yeah, thank you so much, my brother. I greet you. Good morning. And good morning to everyone.
Good morning.
Everyone, yeah. See, my brother, anybody that you see Babache and Bwala, all you need to do is check what the APC got in their states, even in their own constituencies or LG. Let's do LG. Go check 2015, check 2019, check 2023. Anybody that is still thinking that Tinubu cares about your religion or anything to win an election, you probably haven't done your autopsy on the 2023 election. Him going to meet the president is nothing. Olisametu went to see the president. After that day, he went to see the president. People were panicking, making noise. I told them, please forget. One thing President Tinubu will never make is the mistake of President Buhari, which is, let us do this, give soft landing, yield an inch, yield a kilometer. He will never do that. Olisametu, we torpedoed his appointment. He would have been somewhere within the administration, and he probably would have brought in someone maybe for a ministerial appointment from the Southeast. Then you look at what's his name? The Labour NLC guy, Joe Ajero. One man went to Mo, call anybody you know within the villa, ask them, was it true that Joe Ajero was supposed to be a minister? So my people forget that someone meets Mr. President does not mean that person is getting anything. And I know the group.
But Ijele, why did the president allow the meeting if there wasn't anything being negotiated? Because it will now he knows that Daniel wants something, and if he allows the meeting, that is to say that he wants to acquiesce to it.
Yeah, I agree.
Let me tell you, my brother, there are so many things that happen in politics that is not on the surface. Like I will always tell people, the actual political meetings take place by this time, not in the morning, not in the evening. And you don't know how many like how long they've been trying to set this up.
Yes,
when was the
Ijele is right, yeah.
When was the first time we saw Bwala dissing Atiku? Just 2-3 months after the elections, he was already saying, I'm not sure there is any PDP anymore. his PDP and opposition, you could see how he was playing it gradually. Almost 2 months ago, you saw him singing the mandate song. So you can never tell how close politicians are, no matter where they fall within an election cycle. And if you know President Tinubu, so many people thought he would give FFK a job. And I told them during the election that FFK only came close to President Tinubu because of his nuisance value. And that's the nuisance Bwala has made himself. Maybe if he is going to use him for anything, he knows it's not for his political strength. Not only Babachi, Bwala himself thought he would be made the vice presidential candidate of the APC. Go and check during the primaries. He was there insulting Oshibajo up and down, although you may make the case that he deserves it. Was speaking everything, trying to make sure that a Christian from the South did not get that position because it will keep people like him out of the pool for selection. And mind you, this is the guy that made lots of money from President Buhari and the APC. Maybe some of you haven't met him. I personally know him and know his family. That guy, I've been to his office. You need to go to this guy's office. In fact, it's easier for you to see the president than to see him. Not as if he's there doing anything, crafting ways to get someone out of a case. No, just balance. Guys, his office is not far from one of the homes of Mr. President at Guzapede. He knows me very well. I know his own younger brother, his elder brother, sorry, Curtis. So don't assume that someone went to the villa. That means he will get this, he would get that. How many times did I go to the villa under President Buhari? Okay, see me, say appointment now. People go there for different reasons. And when people say when you go there, you can go there for 1 week, you don't say that means you came through the back door and the people that took your money to take you to the president are trying to see if there is a space. But if you are needed at the presidency, I guarantee you the only obstacle you would encounter would be submitting your credentials where you do background check and everything before you get your pass. Finish. So let's not preempt what may actually make us be looking somehow tomorrow. Like I said, President Tinubu is a man that listens. The moment we hear any concrete thing about Bwala getting this or that, don't worry, the gossip will get to the top and it will be sidelined like Metu and Joe Ajero. Thank you, bro.
You have to come back when, because I'm insisting that Daniel Bwala will get a position, and with a maker that it would not be a ministerial position, but it will be an important position.
Yeah.
And when he gets back, you have to come and apologize to him, Ijele.
Yeah, I don't think he may get
my brother, let me tell
position.
Let me tell you, don't tell me to apologize to anyone because I can gossip. Believe me, I can gossip and I can write petition. Don't push it that way. I'm telling you, if he's getting anything near Mr. President, it will be for his nuisance value. For instance, one thing you can't take away from Bwala is that he's a smart guy. He's a smart guy, but he loves money more than an Igbo man, and is willing to sell himself. Anything Bwala is doing now is act of psychophancy. The truth is, he never believed that Mr. President would win that election. He was privy to certain information, and the biggest obstacle Mr. President faced in the last election, both during the primary and the general election, came from within his own party. Bwala cannot say he wasn't aware of the Naira BS that do, because personally I know people who were selling the money, and many of them knows them in person. I'm not saying he was amongst them, But almost all the people against Mr. President, he was with them until when he decided to make, even while attending meetings, he was there on undermining Mr. President, then came out openly, went to all the media platforms to whomever would give him a microphone and a chair, said all manner of things. And see one thing people also forget. No say Mr. President no they talk, but he is your typical rich uncle. They may let you sit in their expensive couch, enjoy their expensive cognac, enjoy the artworks in their homes. At the end of the day, you will go back empty-handed because he still remembers. And Mr. President, while being an astute politician, I see some of his traits in me. Man, you get people who know they take insult. And only thing you need to, people think being a president means you are the smartest person, you are the most intelligent, you remember everything. No, it's the most, in fact, the most decorated prison you can be in the whole world. Many things, you are closed from many information. That's why it's good to have good aides that will be around you to guide on certain issues. Like I said, most of all these lawsuits, all these ones are writing or doing everything. Anytime you see Bwala defending Mr. President on, like, what's the name of this organization that almost sued Buhari and tried to know how he sleep with this one? Serap. Now shut up, I decode it. Maybe just release him as a hound dog against all those small crickets and animals that are just trying to throw stones for nothing's sake. But as for anything concrete, believe me, I don't see it. And if, like I said, if we see that move, it will never happen. I guarantee you that there are many Christians in the APC with better political value. Like I said, how do you know the biggest political value of someone? Is during election period. Can you deliver your polling units? Can you deliver your local government area? Can you deliver your senatorial zone? This is what makes you a strong politician. Not all this, bring him to assuage the Christians. What about the Christians that did not live in the first place? And if Bwala gets any single thing, no matter how infinitesimal it is, it will be because he must have sold someone out to the president. This is what these people do. You will see them in secret meetings, but you don't know that they are recording each other 2 hours after.
What about trying to capture him from because within that space that Bwala occupies, there are 2 big names there in the Atiku camp, Bwala and that Kogi guy, whatever is Dino. So if it takes Bwala from Atiku, that's a big loss. And for him to take him, he has to reward him in some form. Yeah,
I'm happy. You see, I'm happy you mentioned Bwala and Dino in the same sentence.
Yeah, that's their bracket now. That is their bracket. Yeah.
Has it gone back to my FFK of the North analogy or not? Like I told you, when people lose political relevance, it doesn't happen immediately. Watch the Dino you mentioned. From losing the senatorial seat, going to contest the governorship, trying again and getting less than 50,000. You hope you are seeing it. That this is somebody that Yaya Bello pretty much turned into a political tranny. That masculinity, when we think about masculinity, Dino doesn't come to mind anymore.
Ijele, will you allow me to interject?
Okay, sir.
All right, okay. Now you have beautifully categorized Bwala into that broad characteristics.
Just call them the attack dog space.
Attack dog, thank you. Attack dog space. Now, you need that attack dog. And that was what I was trying to say, right? That's why I said ministerial slot is a big shot for him. But someone who will be able to sell the president's view, vision, plans, goals, objectives to Nigeria. Someone who, you are attacking the president and will come and say, no. Bwala falls into that category. So you need a Bwala in your purview. You need a Bwala by your side. So And again, Bwala is also a clever man. He's not like a rabid dog like Dino. He's someone like you have rightly categorized, and you did a very beautiful job in giving. I know he's listening, but let him know the perception people have about him. You categorized him in that way.
Don't go after him too much. I'll try because I'm still going to contact him to come and to
no, we are not going. We are not hitting him that hard.
To come and
we are
join
not
us.
hitting him that. We are not hitting him that hard. So Bwala is after the bread, but he does a beautiful job. Let's give it to him. He's after that bread, but he will do a job. So the president needs him. Like an
My
FFK,
brother, can I respond a little?
Go ahead.
See, let me tell you, had Bwala kept his peace, had he not gambled his political career, and you are saying this thing, it will be quite understandable. When it comes to people that sells Mr. President, let me tell you, he doesn't need. If you had paid attention to Mr. President's political, like this, let me say this new political dispensation from 1999. If you had paid attention to what he has been doing, to how he operates, you know that he is even the number one marketer of himself.
Agreed.
When he told people, if they don't put me in the record, I will put myself there. You know what it means? He knows how to sell himself. For instance, do you know the number one record? The very first president that shared rice across the entire geopolitical zones during Christmas. This is the man they called, they said he is going to finally Islamize Nigeria, which Buhari did not do, not even by a plot of land in 8 years. Go and check all these incentives he is giving. First in this, first in that, first in this, first in that. So Bwala, like I told you, he's disgraced himself. This is a guy I used to respect. Obnoxious, fine, but you will never deny the fact that Daniel Bwala is a sound guy. His own brother too, very sound, fucking sound. The guy sounds like a lawyer said. In fact, if I need someone that will defend me anywhere, I would call his brother first. A very nice guy. You know, people have their own faults and shortcomings, but deep down, people, I tend to look at the humanity in people first. They may have some social ills and vices, but that doesn't describe their whole being. You know, so Bwala is not bringing anything to the table that anybody cannot. I'm telling you, he's a nice lawyer, a good speaker, but he's not a fantastic speaker. There are, you know, sometimes titles make us see people bigger than they actually are. And if you had anything to offer, you wouldn't have descended that low against Mr. President. As a matter of fact, I'm going to source for all of his old videos, his campaign, during his electioneering campaign era videos, cut them and make certain posts about it, because it seems so many people have forgotten. Like I said, there are so many things that are happening beneath the ground that we don't know. If there may be information he's going to, because when politics is like horse trading. In fact, it's not like it's horse trading. You trade one information for another, or you trade information for position or influence. The problem with people like Bwala is that they don't see themselves outside of political power. And that was the reason he actually believed that Atiku would win that thing. And that there are things you don't forgive. You may bring the person. Why should Bwala get a position before FFK when our problem with FFK was what he was saying about Mr. President and the party?
Fantastic point.
All right, Emeka, bring home that. Take Ijele Koko's point and then bring that space home, and then we move on. I think we've been there for a while now.
Yeah.
Let Ijele Koko come in and then bring it home.
You see, I don't see President giving any appointment. President will offend a lot of people within the party if you should give that guy appointment, because there are so many people that suffered with him that delivered their state, that delivered their local government, their ward, and everything for the president. Sacrifice a lot of things. Spend money for him, their own personal money, to win the election. So if you should give Bwala, who was on the other camp, destroying him that time, appointment, and leave those other people out without giving them nothing, there's going to be problem within that party. And people, they will talk to him like they talk to baby. You will see it on the pages of newspaper. Politicians are not easy like that. They can respect you as a leader, but when you are taking a wrong step, they will come out hard, particularly when it comes to appointment. They don't joke. Is it not because of appointment that Bwala left for APC? I mean, for PDP. Is it not because of Muslim ticket, as they claim? Appointment is one of the decisions that a leader will make that can bring people together or disintegrate people. So Tinubu have to be very careful. He cannot give that guy appointment. Otherwise, if we start seeing disintegration of people around him, because a lot of people will be offended, and they will say it on the pages of newspaper, in the television. You will see the way they will cry in that party against him. Let me leave it there.
All right, bring that space home.
All right, let me round up. That's the reason why I wanted the Bwala space to come last with my commentary. And naturally, we've been on this for quite a while, and I don't want to keep others panelists out of respect waiting. In my view, to close up this section, I think the president would give something to Bwala. Ministerial position, no, but a position where he can serve the president effectively. They have a close relationship, the president and Bwala. And if we want to know, if we want to test this, we can call him and he will tell you. He will tell us. He will tell us on this platform. He has built himself. He has built that brand. He's very educated. He's very intelligent. He's a smart man, and he has created that niche for himself that you always want his service. So I think the president will give him something, but not what he's aspiring to be. But before he gets there, he has to work for it. So the president will give him something, in my opinion. Let's watch this space and let's see how it goes. And again, Bwala is not a man that is, how will I put it, a man that is ignorant of the circumstances or the obstacles around him. He's going to work. He's going to work for it. I see him going to media spaces to promote the president and to speak very positively and high regards for the president, right? I see him doing that. So he's going to work for it, and definitely something is going to come to him. Yeah.
All right.
So
brilliant.
then let me use this opportunity to because I've taken a lot of time. I know there've been a lot of interjections because I was cooking. I was cooking over in Salah. Let me just talk on a small point, then hand off to the next panelist. What I actually wanted to say is, the NNPC is not estimating actually.
Yes, they're declaring a profit all of a sudden. Why is that guy even still in that position and not in jail?
Come on, the man. You see, sometimes, right? Some people may be a bit sneaky, but give them their flowers. Give Kyari his flowers. 2 trillion naira, the highest so far, from a loss position in 2021 of 807 billion naira. Lost position in 2021, 807 billion naira to 2 trillion naira profit. Come on, give that man his flowers. The guy is cooking. So
the question the president should be asking is, what has changed?
Fuel subsidy. Not only fuel subsidy, the Petroleum Industrial Act, right, that gives them the right to become a corporation, that enables them, give them enough power for them to begin to operate on their own, generate their own revenue, as well as also spend on things that they want to do. Now they've also said it that we control 30% of the downstream sector in the country. That is beautiful. So now what we are seeing is a conglomerate ready for business. an estimate of 2 to 3 years, they will be going to the public. And I will advise anybody here and everybody listening, NNPC is a company, once they go to public, you have to buy their shares because it's going to be a very successful company. It's a conglomerate with so many, playing in so many fields and sector, gas, downstream, upstream, refineries, byproducts, you don't understand. So don't, once you put your money there, I think you're going to make it. I was really, really excited. And when they say audited, it means they have actually prepared their financial statement and they are waiting for their external auditors to come and review the statement to confirm that everything makes sense and they follow the right accounting policies and standard, and to show that this report is fair and true and represent the actual statement that the NNPC board has represented to the public. Fantastic. This is like a slump dunk for the NNPC. And what they also said that they've started paying dividend, which means now they have 3 major shareholders: the the Ministry of Petroleum Resources, Ministry of Finance, and the Bureau for Public
Enterprises.
Enterprise. So the BPE owns 20%. Ministry of Finance owns 40%, Ministry of Petroleum Resources owns 40%. So now they are preparing, they are actually cleaning up books and cleaning house to ensure that, they go to public. Come on, 2 trillion profits. This grand slam, this is too much. You understand?
Right.
Then the other thing I wanted to talk about is
another one.
No, I'm wrapping up. Is the waiver for mining equipment, right? That's another good initiative for Dele Alake, coming up with ways that people can bring in funds to come and develop our mining sector and increase the revenue base for the country. We all have to be hopeful. Things are rough, but we all have to be hopeful for the nation. And we have a president, we have someone who is the captain of the plane, the flight, who is taking us clearly to the destination that we all want to be, and our prayer should be with him. Someone said, "Oh, I'm trying to praise my daddy." Yes, Tinubu is my daddy, and I love my daddy so much. I sign out.
Yes, daddy. Thank you, daddy. Yes,
thank
daddy.
You, daddy.
Thank you,
yes,
daddy.
Daddy. Thank you, daddy. Daddy, you are doing a good job.
All right.
Doing a good job. I've cooked my soup. I hope it's well done.
Emeka, stay with us.
Emeka, can you allow me to speak, please?
Yes, hold on, Rational Mind. Emeka, stay with us, and if you have to leave, come back, because I want a more expansive conversation around that NNPC space. But I want to move the conversation around because I think the panelists are getting a bit impatient. Don't get impatient anymore. Let's go to Rational Mind. Rational Mind. Good to see you. It's been a while.
Woman,
look at that. After all your noise making, all right. Let's go to World Peace. World Peace.
Woman, I'm here before Rational Mind.
Who's that?
This is Ken.
Woman, go to the next person. I'm having my breakfast. You go for it.
All right. Let's go to okay. Let's come to you, Kenny. Kenny, we come to you, Kenny, and then after Kenny, we go to Ijele. And then we move it around. Kenny, good to see you.
Oh, thank you very much, woman. And I'm grateful for this opportunity.
You sound like Akim. Did you change your name?
No.
Are you an Edo man? You sound Edo.
I'm Ijesha man. I'm from Ijesha.
All right. Okay.
Ijesha Limere.
All right. All right. Carry on.
Yeah. Actually, I only got 2 things to talk about. Which I would like you to give me that opportunity. I'm not going to upset anyone, but I always listen to your program every single night. I sleep late, you know what I mean? So sometimes I sleep 4 o'clock, you know what I mean? But yeah, something happened yesterday, which I don't really appreciate, and I really want you to, I'm not telling you how to run your program, but I think this needs to be controlled. The way, what's it called? Uptown, is it Uptown? His name, that guy from, Uptown, yes. The way he spoke with Adaleku yesterday is very, very uncalled for. I don't really appreciate that.
Uptown was not on yesterday.
It's World Peace.
World Peace.
You know, see, woman, the other guy that normally anchored the program, I like his action. You see, we should do, for the fact that this man come to this platform online and speak with us, express his view and all that, that doesn't give anybody the opportunity or audacity to talk to anyone anyhow. We are Yorubas. We are Omoluabi. You know, Ijele Koko is old enough to be that guy's father. You shouldn't talk to him like that. I was so upset last night, but Ijele Koko, I respect you so much, and I really appreciate your patience for everyone all the time. And God bless you for that. Please, you know, we should control how we speak with each other and speak to elderly people, especially we Yoruba people. You know, you say you're from Edo State, you're always proud of your heritage and all that. You don't even allow anyone to talk to your elder anyhow. But here you come here to speak to Ijele Koko in that manner. I myself, I will not accept that from you. I think you should apologize to that man. You should apologize to him.
Hold on. Sorry, Ijele Koko. We capped it off yesterday, actually, and respect is not peculiar to any ethnicity. One, and then at the tail. Hold on, because her tempers were raised, but I don't think lines were crossed. And even at the tail end of at the tail end of that conversation, War Peace did apologize. So I don't think Ijele Koko took it too heavily to heart.
Yeah.
He apologized. We settled it and everything, you know, ended well. It was just, you know, sometimes
the heat of the conversation.
Yeah, the heat, the sentiment, and everything can get out of hand sometimes. But War Peace is a good guy. It's not that he doesn't disrespect, elderly people like that. But it was just that the topic that we were discussing yesterday, you know, sentiment was injected into it, and somehow someone can get carried away. But you know, he did apologize, and we apologized to each other. You know, he said I spoke to him. He didn't like. You know, everything ended well. So. And I thank you.
Ijele Koko,
Pansat, we don't want to labor that space.
I don't want to labor. I don't want us to bury smoke, though. You know, it's no good. You can't bury smoke, right? The Jeshaman is right. I'm not talking about this particular incident, but I think that he should be cautioned and admonished a little bit. There's nothing wrong with all the characters. You know, it's like herding cats. But at some point, he has to understand that this is a platform, and we've come here to resolve something. He can't be so sensitive.
Look,
right?
Pansat, look, it's a political platform with big personalities discussing high octane topics. Of course, it will spill over sometimes, so long as we control it, which we did yesterday. So I don't want us to.
No, it's okay. I agree with you. I'm just saying that I'm a victim of some of those.
Wama, please, thank you. Wama, thank you. Ijele Koko.
Can I finish, please? I beg you.
Hold on. Sorry.
Let him finish, and then you'd have a micro. But I don't want us to be held too long in that space. But because I think you came in specifically for that, so have your say. You push back a little bit, War Peace, and then we move on.
Okay. And the second thing I want to talk about is, I'm going to beg you as well. I think we miss Bishop's voice. I don't know why Bishop left. I think Ijele Koko, please, I'm begging you to get in touch with that man to come back. You know what I mean? So his voice is loud on this platform.
I second that motion.
Advice taken.
Thank you very much, and I really appreciate you guys. Thank you, sir. Papa, I really appreciate you as well. You're always on point. That's not mind, my brother. Thank you so much as well. But calm down on Ashwadi.
Can I come in now?
Yeah, come in now, please.
Yeah, my brother. I don't know. Sorry, I won't call you my brother, Jeshaman, because you refer yourself as the Jeshaman. Because you just did what you accused me of, you know. But thanks for telling me. And if I told you I wasn't having a heavy heart this morning, actually, like one man read my mind. I woke up, I didn't want to come to the platform. He called me, I slept and woke up having a heavy mind, that heavy heart, that I spoke to Angelico the way I don't like. Not like because it's Angelico, just because I found that probably cost of time I know he's older than me, and it didn't go down well with me. But if you look what I said, I never insulted him, but my word was kind of rude. I felt bad about it throughout yesterday and this morning. But it wasn't good of you to verbalize it. Let me tell you, I'm not scared of you. If you want to talk to me, you caution me directly and talk to me like, don't talk to Angelico because he's a dilemma. Don't bring Jesha in. Don't bring all those things in. I don't like talking about the past. It's okay. It's okay. And Angelico, again, one more time, I'm sorry the way I spoke yesterday, but the way you were,
it's okay, my brother.
You were pouncing on me. I didn't like it.
All right, Kenny, I'm going to cap it off there. I don't want that space to go any further than that.
Woman, thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
And good to meet you, by the way, Kenny. Join us more often. But the conversation, the intensity of it, look what we're discussing. We're discussing a country of 200 million people. So, of course, it will spiral sometimes.
Sorry. And sorry, yesterday, I respond to what Passat was saying. Since you said it, that's why I didn't respond. Passat, I hold back. I don't hold back on you. And don't come try to play that.
No, it's okay. It's okay. Please.
No. Let me tell you.
Please, no.
It was instigating yesterday.
Please.
Not confused. So he should not be telling me what to say.
Please say.
You're
having breakfast.
I'm very spoke. Let him talk. I'm very
all right. Thank you. Let's stick to the conversation. The conversation is interesting enough. I don't think people are listening to grown-up adults. Let's come to Ijele. So Ijele, this space, better Edu. In fact, she came in all guns blazing. This was how she came into the political limelight. I'm sure you've seen this already. But she came in all singing and dancing, and then suddenly now the boots pulled from under her. So that better Edu space, Sadiya Farouk's passport seized as well. So are we seeing now a real turning, a real departure from what obtained in the Bwala administration, Ijele?
Yeah, in a sense, I will agree with you, but let's, in the past administration, of course, you had so many fifth columns that were there, even those that, are almost openly working against the president. He never changed, they never did anything. I call President Bwala Tinubu the Godfather. Man, this is a man that is Aso Rock. Who is talking?
You're not surprised I'm not sitting at this time.
This is.
I sleep after work when I came back from
work. Sorry. Carry on. Yeah, carry on.
This is a man whose villa sat this girl down in the waiting room and she heard her suspension on TV. Guy, this is something totally different from what we used to have. This is an Obasanjo with brains. Like an Obasanjo with less physical force, but political mental fortitude to deal with things. You see that better. You have not heard anything. Do you know First Lady Aisha Buhari gave money to this girl for every female aspirant in Nigeria in the last election, regardless of your political party? The woman they gave, the one for the North, disbursed hers. The one they gave this girl, she stole it. In fact, I have one of my aunties that if you see how this girl denigrates people old enough to be her mother, political actors, people who build their political structures for years, that actually knows politics. Ask her why the people, those flood victims she went to visit, why are they cursing her out now? Why are they? Maybe
it's because of that ridiculous sunglasses she wore there.
she chop their money, forget your dancing or whatever. It has nothing, has no bearing on the people's life. No one sits around thinking about how his enemy dies when he's facing a serious issue, ecological or otherwise. My brother, she did nothing. You see all these people that are calling themselves humanitarians on social media. This is exactly this girl's format. And when you see, there are people that are incapable of being great. Give them the best opportunity. They will never be great. And this girl falls in that category. Hopefully one day, we will, not that I go into people's personal lives, but I'm telling you from what I have seen, not gathered from people, but her direct victims. I'm sure this girl is actually a bitch. No apologies. Because that ministry, do you know what it means? They bought all those shows. You know, all these people, criminals that call themselves humanitarians and philanthropists without a known source of income. You see them, they will buy a few things, come show you on social media, and everyone will spread the news. Then you see donations pouring in. Then they will be living off of people's donation. This is exactly what this girl did in a political way. Showed people and everyone pushed her. I was one of the people that said she must be a minister. And in fact, I didn't hear that money issue until 2 days ago. So the President Tinubu is making a loud political statement. If Beta could face this type of consequence, and rightly so, what message do you think other people in other ministries are getting? No, it is not a case of, oh, if they sack her, they will say, oh, she's from the south, oh, they are sacking her. President Tinubu doesn't listen to that, and people around him don't let that blackmail get to them. It is a huge leap from where we used to be.
One mic, can I interject this, Ijele, for a minute? Could I dialogue with him for a minute? That's why I came in.
Yeah, but don't attack him.
I'm not attacking him.
I'm not taking anything. No, I'm not taking anything from anyone. Now let me finish.
All right.
No, please, it's my time. No,
he doesn't want to take the interjection. So carry on, Ijele. Carry on, Ijele. Ijele, carry on.
Could you come to me when it's done? I want to discuss.
All right, let him carry on, because it's a political analyst of some reckoning, so he knows what he's talking about. And then add Tunji Ojo to your narrative, Ijele. Carry on.
Okay, because even after talking, I'm not even under obligation to discuss.
You don't have to, but you can run forever.
Shut the fuck up. Can you shut the fuck up? Can you shut the fuck up?
Apologies.
Let him flow. Let him flow, please.
Carry on with your submission, Ijele.
No, I will go back to what I was saying. See, if you come to a platform and someone is speaking, the permission should go to the person with the mic. So I'm happy he has shown himself, and I don't have time with such people. I don't owe you anything. I don't owe you any conversation. You can converse with yourself in your room. That is your business. You have not under any obligation to respond to you. So my brother, this issue of Beta and what the message is sending and how it's different from where we used to be. You know, let's not forget that the president of Muhammadu Buhari was an amalgamation of so many forces that ordinarily wouldn't have been in the same room. Your prime minister, your ex-prime minister said war makes strange bedfellows. And if you look at the particular war he was referring to, ordinarily there was never a way Russia and Britain would be allies under any pick any century from when Britain started, from when Russia started. In fact, from Kievan Rus to the time of the War of Roses, go check, they've never been together, but something brought them together at that period, which is the same thing that happened in the APC. Ordinarily, President Buhari and Amaechi don't have the same political ideology. You check all the people that came from them, and many positions were used for settlement. You know, let these people not say the APGA wing of the party, we are pushing them out. The new PDP wing of the party, we are pushing them out. Oh, they will say it's CPC that is controlling everything. They will say, oh, AD. What was the last this itself they changed? I know AD to CPC to, you know, the Ashwaju camp. They will say is this or that. But President Tinubu is starting on a whole new level, a clean slate. And good a thing, all those forces fought against him. You see that when you don't have that baggage of political patronage you need to repay, it tends to give you a free liberty to operate. It tends to give you space to work. Now, you see why he shouldn't compromise so easily. Politics, there should be compromise, but before he compromises with you, what are you offering? Well, there are people that were in the trenches with him. Now you see why he operates like the godfather he is. About BTO, all the accusations I've heard so far about BTO, where he's transferring money to a private account of somebody in his company, is using his company, and till now, no one has proven that to be true. No one has proven that to be true. Let us not jump on this bandwagon of, oh, he's removing everybody, yes, this and that, and they will make the mistake President Buhari made with Kemi. You see, Tundojo, the job he's doing at the passport office, is there anyone who doesn't know the problem we have with our passports? All the embassies, all the Nigerian embassies in the world, how many do people speak good of before? But now, how many times have you heard people moaning? See, social media, it doesn't capture the whole picture, but you can feel the temperature of the country from there. Now, whether it is fueling what's happening in the society or the society is fueling what's happening in it, is up for a debate. You know, it's kind of, is the engine driving the tire or the tire moving the engine? You would notice that so many people have stopped complaining about passports. This is not up for debate. And every other department under his control completely working. One more person I want Mr. President to bring back is the former CAC boss. That guy, I don't even know why they removed him. And I'm sure the same forces that push that guy away are the same forces that are seeing BTO as a stumbling block. Whenever there is a government program that is not running well, know that there are deep pockets that are being filled with cash. So you think those that have been eating the money, the budget for his office, that are making even passport, paper and ink, just paper, ink, and security chips, finished. You think people weren't making money from it? Why did I bring up the CAC guy? Under him, and this happens to be the grandson of PM Tafawa Balewa. Under his government, you don't take official vehicle out of the premises. Every official vehicle would be parked there. You don't move it anywhere. You don't take it to church. You don't take it to your home. You don't take it to your village. Whatever you are doing, you must put it there. Everybody must work as the old civil servants did. This new civil servant, if you check, is pretty much the generation that started buying results, buying admissions. And this is why they have established a new rule they will live by because they cannot keep up with the pace of qualified staff and personnel. This is what I think is happening in the BTO issue. Thank you, bro.
Sorry, I was speaking. I did not admit myself. Let me take you to two more spaces.
One man, could I come in
no,
before?
No. Hold on. Let me take you two more spaces, Ijele. This is the news tightening around Emefiele's neck is the question. Central Bank sacks Titan Trust, Union Bank, Keystone Bank, and Polaris Bank boards. So these boards, as well as are being caught up in the snare of that better Edu narrative, they really very much at the heartbeat of that Emefiele space. So what do you think is going on there? And there's the rumors that the country has recovered at least 4 trillion naira from Emefiele. So what is your take on that narrative space?
See, bro, you what's the qualification of Mr. President? He's an accountant, right?
Yes.
Who?
But don't tell the obedience that they won't disagree with you. But
it's their business. They can believe what they want to believe, and we know what the truth is. Now, who do you think bankers fear the most? Chartered accountants. Because they know, Emefiele was dealing with under President, but not that President Buhari should know everything, but if he gives you a job, it's incumbent on you to do that job. He doesn't need to follow you. And that was his mindset. Most people tend to judge people by their own standard. For instance, if you see a good man, why good men always get hurt is that they judge you by their standard, not knowing that they are dealing with an idiot. Then bad men, you hardly do such with them because they suspect every single person. Now, the good and bad in this circle is those who understand finance, the world of finance, and those who don't. And President Buhari is someone that will tell you, and go do this job. It's between you and your God. President Tinubu is not that person that will wait for God to do that thing. And it happens to be a field. You imagine competing with a shark in the ocean. You stand no chance. He knows exactly what he's doing. In fact, all these things, we've marked them down. I knew a day like this would come. The first time they were doing all those shenanigans in court, I told people, forget what that thing they are mentioning. More facts are going to come up. As a matter of fact, they've not gone into the Naira redesign and how much that was made. The time, I'm sure they are waiting for when the tenure of the current DG DSS will lapse, because many people within that agency, if you see, my brother, we've not gone anywhere. We have not gone anywhere. This web is so large. Like I told people when President Tinubu won, I said, I'm not sure Malami is safe, because that man, he appears prudent, but his younger brother doesn't. There are things I can't say especially on a large platform like this. I call a platform large, not just by the number of people, and I check the quality of people there. There are things I can't say openly, but I can guarantee you that these people, hopefully many of them will not commit suicide. And if I were them, like all these board members, of course, everyone knows what they stole. I would be very mindful. I would even go as far as approaching the presidency for a plea bargain. I will vomit the vomitable ones, the ones that can't be recovered. I will leave myself at the mercy of them, because soon you will soon start hearing that this one collapsed, heart attack, this one did that, this one. And at the end of the day, they will pin it on those that have passed on. People don't know that the bank is the biggest cartel in the world. So many people don't know how evil banks are. And bankers are not generally good people. Quote me anywhere. If they were, they wouldn't be crashing the global economy like they are doing from time to time. This fiat currency will not be existing. So these are a group of people that have been trained to steal. That is why they always want to push the country towards financial economy instead of industrial economy. And when you have seen through this and see white paper after white paper, you see memoranda after memoranda from most of these their conferences and where they are driving. Check all these agencies, Fitch, S&P, all of these guys. Watch what they all do, and these guys are copying from them. Some people were shocked. Oh, you mean people will take this type of money? What? Have you been living under a rock? You think it's happening everywhere around the world, and it's not happening in our own country. People would always do what they believe they will get away with. On these banks and their board, believe me, I'm highly confident that Mr. President will do everything necessary to sanitize the banking sector and our financial institutions.
All right, let me take you to one final space, and then if you want to have a conversation with Pansat, you can. But let me take you to one final space. I'm not sure that you will be in this space, but this is a space that we're looking to explore over the next few days. The expose by the BBC on TB Joshua. Are you in that space, and do you have any thoughts on it?
My brother, TB Joshua stopped giving prophecies about natural disasters between the ending of either the last quarter of
sorry, Ijele, let me just interrupt you for 1 second. You know, when I abandoned this guy, it was during the during the Trump Clinton presidency, and he told us a woman will win the election. And then when Trump won, he said the man that had woolly hair it's a charlatan to me. But sorry, carry on.
And that ties into what I wanted to say. Now pay attention, you see the similarities. The prophecy about those in America pray. The Lord said there is a disaster coming. The sins of America is going to bring destruction. They'll be praying. Then after like 2 months, you will see one disaster, natural disaster. They would now play that prediction he made, which they call a prophecy. When he did one under one hurricane, I said, "Fuck you, this guy. You think we are all fools?" I first exposed him in 2017. No, in 2017. Then I did a program telling people, don't mind them. See how he gets this thing. If you go under the domain name .ru, go through meteorology, you will see the Russian Meteorological Agency. They will post everywhere they expect typhoon to make a landfall, the hurricane, tornadoes. All of these people, they will list them there. You go to the NASA website, the same thing. The Chinese, the same thing. The Indians, the same thing. Now, what they will do is that they will collect that information and check if this one would happen. If you notice, those hurricanes, before they make landfall, they already give them names. Hurricane Harvey, Hurricane Katrina, Hurricane Monica, Hurricane Ann. So when that thing happens, you will not know that they collected that data from the net. Then people will not be shouting, "Oh, he said it too, he said it too." That Clinton thing he made, if you are watching the US mainstream media from 2015 to the election in 2016, every station was ubiquitous. From Fox to CNN, MSNBC, CNBC, CBS, CBC, everyone, BBC, Australia Sky News, every one of them. So that's the information he was using. Have you seen how they extract information from people? And you see this thing they said he's doing. Olukoya of Mountain of Fire and Miracle is doing it. I have some of his victims. I'm in contact with at least 3. I can prove everything I'm saying. Anyone can cause this thing and give to him. And he knows I know one Abia girl, fair girl, that the guy recorded him. The video is there. And he was even recording the guests, using it to fool them. Go to the southeast, you have another one, the one they call the Adadi Hezekiah. In fact, I will send you some voice note to listen to the confessions of all the guests. The exact thing TB Joshua was doing. The only difference is he is not dealing with white people. That man he is from Unkwere, very cunning man. All of these things you are seeing, Nigerians need to do away with this like solid brains. Many of them are carrying. There is no lie in a single thing these people say. But because people have been brainwashed, there is this mentality they have, they think it's natural, but they don't know it's astroturf. Coming from years of brainwash and their perceptions of their so-called men of God, they can't bring themselves to the possibility, not even reality, that there is a 0.1% chance that they may be holier than the people they call men of God. And that goes to the heart of the issue. They call themselves men of God, and you call yourself children of God. If you notice, men will always do as they wish, and children will always do as they are told. That alone has put them on a very false foundation. You don't hear a pastor calling himself the Lamb of God on earth. No, you have them calling the God's lion, God's tiger, God's this. But you are supposed to be a sheep. Many people have not actually grasped that ideology. And that is why they will always see these people as special. Once you've seen someone as special and infallible, there is nothing you will tell them they will believe. I remember in 2015, when I was telling people that the Vatican, not Israel, was the gay capital of the world, they never believed it. But all of a sudden, you saw how Pope Francis started. And I called some of them, then I said, do you know this guy was a nightclub bouncer in Argentina, in Buenos Aires? And as the Archbishop of Buenos Aires, under the what's the name of this Argentine dictator? One man, I think is Valdez, but I don't know his first and second names. That Argentine dictator, when he was ruling, and people don't know all these confessions you are going to your pastors and everything, they will use it against you, except it's not important for them. Confession in the Catholic Church was introduced to extract information from the masses to see. It's just pretty much like you going to tell them what you are thinking and what the feeling is out there in the general society. And then there were two priests that were tortured on the order of this man that is Pope. Why? They refused to bring the confessions of their parishioners who are revolutionaries. If you go and say, oh, I participated, the priest will even be trying to know if you are participating, and they will pass your name to the military intelligence. They will be training you to know how deep you are. If you are so deep, they will disappear you. Over 50,000 have not been accounted for till date. And this guy participated. I tried to warn them. They didn't listen. But now everyone is acting all surprised that he's telling them to bless this in Vatican. Go and watch the documentary in the name of the Father and the Son and the Holy Spirit.
Ijele. We know, were you talking about this? I forgot now. This guy from Argentina, Pinochet.
No, Pinochet is not from Argentina. It was Chile.
Okay, then I have a question for you, sir. If you allowed me, I have a question for you.
My brother, I will take your question when I.
A very short one. Before I forget.
Okay.
Don't you think because of a lack of social security system in the black diaspora, where I already regard the Africans that are in Europe as the people in abroad. But when we include all the black people, black Africans in Jamaica, in Haiti or whatever, they were not diaspora. Don't you think that It's because of this lack of organized, because of the lack of organized society among the black people, lack of as a result, there is nothing, no other way to turn to. There's no job, no electricity.
Sorry, Tony, you are taking him to a different conversation.
No. The reason why they are teaching towards these so-called men of God. That's what one man, please.
Okay, Tony, I think I understand you. I understand you, of course.
And secondly,
one minute, my brother, please. You are making me forget what I'm saying. Please. Okay. Listen, I agree with you. When people are desperate, if you see a woman, a childless, a barren woman, especially in Nigeria, if you're in my own place, whatever you tell them, then we take to give back, to conceive, they would. And this is the problem of the people, the African people. Today, everywhere, go and check. Religion was an integral part of the society during slavery because it's tailored to fit a society of servants and lords. Check when the churches, when theocracy was the order of the day in Europe. It's almost everything you see in the Bible, but it's just that people are too emotional to think about it. Why would Saudi Arabia not let Islam fall? Because it gives them legitimacy. The House of Saud and what's the name of the other people that are in charge of religion? I will remember it, and maybe before I finish, I will remember.
Vatican.
No. Is of course the Vatican set up Muhammad now. Don't they know that Khadija, Prophet Muhammad's first wife, was an Italian nun? Many of them have not done that research. The Al Saud family and the name skips my memory, but I can. What's happening? Oh, I will remember it at some point. Maybe I will tell one man to tell you that one. The reason they want it, the reason Africans are doing this is because they believe that salvation can only come from the Lord. That is what most of them believe. They don't understand that there is nothing connecting spirituality with politics. That whenever you see it involved is because they have made it political. You understand? But that aside, so my brother, many people then did not believe what I was telling them about this Pope Francis, even though it was all in the open. And this guy is a Jesuit. Why were Jesuits not allowed in the Vatican before? You have to go back to the history of the Knight Templars and Charles de Molay. But who are you going to discuss this thing with? People that can't even open any other book other than the ones they are being forced to open in the school or in the churches. So it's a very big thing. It's a very large phenomenon. Like, we are not even understanding it from where the problem is. Switch that GB Joshua to a businessman, everyone will be up in arms. Even when the evidence is clear before them, even when everything, every damn thing is open, and the person that calls his mother's vagina yeye man, of course you are from a useless household, you are too useless to even come face me as a man. That is why you are hiding behind your keyboard. But I digress. So my brothers, people, once anything gets attached to their religion, that is when you know the actual thinking capacity of people. One may be a lawyer, but still not a smart person. One may be an engineer, but still not a smart person. And until people understand that every religion you know today is man-made, I didn't say every religion has no substance, because many of them copied many things. Islam copied Sufism. Christianity copied the Egyptians. Judaism
Sorry, Ijele. In what way did Christianity copy the Egyptians? Because a lot there's the argument that came from India, that space, not even the Middle East.
Okay, let me explain to you. Let me explain to you. Jesus, go check the story of Jesus. It matches the story of Mithrax. It matches the story of Horus, born of a Virgin Mary, 12 disciples, died, rose again. Then these stories, they are direct photocopy of each other. Then it takes us to which is the oldest. Of course, Horus existed before Jesus, Mithrax, or Isa. You understand? Then Islam, go and check the symbols of people that worship Baal. It is moon and star. And the place you call Saudi Arabia today, whether anyone believes it or not, the place you go to stone the devil used to be the epicenter of many gods. Those people don't used to be monolithic. They didn't have monolithic religion there. Then what you call Judaism today is also an ancient religious order that existed in that same place too. When you hear people say Shabbat, Shabbat was Satan before. And Satan means what? Saturn. The Christian religion represents the sun. Islam, the moon. This one, the Saturn. I want anyone that has any extra device around them. Or my brother, you can type it in Saturn North Pole hexagon. Or you put Saturn hexagon. Pull it up. You can watch it from any website now, NASA or whatever. You can get it easily on Google, even .doc.go. It's even better. You put it, you will see the same symbol. You see that symbol there. So many people are not aware. Now, I don't deny spirituality. What we are being given is religion, and every religion is man-made. It's adaptation of ancient spirituality of certain people. You go to Thailand, you go to India, and if you check most of religions you practice today, according to the Bible, the world is 6,024 years. You understand? But do you think the world is actually 6,025 years? Over 100 years ago, they've been melting metal in Enugu State, Enugu Ezike. Congo, far older than that. Uganda, you check South Africa, all of these people, you have civilizations with things that they told us existed 1 million years ago. Go to Oklo in Gabon, the place they chased the French away. Before we thought they would chase them away anyway because they are back there. They are mining raw uranium 240, I think it's 245, the best, or 243, the best uranium. There, you ask yourself, those formations, that place, they carbon dated the oldest organism they could find there, and it was 4.2 billion years. Oklo in Gabon, go check it out. Now, it shatters everything you know about the earth and how life began. Until you have done all those things, you will find yourself incapable of reasoning beyond the level that someone like TB Joshua could actually be a criminal, because anybody who tells you he hears from God is a thief. Is a thief. Take it anywhere. There is nobody
can we interject? Is it a monologue or can we interject?
Please, I'm giving opportunity to speak. If I'm crossing the line, the owner would know. Just shut up, okay? So my brother,
I've been here waiting for it.
Ijele, I beg. That Prince Daddy is a good panelist. I beg.
Which one will they beg him? Beg him for what? What are you begging?
I'm not a beg him. Rather than calm down. I'm talking to my friend now. That's how we talk off the phone.
Can you give him time for him?
Hold on. See, you have to understand something. Hold on, Rashna, let me land. Then you can say what you want to say. You have to understand. Hold on, please. You have to understand something. Every day, Ijele encounter more than 10,000 insults every day. So it's difficult for him to distinguish who is not who. So you have, like, it's in this platform, sometimes you have to guide him so he will know who is who.
Sorry, I thought
look at
it was the very first person. Sorry, please. If it wasn't the first person, I'm sorry. If it wasn't the first
attacking him.
No, please.
I have not attacked anybody, but I want to make some input in the Bwala issues and
let Ijele land that narrative and then
but he's been going on and on tangential issues now.
Yeah, if you look at the audience, you see that they are
just give me a chance and I'll get in and I get out. I just want to
okay, hold on.
Please, we cannot cut this because my brother, please, listen. And when you are coming to it, I'm sorry I used that word because I thought it was the very first person. We have moved from Bwala issue. You can only come back to it after we've landed this one. We can't keep this one in the air. And if I'm taking too much time, I expect one man went to Mo to call me back.
Not like you spend too much time. We just want to interject.
No, you don't dictate the time. It's not your platform. You don't dictate the time. You don't understand.
Ijele, hold on. Ijele, take Prince Daddy's interjection because Prince Daddy is very knowledgeable in the religious space. So take his interjection and then bring it to a crescendo, and then we move the conversation on. So,
I have to leave
hold on.
I know you don't want me to be here, so I will leave. It's okay. I will meet him in another platform where I can deal with him properly. I want to interject. Why put this guy in front of me? I mean, Prince Daddy. Let me interject.
Because you are going to make it rowdy.
I'm not even going to address him. I'm going to address the issue. I don't want to address the guy.
You are going to make it rowdy, and
listen to me. I'm not going to address him.
If you want to speak on what Ijele is talking about right now, go ahead. If not, let me go.
Yeah, but I'm not going to address Ijele, so I'm just going to go straight to the point. Right? How's that? How could I insult him if I don't address him? I would ignore him and I'll deal with him in another platform. For right now, what I want to do, and I'm going to need a few minutes to do this, I'm going to unravel the diversions, the disturbances, obstructions, and hindrances that is put there, and I'm going to go straight to Tinubu, the Bwala incident, right? When you're talking about
hold on, my brother, please.
If Andy had moved on from that conversational space, so if you want to speak to the okay, Ijele, hold 1 second. Prince Daddy put a position to Ijele, then Ijele used that position to bring it to a crescendo, and then we move on. So Prince Daddy. Prince. Daddy.
Oh yeah, I was muted. Sorry, sorry. Let me see if I can remember my question. No, I mean I was following his line of his logical connection. Talking about, it is true that, I was going to say, that everything he said is not really indisputable. I mean, according to the Bible, obviously, when it comes to the Bible talking about man, really, we're talking about a 6,000 year span or so, or 6,500 years span. But the fact that carbon dating and some other proofs have shown that, a lot of things can be dated back to millions, perhaps billions of years, and that is true. I don't think that discount the existence of God in any way, because I mean, if God created everything, it doesn't mean that God just showed up 6,000 years ago. So, but to the point that he made a point, that's why I wanted to interject quickly. That he said anybody that says that they hear from God is, I can't remember the colorful word he used.
Criminal.
He's a criminal.
He's a what?
He's a criminal.
He's a criminal.
Okay. Of course. Well, I guess that's your own opinion, unless you can back it up in a more clear way. But I mean, you don't have to be you don't have to be a prophet or a pastor to be able to hear God. So being a criminal and being able to hear from God, that is listening to being able to listen to the voice of the Holy Spirit to hear God, is not criminal. There's nothing criminal about it. It's part of our spirituality. If you are a Christian,
okay, my brother, can I?
To you.
I love I love what you said, but
Ijele, let me tag a little bit onto what Prince Daddy said. Let me just tag this on, and then you address them. Are you disputing that there is God, or are you disputing that the Abrahamic faith are a pathway through it? So to all that, Ijele.
Thank you so much, because it's always almost where I'm going. Listen, the definition of God and the understanding of God is the thing we are talking about here. Because when you mention God, an average religious person believes that there is a man in the sky, or if you are Christian, you believe that he created Adam and Eve, and all of us came from Adam and Eve, even without telling us where Cain and Abel got married from. Then you ask people who are Muslim, they will tell you what, and if you notice, every explanation they will give to you are things that came into Nigeria less than, let me say, 1,000 years ago. Are you telling me that all of our ancestors that have existed for thousands and millions of years, the earth has been in existence, had to wait until those people came to explain what God is to them? Now, what you cannot deny, for instance, let me give you an example. All these things people are, some people, because of all these criminals that call themselves native doctors, all these magicians, that all these, they are the foremost thieves, because religion started in Africa, in case people don't know. Because of what they are doing and the magic they tell people they perform, some of these atheists will be mocking things they don't understand. There is no Igbo man, as atheistic as you may be, if you are not, unless you are not from riverine areas or from my own place, come that day and say, oh, this occasion, I will not settle these makers. Let them try it. Let me see. Well, come try it. BBC Pidgin. They doubted it when they newly came into Nigeria, and they went and saw for themselves. The video is still there. And this thing is not happening only in Nigeria. You go to Botswana, there is a tribe known for controlling weather. Zambia, same thing. Congo, same thing. Uganda. We have not even explored East Africa very well. And you notice that this thing is universal. They knew those things. That means there are powers that the ancient people knew, which we don't. Look at the pyramids in Egypt. One stone, what's the weight of one stone? The pyramid of Giza. There are stones there we don't even have any crane known to man today that can lift it. But how were they able to lift them? What technology were they using? Have you gone to Thailand? Have you seen their temples? The Aztecs, the Olmecs, the Uruk, a part of Iraq of today, Persians, Babylonians, Kemet, Axiom. You look at this civilization, you find out that there are things we have missed. That is not denying power. In fact, if you deny, I don't call it supernatural, because if you call it supernatural, that means you're giving it a name, you don't know it. There are things that happen in the north that you will tell someone in the southeast, he will ask you, is that possible? Go to Iran today, there are people there who still practice Zoroastrianism. You will see somebody who put his hand in a fire, it won't burn him. It is not juju. It is understanding of the body, soul, and spirit, all working in unison. And that is a part of the ancient knowledge that men have been denied. In fact, the last chance, the last opportunity people had to even have a chance of rectifying it in the next 50,000 years was in Persepolis. But then Genghis Khan destroyed everything. According to, I doubt they destroyed those things. They destroyed things that are in the public knowledge, but they will steal the secrets and move. If you check all those people that did that thing, they are the people that control science and technology today. So what are they not telling you? The Egyptians did math 10,000 years ago. The Persians did it long before that. Algebra is a Persian word. So are you telling me
the numbers 1 to 9 they came out of Persia?
The what?
The numbers 1 to 9 they came out of Persia, which is known as Iran now.
Of course, many things. There are things we don't know. And if you are approaching every discussion about life, approach it that there is a possibility there are things you don't know and you may never know except you are lucky to meet those people that will let you into it. That is why you have secret courts. Not these criminals that are using tell people to come and sacrifice human beings. They are just collecting blackmail materials from those people. All those their shrines and temples, they have cameras everywhere. Yes, they will use it to blackmail you till death. Be you a businessman, be you a politician. In fact, the worst is the one that are doing with politicians. There's no power there. If there was power there, they wouldn't be rigging election for those people. So many things have mixed it up. Now it becomes a convoluted issue, which I admit. But you see, telling me that somebody somewhere looking up in the sky is watching billions of people the way they told you in the my brother is not true. That you are a human being, you have your soul, you have a spirit, you can connect with nature. I'm a big witness. I'm a living witness. In 2008, I was in a dream. I was somewhere. They were speaking a language I didn't understand. And I saw myself with somebody conversing. It was surreal. Then, 2010, October, my cousin called my father and asked him that if I want to travel, that I should choose between France and Turkey. I know if I hear French language, I know. When my father told me that, the dream just flashed across my mind immediately. I checked. I said, I hear this language. I can enter Turkey with French visa, but I can't enter France with Turkish visa. Which one is better? Ordinarily, somebody will say, go to France. But I remember the dream. I said, no, I'm going to Turkey without thinking. My cousin asked my father to ask me again. I said, no, take me to Turkey. Guess what? The very first day I left the first home I was in Turkey, I went to that same exact bus stop I saw in the dream. I hear the exact word I heard in the dream. If you see goosebumps all over my body. Now, if I was a pastor, I would tell you God showed me. No, because you may actually be more spiritual than that your pastor. You don't know what they are doing. So my problem is the understanding of God. All the ones they wrote you in the book is not true, because if people know the secret of God, they will never tell you.
All right. All right. Thank you, Ijele. So thank you, Ijele. I have a thought. I'll probably phone you tomorrow or something. I want to have a session around this sort of esoteric thoughts, which you seem to have some knowledge of. And Prince Daddy, if he's available, I want him in that space as well. All this other worldly sort of conversation.
Me too.
All right. I want because that conversation is long overdue. And I'm going to have to. I probably have to bully you, but we have to do it, Ijele.
You bully me like intellectually on that topic.
No, to force you to come and join me, not to. You know more about it than I do, anyway. So thank you. So thank you,
one man.
Stay with us. Yeah.
One man. A lot of people don't really know Ijele. A lot of people just knew Ijele at when he started this activism about this IPOB and all that. Ijele started taking on bigger church overseas in Nigeria far back 2012, 2013. Nnamdi Kanu was just a mere case for it. Was not interested in Nnamdi Kanu before. So people just know him now. People just thought, oh, he's just a guy that's just coming around. Ijele has been on media fighting churches. Those things I'm telling you now. He has been doing it long before now. But people don't know that. But I just want to leave that there so that people will understand. Thank you.
All right, brilliant.
My problem with Ijele is that he doesn't join us often.
Yes,
my brother,
it's playing hard to get. It's
let
playing
me
hard.
let me no. Let me explain to you. See, I have
Can I at least, could you let me talk for a little minute? I have a date, I have a dinner here. Let me get in a little bit, right? I mean, let me just
all right.
tackle this.
Coming after Ijele, yes. Yes, come in
The
past.
problem,
But please don't attack him, because
I'm
if you
not
attack him,
attacking anybody.
it will come back at you. If you
No,
do that,
no. I
I will
don't know.
I will put
I don't.
the two of you on the screen, and
No, listen.
I'll put everybody else at the
No,
back.
no,
Don't
that's not
attack him.
necessary. What I'm
Yeah.
saying, let
All right.
me in. Let me
All
chat a little
right.
bit.
All
And,
right. Come in, Pastor.
thank you very much. I appreciate it. Hello to everybody on the panel and those in the comment section and everybody listening to us here. Now, this is interesting, but I'm not really curious about this. I have a lot of knowledge about religion and its history, and I would like to be invited. I'm volunteering for when you do that show. Right?
As an anthropologist, right?
That too.
He
That is part of it.
was a lawyer yesterday, but there it is.
You know, that's the thing
As
about
a security expert.
scholarship. Because
He
you
did
know
not tell us that he was the leading security expert in the world. Pansat, man. Pansat. My God.
Listen, you know,
My
the
God.
thing is that you could say that in jest, right? But scholarship, one discipline doesn't preclude you from knowing another area. But like I said earlier, I will remove the distractions because there are particular discussions that you had here. If you looked at my comment in the comment section, I said that's Ijele. I don't know who the hell he is, but he was
Now,
doing
I'm
it.
sure you do. There is a
No, I don't.
personality.
Fuck you, fuck your useless mother that gave back to an idiot like you.
I told you not to provoke him.
What I said,
please, just settle down. Accommodate
what I said is that I will ignore the diversions, right? Interruptions, disturbances, and all that kind of stuff. And then let me just talk about the pertinent issues that were discussed here. And that goes with the state of our country, Tinubu, Bwala, the mention of betrayal. Some people from the Southwest, they know Tinubu as not only a sociopath, but a betrayer of trust against the MKO Abiola, especially during the Nadeko era. He was a desperate politician, right? So we know that. Nemesis does not only befall those who deliberately impoverish their people, consumes their children too. So as you're looking at Tinubu and whatever he suffers right now from this distraction with Bwala and the socio-political space that we call Nigeria, he has polluted it with criminality. So when we're discussing Bwala and FFK, all these are distractions. Now, after several decades of navigating our country's predatory political waters, Bola Ahmed Tinubu has achieved his long life ambition through foul means or whatever you could say. You have to know that Nigeria is indeed troubled. It's a tottering giant, the world's largest agglomeration of black people, blacks, Africa's largest population and biggest economy, ranked by the world as 32nd largest economy, right? You have to bear this in mind. The country is insecure. Even more than the Nigerian Civil War, 67 to 70. Economy is reeling. It has a $77 trillion debt, collapsing currency, record inflation, unemployment, revenue shortfalls. Now, we have shabby infrastructure, grossly inadequate. I could go on and on. The education and health systems are in crisis. Human capital is fleeing abroad. Japan. We're ranked 16th out of 179 countries in the 2022 Fragile States Index. So much worse, the country is deeply divided. Fault lines ever present right from our amalgamation. It's widened. Suspicion, animosity between our ethnic groups, faiths, religions, and so forth. So now, when somebody comes here after 7 months of this man being in power, and what we're talking about Are these riffraffs running from one political party to the other, and they come here with that expertise and gloating as if that's some kind of achievement? You could see the bewilderment John Lekuku made it out earlier, even before this Ijele came here. He's saying, what did he do? Now, when Tinubu came into office...
If you want to mention my name, don't say this. If your mother is not a useless prostitute, go straight to the point and don't take my name off your fucking mouth. If you cannot mention my name respectfully, then take it off your useless mouth.
Okay, are you ready for me to continue? One man.
Can this guy develop a
Don't be a motherfucker. Just be a human being. Don't be a motherfucker. I never mentioned your name. So mention my name with respect, or you don't mention it at all. Don't be a fool.
Okay, so now, remember when, I guess it was about 3 or 4 months ago, when the chief of defense, when they went before the NSA, National Security Advisor, Rebado remarked that the 6-month-old administration at the time, President Tinubu, had inherited the bankrupt country, right? So they went with that mantra over and over again. I will give them some space. They didn't inherit a healthy economy. But instructive that while President Tinubu and his men have continued to wax lyrical about this pilot state of the economy they met upon coming into power, Nigerians, myself, yourself, one man, and probably everybody here, observe the ironically actions the administration is exacerbating the situation. They're not making anything better. There's nothing that's better now than when they got into office. If you recall the ill-considered decision by President Tinubu on his inauguration day to endorse removal of subsidies on petroleum products and exchange rates, that's the beginning of everything. So it's been deliberating, a thought-out currency reform program embarked upon by the previous administration of Tinubu. Now, you have to also remember that Tinubu at the time was the party's chief executive, whatever balance they use in describing that, right? So what's more galling is at the meeting, at that meeting that we're talking about, he basically, by the way, let me, one man, you did not admonish this Ijele for insulting my mom. Is that allowed? Because
hold on,
Ijele, let me mute you for a moment. Just accommodate Pansat. It comes with a particular flavor, just as you do.
Oh, me? I'm the one coming with a flavor after what he said about me?
No, I said you come with a particular flavor just as he does. So just accommodate each other. I did say not to prod at him because
I did not prod. I did not. Instead, I didn't mention his name. I mean,
if you want to mention my name, don't say this is Ijele. You disrespect me the way you want. I disrespect you the way I want. So shut up. Stop crying like a baby. You choose how you disrespect me. I will choose how to disrespect you. I will keep calling your mother until you take my name off your mouth.
All right, Ijele. All right, Ijele. Okay, so take that on board and then carry on Pansat. Is that flavor session today?
That's all right. Yeah, that's okay. Now they say that any jackass can kick down a barn. But it takes
you are just a useless son of a nobody. That's why you need to mention my name to be relevant. You are a moron.
You mute guy.
Let him carry on.
You can't keep admonishing him. At some point, you have to take an action. Mute him or remove him from the platform. So now, Sam Rayburn,
remove your mother's vagina from the platform.
Settle down, please.
My brother, bounce for every goal. Bounce for every goal. Either speak like a human being or we go down there. You are the street.
Oh man, could I take permission and deal with him a little bit in that area? Is that okay? Then I want to be able to deal with
Let us do it. Let us do it. Your mama na better fool. If they nobody just like you. You have been saying 77 trillion Nigeria debt. Where is Nigeria owing 77 trillion? Where is Nigeria owing $77 trillion? Motherfucker. Okay. What do you know?
Okay, so let me continue. I will deal with you at the end in the gutter, right?
Fuck
For right
you,
now,
I'm still here for you. I'm still here to talk you up.
I'm gonna use
I
facts
will
to deal
still
with
fuck
you.
your mother. I will still fuck your mother's ass. Don't worry. I'm here for you now.
All right, so now let me tell you something. Rayburn, Sam Rayburn, who's our Senate in the United States, is named after. He says that any jackass can kick down a barn, but it takes a
You
good
are
person
just a
to
son
one.
of a prostitute. Had your mother not left conductors that were fucking her and trained you, you will not be here facing yourself.
Be quiet. Let me
Had
finish.
your
Right?
mother, the public toilet that gave birth to you,
It's not
the
insult.
public toilet that gave birth to you for a mother, had she taken time to stop going around sleeping with street dogs and giving you a single home training, telling me what your senator, fuck your senator. I don't care what your senator says.
Let me finish what I'm saying. I'm not here to do crude remarks with you.
Stop trying. Your heartbeat has increased. Your
insult
heartbeat
you
has
with
increased. So
intelligence
go
and
straight
facts.
or
Right?
just shut up.
Hey, listen. I'm gonna insult you with intelligence and facts. It's not about
You
calling your
are not even intelligent. You are not saying anything. You
Okay,
are sounding like an IPOB bingo. You are sounding like a fool. You first said that Nigeria is owing $77 trillion. Where? Where? Do you listen to yourself? Do you know what 77? No. Address that first if you are intelligent. Address that. You said Nigeria is owing $77 trillion. Where? Show us. No. Show us that one before you go forward. Since you want to bring intelligence. No, you have not said anything. You are just repeating talking points. You are not bright. You are not a smart person.
Nigeria has $77 trillion naira debt. 77
You
trillion
said
naira.
dollars. Go back and check what you said. You said dollars. Fuck you.
Okay.
You said dollars.
Okay, that is
then how are you intelligent then?
77.
How are you intelligent then? No. How are you intelligent then? If you don't know that $77 trillion is an outrageous amount in Nigeria, do you know the difference? Shut up. You are not landing anywhere because you are not saying anything. Fuck you.
Right?
Go screw your mother the more. Go screw your mother the more. You are not talking anything. You are idiot.
You are smart. Relax.
You are not smart. You are a fool. You can't even counter a single thing I said, but I can piece apart all the garbage you've been vomiting here. Shut up.
I'm about to destroy everything you said, so be quiet.
You are about to destroy what? You have not even made a single point. You are just running around the circle, repeating your IPOB nonsense.
Let the audience be a judge of that.
You are just an animal. They need to create one man went to mow for children, for kids. That's where you belong. You need to you need a backup page. I
have to get
you are a political greenhorn. Shut up. You are not asking me anything. I'm not your mate. I don't know you. Go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself.
With intelligence.
You are not. Let me. I've been beating you black and blue. You are saying let me. Oh, make I come on my shirt. Have you seen that you're not smart? You are not funny. You are a joyless bonobo. You are a stupid fool. You know nothing.
You're making a fool out of yourself. Let me land.
No, you are the one making an ass out of your mother's vagina. I'm not keeping quiet. You are a moron.
That language is not allowed.
Because your mother's vagina smells. That's why I don't want to know what is in there. Okay?
You think this is what I'm doing here with you? No, I want to deal with you.
Your mother's vagina is what you are exposing here, and you don't love the smell.
You are violating the rules.
Are you not stammering? So you can't even construct words so fast?
Just
because the size of your brain. A walnut is bigger than your brain.
You cannot handle it, right? You can't handle it.
Shut up. You are using fake accent. You know, your fake accent sounds so erotic. Your fake accent sounds so erotic. Oga so Igbo for me. Okoko. Your fake accent doesn't hold water. Come on. Stop forming accent. It's so thick. It's so thick.
One man, you have to mute this kid right here.
Shut up. You don't tire now. You don't talk people where they say play fight. Mumu. You don't tire now. You don't tire you. You don't tire your mama Toto. Ashawo Pikin. You don't tire your mama Toto. Where they that the Liko Odo. Shut up.
Mute yourself. Let me land, all right?
No, you don't they shout when they mute. No. You must fight that fight here. You are a mumu man in Weruche. You are a motherfucker. You have proven it.
When you spoke,
you have proven it. Go and stop. Leave crack.
So let me
leave crack. Oko, idiot. You are not lacking anything, no. You are not. You must. You see this quarrel. You must quarrel it. Tomorrow you come here, you shut up. You Anoman. Oh, you don't forget your accent. You don't forget accent. You see, I'm the Igbo man. Illiterate. Come on, you should play boy. So keep on crying. Keep on crying. Anoman, you see this woman. You don't enter Igbo from fake American accent to Igbo. You know, sir, you disgrace yourself. Okay. By the time I deal with you, you see me tomorrow, you will shut up. Oh, meet this guy, meet this guy. Oh, come on, oh, separate the fight. Oh, what man, come on, separate this fight. Shut up, you the crazy. Go back to your fake accent. Go back to your fake accent. You must get sense today. Go back to your fake accent first. Go back to your fake accent. Go back to your fake accent. You must go back to your fake accent. You must go back to your fake accent to cook. You must go back. Go back. Shut up. You don't want to hear it. Hear it or hear it. Like your accent, you know, they each our ear. Shut up. You know they hear. Just speak your normal English or use pidgin. Shut up.
You saw the cross with me. You are the devil. So
you are a fool of cocoa. Anumpama.
So
you are an ET. Serious ET.
One man is using you
seriously, you are a motherfucker. You are a motherfucker. I will dara oko akpa mutonda bawari shi uwa di ozu negi chacha. Uwa ozu atan ozu amu adan negi no ozu negi chacha man.
Otun negi.
Man, they go do car. You are repeating what I told you because you are not smart. You can't form your own. You are repeating what I called you. You are not smart. You need to form your own.
Let me make mine.
They train you. You never you know learn craze come outside. So they don't teach you where.
You to come here and
shut up. You can't say you don't have anything. I said, you shut up. Just shut up. Admit you are a fool. You learn. Admit you are a fool first. Admit you are a fool first. Admit that one, then I will let you. Shut up. Stop calling one man. Let us finish it. Let us finish it here. Ozu, Tozo, come and talk. Shebi, you say you get mad. Next time you see where your mama Toto they talk, go shut up. Anuman, shut up. You are not intelligent. Go and shut up. Go and shut up. Okay.
It's not, let me tell you, one of the...
You are not telling me anything. Tell your mother's pussy. Tell your mother's pussy. You are not telling me anything. Tell your mother's vagina. Tell your mother's vagina. You are not telling me anything.
Formula
I know, please, wear mask when you near that your mama Toto. You know, say it too smell. Wear mask, I beg. Wear better mask when you near that your mama Toto. You know, say it too smell. The ones who go there, they see the hospital. People get cancer from sniffing your mother's vagina. People get cancer by sniffing your mother's vagina. You are a madman. No, next time you will not come here to disgrace yourself, idiot.
Okay, thank you. Anyways, thank you very much. I will
don't say thank you now. Don't surrender. See who Papa spend money shop. The money where they take training, if you say they use and buy goods. By now, your father don't get the biggest farm.
Moderated platform.
If you say the money where they take train you, they use and buy chicken, 2 chicken by now. Now your family go get the biggest chicken farm for Nigeria.
Shut up, my friend.
You are using the same thing I'm telling you. Use your own words. Oh, you shut up. You are a fool. You are a woman, complete mumu raised to power 10.
You can't even hear. You can't listen to it.
You are just using. You are repeating the same thing. Bring something.
Shut up.
Bring something. You are responding to a joke. You know, say I'm saying you don't get sense. You know, say I'm saying you don't get sense. You know, say I'm saying you don't get sense.
Fuck out of here.
I'm not here.
I'll get you.
You are a village boy. Village boy. Oh, my senator here said, which your senator? We will not get senator. Pama. Okay.
So if you're gonna be quiet, I want to finish my point.
Shut up, people will never be quiet. If you keep referring to it, will be responding to you. You are a bonobo. You are a bonobo. You are a motherfucker. You are a bonobo. Next time you come to people's platform, you behave yourself. Anumpam. No be your nan the canu they pepper you. You go buy there. He go buy there. You know they come out. Shebun I said they come out December 15. How far now? I know where on average they come from. You must buy there.
Those are distractions.
You must shut up. You say those are because when I go cry, when I never begin cry,
and then drag you out on an intellectual contest.
Shut
and
up,
you don't want to hear it.
intellectual. You don't go back to your fake American accent or guys speak Igbo English where you know. Anumpama.
Idiot, man. Why would you even be allowed on the platform?
All right.
All right.
Why would you let him violate? He's violating the rules of your platform. I mean, I let him speak. How bad is that? Why would you let him violate? He's violating the rules.
All right. Baba, you're not playing.
No, but one man, I haven't finished what I'm saying. I mean, I'm responding to what he said.
I told you, I deliberately let it run.
One man, I think we had enough of this.
Yeah, I told you
both
not to.
sides.
Yes.
You're supposed to mute him.
I told you
not to. One man, you were supposed to mute him, or he should obey the
both of them are here. We're not gonna.
I didn't do that when he was speaking.
All right.
No, hold on. You're not being fair in what you're judging. What I'm saying is that.
Hold on, Pansat. I told you not to prod at him.
I did not prod at him. You cannot say I prodded at him. I did not prod at him. Right?
All right. So sorry. Hold on.
You are telling yourself or people listening to you.
Hold on.
You are telling yourself or people listening to you.
All right. Hold on, everybody. Apologies to the audience for the last half an hour, 40 minutes. I could have stopped it, but I chose not to stop it because I just decided to let it ride out. So it can get like that sometimes. When big personalities come and then they don't take to the moderation, then sometimes we just let them have it out.
I did take to the moderation. He did not take to the moderation.
I told you not
you
to.
Did not. Shut up.
No, wait. Look, one man.
You
said you have.
I know Ijele.
No, hold on.
I told you that.
No. Stop praising him.
One man.
Idiot. One man is
all right.
One man.
As long as both of them remain on the platform,
they're
not gonna.
Hold on, Pansat. Let's hear from Ajande Koko.
Yeah, one man. As long as both of them are here, they will go after each other. Pansat will say something against Ijele.
My brother, did you hear me see me go after him when I was speaking? No, don't, please, don't. Did you hear me mention him when I...
Sorry, Ijele, let Ajande Koko speak.
So, one man, you have to let both of them excuse us for tonight. I believe they have fleshed it out. And I believe from today, both of them will respect each other. But for tonight, I don't think they will ever agree.
That is not true. That's not true. That's not true.
Let both of them.
Look,
let both of them call it a day, and then go home and sleep. And so they come back next time, and then I believe they will respect each other.
All right, we do exactly that. So
thank you, Ijele, for dealing with that IPOB man. Thank you so much.
And I'll let you go as well, can you?
Ijele flood pass out too. Hey, Chibo.
Maybe I was wrong to let it fly, but
No, Pastor. No, wow, you are not wrong about it. Oh my goodness, this is premium content. Premium. Jesus Christ, Ijele, you are too much. You deserve flowers on this. You flop Passat. Do you know who Passat is?
Yeah, you see, one man. You see, this thing will continue. Let this guy and let nobody discuss about both of them. Let
all right.
It's just too much, man.
Let's get back.
We had enough.
Let's get back to the conversation. Mike King, show your face so I can see who you are before I let you on the screen. I'm not sure we've met you before, and we're having some problems with people coming to spam. Mike King, show your face. All right. All right. Let's pick it up with Baba. Let Baba take us to a scene. If we've ever needed the serene tones of Baba, it is now. Baba, I bet you never expected that that you will get that on the platform.
Well, it's a learning process for me. It's like a new world. I told you when I discovered your platform, the only place I come to hear people speak. It's okay. Things happen. And what do I say? I salute you all on the platform.
All right,
gentlemen.
take us to Daniel Bwala. Yes.
Yes,
Yeah,
and people on the comment section also, I salute you, and our viewers, as usual. Sorry for the altercation you just had. It's an assault on our sensibilities, but at times some things are necessary in life. So bear with us. Please like, share, and subscribe as usual. But the right thing to do now is to click the like button as usual every day. And we'll be here again tomorrow. Yes, the Bwala team, I think we expected it. Though I didn't join the platform the day it was on, I'd rather stay back and do listening, which I enjoyed more anyway. I remembered every word he said on that day and every interjection or question put to him by those who were on the platform, privileged to be on the platform on that day. So, but what happened today is not an happenstance. We all expected it. Like you rightfully put it, I mean, where has he been all these days? I mean, of the lacuna. He finally showed up. But I think I'm more believing. I think I read it first when GD in the comment section said it and Kulata highlighted it. I suspect he's more of a mole in Atiku's campaign team than maybe a kind of participant, a really a real participant. Let me just put it that way, because all the things he's been saying, even whilst the electioneering was going on, and he was kind of poking at the Tinubu camp, I could see he was not doing it with all seriousness.
Are you in the Kolata camp that it was a mole? Is that?
I believe he was a mole. Strongly, I believe he was a mole. I believe he was a mole. And our president is known to do that. Is that kind of cunning person politically. And we've had stories of what he did in other parties also, even though they may not be admitting it. But he's beating all of them. He's beat one. I'm like, if I'm beating, I'm beating. He's beating all of them to stupor, in my own considered opinion. And if giving them some good hard lesson in politics and politicking. And I think he may not get what he wants or what he's angling for, but I'm not like against his coming back, because if you look at the Tinubu space at the moment, there is something lacking in the people, the people that project
yes,
his image.
You mean that real bruiser is?
Yeah, it's not. It is lacking. The Ononuga place is not active. It's not as active as I expected it, and it's too mellow for my liking. And when it comes to, I think the other fella Durotoye also is part of the press team. I don't know his own position actually, but when he was made a special assistant, I think they talk about media relationship or something like that. And during Gilali, I think he's only just picking up after he has messed up and he felt abashed about the few missteps, and he misspoke quite a while to the chagrin of those who love the president. I think he will be useful. I don't even mind him bringing FFK. I don't mind. You need all the tools, because the presidency, his team, his supporters, we are swimming against the tide and a shark-infested water. We have hammerhead shark, we have white shark, we have this shark in that water. For him not to be eaten up, so that we can at least swim to the to a coastline, that we have a cool breeze blowing our country economically. We need all these people. Even if a mockery can come on board, I don't mind. We need all the help, because they are not allowing this administration to project themselves at all. Great things are happening. Great things are happening, and we are not hearing. Only snippets of it we are hearing. I mean, the other day, a retired legislator, because I don't think Bajabia Miller is going back to the legislature again. I mean, look at what he did in Lagos. The same money other people, other legislators like him, to put in their pocket, buy mansions abroad. This man has built a general hospital, dualize, I think, is it? I didn't know. I can't remember the road he dualized. He built a hall in Lasso, and he built 3-story buildings, about 4, 2 for female, 2 for male, or more than that, even on the Unila campus. That is even for him. And he has done so many things. We are seeing, and the president, for instance, today they announced, bring in your machines, come and dig our soil, bring in something. Don't even pay duties. Don't worry. Just bring the machines. They will clear them for you for free. And it's a seismic shift politically we are experiencing. Maybe it's too much for some other people. I don't know, but I am excited. Today, NNPCL declared profit all of a sudden. And I was telling people the other time, they said, look, why is Kyari still there? And I told them, I made this analogy that, look, Kyari is like a mosquito perching on your scrotum. You have to carefully attack that mosquito or you will destroy yourself, because this man has been there. He knows how the whole thing was destroyed. So he will know how to rebuild it, that our president is not a fool. And look today, how many trillion he declared as profit? Where did that come from? I've never had an NNPC declare profit before. I don't even know there is room for profit with NNPC, but today profit has been declared. So that kind of is a paradigm shift in terms of commerce as it relates to our country. So when we are spending, when it's paying debt, sports ministry, totally how much are you owing in the last 20 years? 12 billion. Take. When he said take, it doesn't mean that he's an akpa, but he's giving you and setting a trap for you. Don't come and tell us you are still owing anybody, because you are given the opportunity to give a sum total of what is troubling your ministry. And we don't want to hear from any sports association or sportsmen or women, handicap or not, that they are owing them some allowances since 10 years ago. That is the kind of person I don't like owing debts. I would rather just pay and even be broke and have my peace of mind. He's done that. He's paid about 2 billion to the airlines already. So we expect all those that are spitting on us, they can come back again. So he's building, we are rebuilding gradually. And I said yesterday that, look, I don't expect that it's going to maybe do something that we will say, but it's going to put us on a platform, on a trajectory that if we are lucky after it's 8 years to have somebody else that will still follow that trajectory without rocking the boat, then we will coast home for free. So we just have to allow the government to breathe, because it's doing wonders, whether we like to hear it or not. is doing very, very well. And we need people like Bwala as spokesperson, somebody to attack that space, all this venom, all this international opprobrium are coming from and things like that, because we don't need it. They do it for fun. They shoot the presidents at sports for breakfast, for lunch, for dinner. And whether we like it or not, it's a disturbance. Mosquito is not big to do anything to you, but it's very effective when it starts whining around your ears. You feel disturbed. That is the kind of noise they make every time. These are midgets. They have nowhere to go. They are politically being emasculated gradually. Because who is remaining in PDP? Who? Atiku? Give me space. One man, next topic, please.
All right. Let me take you to it's a gift that just keeps on giving the better do space. Now they've seized our passport alongside, by the way, the passport of Sadia Farouk as well. So we're seeing a real it's a 360 turnaround in terms of what we've experienced. Remember, over the course of the 8 years, when they will tell us that spiritual snake swallowed 50 million naira and nothing being done about it. So now, is this a real pivoting now that we're seeing in terms of how the country is being administered? A better ado, it just when it rains, it pours, our passport seized.
I'm even still saying, like I said yesterday, we have not seen anything yet. That better corridor stinks. Stinks. Because they pour a lot of money into that space, because the presidency was stampeded by this same mosquito whining space to give that money without putting things on proper footing, like they are doing with the school grant thing, trying to bring up. You can see that they are taking their time to do that. And that is what the president is known for. But this humanitarian thing is like, oh, we are hungry, being power, this, that. And they start just putting money. And this young woman has taken advantage of that. She was just distributing money. Even today, it has come to fore that New Planet, Ojo, when Ojo was in House of Representatives, his legislative aide, his #1 legislative aide, when he became a minister, that guy was posted to the humanitarian ministry, working with Better Edu. And that guy was even in the list of those who took a phantom flight to Kogi Airport. So there is going to be there's a thread. We know how these things work. That's why I said yesterday too that those 6-8 companies that got 3 billion, including New Planet, 3 billion naira. Let's take for my arithmetic is not very good. 20,000 into 3 billion places. I think that could be some. I don't know. Can anybody help me? Maybe 5,000, 50,000, maybe 500,000 people will have gotten 20,000 each. Because what do you need consultant for? Working to verify who? For 1 month? If you're going to splash the money, splash the money. Why splash it to your cronies? Giving a verification of data to interior decorator. So people are useful. Those in opposition, this is where they will be useful. Let them check those companies that benefited from the humanitarian ministry. Go to CAC and examine their papers there. Who are the directors? We want to know. I think we will be shocked at what we will discover. So we need everybody. If they can bring FFK, create an office for him, media, whatever, as special advisor, senior special advisor, even Omokri can come. These are people who are gifted. They like trouble. They like trouble. They have poisonous pen. So bring them in. We need them for the fight. So thank you, one man, for that.
All right, brilliant. Do you have any thoughts on the headline on the screen? Nigeria to sell a power distribution firm over debt of $130 million. Is that sweetheart deals that they used to palm off this necessary important infrastructures, and they gave them then to people who did not have the capacity? That goes a long way to explaining why we've not been able to get electricity in the country. But it looks as though now they are reversing that position. So are you following that space? And do you have any thoughts on it?
Yes, here's the thing. Like today too, Asurok announced that they will be creating or they will be building a new steel mills from scratch. Because whether Lajao, whether Jaukuta, all those are pure rubbish now. They've taken too much money. They've changed hands too often that we've even lost track of exactly what is going on in all those places. So they are building. It's like we are starting afresh again. Our country has been stabbed so many times that even the best surgeons in the world cannot do a good patch job. So the presidency is coming. We're building a new one. They're giving it to the Chinese. I don't mind who they give it to. Lagos State has called on other states. They are going to build many more medical universities. So if the world likes our doctors, let them have them. We will be producing them more and more. As far as we do them in a regulated manner and turn out quality health personnel, fine. Those are good things we are doing. For this electricity space, I've always said one of the problems here is I won't mention name, but there is one character troubling this electricity space. One character. And nobody is paying attention to that character. And I think it's not too comfortable. He knows what the president can do. And I don't know how to explain it. It's the one person troubling this place. But then Buhari did something well. He has, of course, removed it from the exclusive list. So let the federal government do away with everything electricity. Let it devolve to the states. When it devolves to the state, let every state become responsible for their power distribution. I've always said this, even as far back as maybe 30, 40 years ago. I've always advocated that the system of holding on to things like this is even wrong. But the military held on to it for their own selfish ends because they felt it's a security matter. I don't know. In the world we are today, provision of electricity is not a security matter. Because if I have an estate today and I don't want to go on the national grid, I can create my own. After all, there are a lot of places on the island. They have 24/7 power. But they are paying premium price for it. And I know the minimum wage things, once it gets kicked off in the next few months, definitely this year we'll have a new minimum wage. The electricity tariff should be the normal thing because we are not paying what exactly obtains. Electricity is not cheap to generate. It is not cheap to generate. The way they generate it in Ireland is the same way they will generate it in Germany, Ukraine, and even in Nigeria. And we are paying 23 naira per kilowatt per hour. That is I don't know how to refer to that. There is no way it's sustainable. That is why these people are holding the government to ransom. You give them the power license. They say they are building. You give them loan to do it. They still go and borrow on your loan. So they are owing government. So you don't even know what is happening anymore. And when they like, they will crash the grid. Yes, they crash the grid deliberately. In the last 12 months, how many times? 2 or 3 times the grid has been crashed. It's deliberate. They are very wicked. And it's this one man that the others are following his example. And I know he will get his own in due course.
You have to tell me the man's name off screen.
I will tell you. Nobody. I open my mouth every time and say, what is wrong with us? I will tell you privately. You will be amazed yourself. Just one man. Thank you, one man.
All right, brilliant. And do you have any thoughts on the TB Joshua space? TB Joshua, the documentary on BBC. Did you watch it? Do you have any space? It's just a plethora of accusations against him.
You see, I've passed, I think, deliberately when these things came to my notice was like in the 80s when it started under the shed, you understand, in that same area. People talked about him. Who is this? Repeat. Then I drove past there one day just to see. And I think I've been watching him ever since. I've seen other people even attack him, and I go on YouTube, I see him, I watch the Emmanuel TV until that building collapsed. When that building collapsed, and I looked at humanity entirely, and I up till now, it has molded me when this year's election took place and the result and the reactions and actions that followed. I learned that, well, that is the human pattern. The human mind, I think, is one machine. I don't think there's any scientist or a psychologist or can really say how it works. Is it the mind or the brain? I get confused at times. Is it the heart? Something that works in the human, the thinking faculty. Some people call it the medulla oblongata or whatever it is. I don't know. But what makes a man think? What changes a man's mind? What works in the heart of a man that will believe lies, obvious lies that's staring you in the face? That is why we come up with different shades of white now, that that truth has so many parts and alternative one and things like that. It is very obvious that this man is a charlatan. And you tell people they want to fight you. They want to fight you. It is happening. I go to church. I teach in Sunday school when I feel like it. But I just take it as a part to a universal God, because I believe there is only one God. And I do that simply because the religion of my forebears is not a religion you take lightly. It's a religion where if you sign a contract with Eshu, with Shango, with Ogun, there is no going back. And I'm a mere mortal. I'm susceptible to sinning morning, noon, and night. But yes, another one that will lead me, who said he is the way, he is a light, that is all forgiven. He talked about how many times he will forgive me even in a day. So I drift towards that. Maybe I'm a coward, but still that doesn't stop me. Like I said the other time, if I pass the the shrine of the earth, I will pay obeisance to it. Or I will pay obeisance. I'm not ashamed. I'm not abashed about that. Nobody can deceive me because I know the religion I follow is a foreign one. Do I even believe everything I read?
One man, I've been quiet for a long time. Let me come in there because, this quarrel from Passat didn't allow the Ijele to land his point. This religion that came with colonial master should have left with them when we gain our independence. So, Baba, please, don't say that our religion is linked to Oshun or this or that or that. My grandmother worshiped Olokun. We have rooms for Olokun. And then they will kill chicken, they pray for us, and they will eat those meat, and then we are healed. So, but this one of Jesus Christ and this other foreign one, they came with the colonial masters, slavery. So let's just forget about it. It's a pity that that we didn't let Ijele land. That is what we are trying to take out. Take out from the black people. You see that we made mention of Jamaica today, or this anywhere you find black people, they have been brainwashed and whitewashed. We want to do away with all this foreign religion, if we actually, because they have the vested interest. The Vatican, they owe the World Bank, the white people, all this Christianity, they owe everything. But I know it's not easy to take out from our people's brain, but so we need to start up that process if we actually want to develop our black people's spaces. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So the religion thing is not just TB Joshua. There are so many, and people lap up what they say every time, giving prophecy or anything. Even me, I carry the Bible. I read the Bible, but it's not everything in the Bible I believe. I don't subscribe to everything I read in the Bible, particularly the book of Revelation. I don't believe in what John wrote in the book of Revelation. If you ask me, if in a cozy mood, I will tell you plainly that I am either he was hallucinated when he wrote the book of Revelation in Patmos. So I know the kind of Christianity I practice. I will not kneel down before any man of God because I am a child of God. A man of God is God's paddy man. A child of God is produced from God's loin. So why should I kneel down before anybody? No, to talk of him touching my head. I don't do it. I've been wise to that since my late teen years. So when I look deep. But when I see people make billionaires out of these men, I start to wonder. I listen to most of them, even the Rod Parsleys of America and everything. There's nothing. I spent about 3 years, some 10 years ago, following them and reading their books avidly, just to know how these people manage to turn. But most of them actually are spellbinders. If you read Harold Robbins' Spellbinders,
yes, I read it.
You would know exactly how these things work. You will know. Spellbinder, I read that spell in the 70s, and I think I reread it again maybe in the 80s. If you read it, that explains everything, how these things work. And if you read David Yallop's book, which is no more in production, the Catholic buried it in God's name. You read that book too?
No, but I'll go look out for it.
They buried it. I got a copy. About the same.
I'm sure I can find one online.
Yeah, so you can never.
Hold on. Hold on, Baba. Tell me the name of the book again.
In God's name.
In God's name. By whom?
David Yallop. Yallop, Yallot. Yallop. David Yallop. It was a book written in the 70s. It's about God's own banker. It's about that guy, I've forgotten, who committed suicide under the London Bridge. So these are the things, when you read all of this, you start to really wonder how will I go? And take Better, for instance, when he went to Shiloh, the last one, and gave testimony about her papa. Only God knows how many tens of millions she must have donated. Government's money. Government's money. When Jonathan went there, the other one, they put their hand on his head. Only God knows, because they don't go there empty-handed. They are the ones that are empowering these people to impoverish our people. You say you are building a church, they want to outdo one another, and people are hungry. You can't do a bakery and be giving them a bread you produce for 1 naira, you give them for 50 kobo. After all, Christ fed the multitude. So what are you doing to help the same multitude? You collected Owo Oniru, Owo Oniyo, Owo Oniboli to build edifice of universities. And you put this tuition out of their reach. And you say it's my school, the best university in the world, and stuff like that. You are tipping your nose at them, those who contributed this money. Can't we see? And I think it's high time we regulated religion, because in France, it's regulated. In UK, it is regulated. In Germany, everywhere it is regulated. In France, you can't even distribute flyers. You can't preach on the street to somebody. In England, you don't pay tax, but the exchequer will check your books every year, and you have to donate part of your intake money to the charity of your choice. Ashimolo was queried. He thought it's Nigeria, and he was owing backlog of about £2 million or so. I'm not too sure of that figure. And they were almost going to put him in jail. He ran to Nigeria. I had Aso Rock then, OBJ's Aso Rock then, help him to pay part of the debt. They seized his Jaguar and that of the wife too. We hear all this, and when you go to this, you see architects, you see senior advocate of Nigeria, you see top surveyors, you see industrialists, you see royalty. They sit down. So I think that is what intimidates the citizenry, that if these people can believe, why can't I believe? Maybe that is the reason. But when you see an intelligent person swallowing up, lapping up BS, you start to wonder that there is truth there, because these are movers and shakers, men of timber and caliber in my society, and they can do this. Is something wrong with my brain? I think this is where our people are coming from. Because, I mean, most of the wretched of the earth, they run to churches. They give all they have, everything. They would even tell you, put your hands in your pocket. Everything you see there, just wrap your hands around it. Bring it out. Raise it up. Don't leave anything in your pocket. I think it must be something. I don't think it's ordinary hype, one man. Thank you.
All right, brilliant, excellent. So that's the majestic, but that's the antidote to what we just heard from Pansat and Ijele. So thank you, Baba, for bringing back to sanity. Bring it back to sanity, and then let's take it now to a special place with our Prince Daddy. So we usher in Prince Daddy in a manner only befitting of him. Prince, are you there, by the way, Prince?
Yeah, I'm here, man. Hello.
All right, let's usher in Prince Daddy in a manner befitting. So I'll take you to the Better Edu space. I don't think quite we've had your thoughts on Better Edu. So I'll take you to the Better Edu space, but I'll usher you in a manner that is befitting. So that was your slave mama minister now being slayed by powers mightier than her. So better you do. EFCC now sees that passport.
Prince Daddy love Peperempe,
Hey,
right?
lost baby. Imakulata, the special category. Okomoge. Prince Daddy.
Yeah, well, man. Okay, hello
Yes.
everyone. Like, share, and subscribe, and love the show. Yeah, Beta Edu. Yeah, I think they're just trying to make a scapegoat out of her, really.
Do
I mean,
you
I
not
guess.
think it's deserving what is happening to her? Do you not think it's deserving?
Well, man, we would thank God if everyone that's stolen money from Nigeria stole about 500 million, is it what, about $500,000, right? If that was the case, I think Nigeria would be doing very, very well, extremely well. In fact, nobody's going to complain at all. So this misery amounts, not to encourage anyone to steal or try to divert money from the purse, but it's just unfortunate. I mean, unfortunate in the sense that, well, a couple of days ago, I said, last time I was on, that there's a legal way to steal. And I said I was oxymoronic in the sense that, well, if you're stealing, that can be legal. But anyways, and what she did, obviously, it's nothing new at all. I mean, we heard, I mean, even though it was denied, that was Atiku's voice talking about special purpose vehicles and so many other ways. I mean, is it gonna the days when the military just drive the truck to the CBN and just fill the trucks with money? Now they have a somewhat sophisticated way of going about it. So with this lady, I don't know what to make about better, really. I believe that somebody said it before. I think it was in Mecca. Look, since the money did not officially leave the coffers of the government, and they are able to track, and we know all the money that have been stolen in the past, they can barely get them back.
Apologies, Prince Daddy. And by the way, I'm not sure that the word stolen is really the term for this money. So they said she requested that the money be moved into a private account, but the person in whose account she was asking the money to be moved to, that person is the same person that is in charge of coordinating the particular project that the money was meant for. So I'm not quite sure. If you removed the private account element from it, then there is absolutely no wrongdoing indicated, and there is no indication that the money was stolen.
On that submission, I totally agree with you. I mean, so far, but I think we can at the same time see the intention behind the transaction. But nonetheless, as articulated by you, I think no crime committed yet, unless we uncover new things about it, and that's all I can say. Is she not the same person linked to the Ojo guy? Is that the same deal?
It's the same person, but that humanitarian whatever ministry seems to be a cesspool of corruption, because that Sadia Farouk, her predecessor, her passport was seized as well, and whoever predates her is also with the FCC. So that a humanitarian and disaster elevation ministry is a portal for looting.
Yeah, and looks. I mean, somebody said earlier, maybe it was you, that a ministry where you hand cash to people. What do you expect
in Nigeria?
Yeah, what do you expect? It's just a joke overall. I mean, she's just an easy target. That's all I can say. A very easy target. We're talking about an NNPC turning profit since its creation for the first time, I believe, and we're chasing it after better edu. Yeah, it's unfortunate. I mean, hopefully that Tinubu keeps her, don't get rid of her. But it's just because of the headline and what is going on in the social media space. That's why there's so much pressure on her or on the government to do something about it. But but so far, it's trackable. What she did was trackable. Now, if there was an infraction along the way, well, they can correct it. Talk about the AG, our Accountant General, being the person that's the middle person, just like Emefiele was, that helped move these monies around. I think again, it's just maybe unfortunate for her. I'm not trying to. I think maybe last week or so, Ijele was talking about it. The way he explained it, and I think it was an attempt to siphon the money from the purse of the government. Yeah, they start little by little, and by the time the end of the term comes, they would have done a good job, taking as much as they can. But to me, it's just a sensational story right now. You don't want to do anything about it. They should go ahead. I understand Tinubu denied her access to see him. So, yeah, that's the deal.
All right. Let me take you to this space then. This was the space that Ijele was speaking on before things went awry. The BBC, is it a documentary or an expose? It's not really an expose because there were different, there were other victims not known, but the storyline has always been in the public space. TB Joshua and his shenanigans. Did you watch that documentary? Are you familiar with that space? And what are your thoughts on it?
Yeah, I heard about it when it came out 2-3 days ago. I think they called it a documentary, right? So, but it's TB Joshua when he was alive, and even up to now, is a man that I respect a lot. I respect him because of his teachings, okay, the things he taught, and the way he approached Christianity. Yes, not because I was just a sheepish follower of his, but because I could the things he taught I could relate to, and they were practical in Christianity. So that I know. It wasn't. I mean, everything. Most of the things that he said, if not all, they tend to fit rightly with my puzzle, the puzzle on my heart, because they are really Christian based, and they are solid foundation. And it wouldn't matter actually, because even if TB Joshua was the devil, it wouldn't matter. The things that he taught were still practical and were Christian based, and it doesn't stop one from using it or practicing it the way he said it, because it would work. It will work. Or it would work. That's just a fact. Now, this allegation. I mean, I've heard about it before, especially that lady. I can't remember her name. That even TB Joshua did a video about her. That she accused.
Bishola, yes, the one in the middle, the middle picture.
Yeah, he raped everybody. He was a rapist.
No, be careful with that word.
Oh, sorry. Okay, sorry. Yeah, okay.
The way this session has gone, I'm not sure I should be cautioning that anymore, but
Yeah, that lady. She's accused TB Joshua before, and then I think she went to the media, did an interviews, and then came back to TB Joshua, and in order for TB Joshua to protect himself, did a recording of her, and him claiming to be a man of God, took her back, and she went back to the synagogue, and this other stories. It's very convoluted and complicated. Then we have some other foreigners, some white people. Even I think I didn't watch the documentary anyway. I saw some male, and also it's just bizarre. Really, it's just bizarre.
And, Prince Daddy, did you see that girl Ajoke, the so-called daughter? The resemblance.
Is true a real daughter, or what is that? I
Look at her face and Joshua's face.
Oh, is it from a different woman? Is that what you're trying to say?
Nobody. It's a mystery to everybody. Just arrive at the conclusion like, oh, it's the daughter. But the kind of torture the girl received in those chambers there.
Chambers. Man, that really sounds like a horror movie, a horror story. And I would like people, and I did. I mean, back then, I watched the synagogue, the services, right? And those wise men, those 5 wise men, I wish they could come out. I heard maybe 1 or 2 came out and talk about it, because they were in the inner chamber of what TB Joshua was doing. So if anyone knew anything that was true or concrete, they would know. So it's it's TB Joshua again. It's he's just not a human being. People can make mistakes and do horrible things. We've heard about it. So I'm not trying to elevate him beyond doing all these things. But at the same time, it's hard for me to believe, not because it's TB Joshua, just like, the way the whole thing came out and the way they went about it, it doesn't sit well with me. It doesn't sit well with me. But again, there's a way, truly, regardless of what the final outcome is, even when they show the video that, he actually did those things, well, that'd be shocking and that'd be appalling to the highest level. But again, I subscribe to TB Joshua because of his teachings and his practical teaching of Christianity and the applicability of his teachings. That's what sits well with me when it comes to TB Joshua. So that's all I can say. Part of me say I hope it's not true, but even if it's true, TB Joshua again is just another human being like any one of us. We can all go back to the Bible and see all the so-called, many of the great men of God in the Bible. You want to start with David. We all know what David did. So this kind of things. And guess what, one man? I know you know that. David was called a man after God.
Things in this country, hardship, poverty, come together.
So sorry, carry on.
Yeah, David was called a man after God's heart, God's own heart. So, and we all saw the heinous crime he did in killing the person because of a woman, and so there we go. Are we to say that God did not know that David was going to commit such a crime before he called him at a young age as a man after his own heart? Of course, God knew. God is all-knowing, but it didn't stop God from testifying for David as he did Job. So again, at the end of the day, we are human beings. We can make mistakes. We can do all kind of crazy stuff that's beyond anything. But I would like to believe, though, as I believe that TB Joshua is, that no matter what kind of crime he did, as long as he confessed his sins before he died, surely he can be forgiven. And that's how I'm going to handle it.
All right. What did you make of Ijele's take on religion, by the way? He seemed to have like a deep knowledge of the space, not to suggest that it is accurate or not, but it certainly seemed to have been somewhat researched on the space. But and apologies, it was a bit abrasive, but then that's just his manner. But what did you make of what he was fleshing out?
Oh yeah, no worries. I know it's kind of his personality, especially when it comes to him responding to people. So I didn't take no offense to that. But he knows quite a bit about religion. A lot of things he said, he talked about. I've heard him before. The Egyptian gods or the pharaohs, the what do you call that? Osiris and all this. And I've heard all these things before. I've watched the documentary and but and I'm not disputing any of it actually. I'm not. But at the end of the day, it doesn't matter if some of these other religions claim that their savior, quote unquote, was born of a virgin woman. For us that are Christians or believer in Christ, ours is more. It's real. It's real in the sense that we can actually connect. It's not a fable or just a myth. Not to me, and to any serious Christian. So those kind of things don't bother me. The question is, if you call the name Jesus, is it alive to you? Is the question. If you can answer yes, then nothing should bother you at all. Whatever the story was before he was born or after. Christianity is a living religion. So I don't get too much into trying to argue about whose God is better or if this religion is terrible or not. To me, it's totally irrelevant. It's what you believe in your heart and what you know. If many Christians don't know, they don't know what it is to be a Christian. Because you're a Christian doesn't mean you have everything, but nonetheless, do you know your God? If you can answer yes to that, and this is one thing also I learned from TB Joshua, right? Before he passed away, he talked about it's greater to hear God's voice than anything else in the world, greater than any miracle or anything else, and that is absolutely true. To be able to hear God's voice. So when Ijele said, if anybody says they hear God's voice, they are crazy or something like that. Well, I don't subscribe to that. I don't believe that. You can absolutely hear God's voice because again, Christianity is a lie. We don't serve a dead God. We don't serve idols or ones that talk from a drum. We don't, not at all. So if you're a Christian, you would know, and God can speak to you, and that's the beautiful thing about Christianity. I think what Baba was saying the other day, I was trying to probe him a little bit about Christianity being a lazy man's religion, and I can agree with him in a lot of ways. But if you truly know Christianity and you practice Christianity in, let's say, in its purest form, you would know that it's not a lazy man's religion. It's a lazy man's religion to come to be accepted, absolutely, but to be a true Christian and follow not so much instructions or commandments, but to live as a Christian. And if I believe it or not, even Pansat knows it. Christianity is all encapsulated in love. That's it. Absolutely, that's it. If you truly live in love, you are golden. I'm hoping to achieve that realm, that position, to be able to walk in love. Because just like it says in the Bible, if you love God and your neighbor really equally, we say with love there's no law. I don't know if you understand that. That's with love there's no law, meaning that if you truly live in love, you will be guided by love and you cannot break any law because you would know when to turn left and right.
Your voice is fading somewhat, please.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I mean,
you're back now. Carry on.
Okay. Yeah. So, as I was saying, Christianity is strictly based on love, loving your neighbor, loving God, and pretty much that's it. So again, I don't argue with people or try to condemn any religion. If you're Christian, then you know you are a Christian, and the highest form that a Christian person can achieve or attain is living in pure love.
A quick question. Sorry, a quick question. What would you have done? Because Ijele did pose this question too. That what will your forefathers or our forefathers rather would have done if there was no colonization and and slavery? Although he didn't add that one, but I'm now adding that. I mean, it's just crazy. And we want to see power, electricity power in Nigeria and Africa, and the water supply. We still believe this foreign religion. That is the problem, sir. Mr. Prince, what would you have our do they serve God? We have gods in Africa, many gods in Africa.
Well,
Village,
you have
village shrine.
you have a lot of gods, but
Yeah,
your
village,
gods.
water, trees, Iroko trees, in form of Iroko trees, and so you can see spirits at night time if you go to some villages in old western region, the whole region. If you go out in the night, you will see something. Some people do even, So please, what would you have done if this people didn't come? That to the point that now it is now making those people, our political rulers, to be looting our money and going to bank them in those countries where they know that their God is at. Nothing like heaven on hell. Africans, Black Africa, already living on hellfire here because we are just living in darkness and no economic development. So they don't go to church in Germany for sure. They don't. No. They say they don't go to church. The councillors, their governors, their ministers are like prophets, God, etc. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, Tony. If they didn't bring Christianity, they just put Christianity, I think we still be living in stark darkness in Africa. That's just the bottom line. Because as I try to challenge Mike when we talk about this kind of things, is that look, you can say the white man religion, this and that, but they're the ones that brought electricity and industrialization and all these good things that you guys like and enjoy today. And believe it or not, many of the inventors, many of the inventors were Christians. Yes,
Prince Daddy, he said if they have not brought what did you say? Christianity, that would have been darkness. Huh? Is that what you said now?
If they didn't bring Christianity, based on what Tony said, yeah, a lot of us will still be living in darkness with our different religions.
Hold on. What of in Iran, in Saudi Arabia, where there is no Christianity and they are living better life? They have
Japan, China, Korea,
or China, or even North Korea, that they don't even believe in anything. Why are they developed and
let's not even go there. What about the old Egyptians? It's talking about electricity. What about the old Egyptians? Civilization actually originated from Africa. So what about the
don't add Egypt to the Africa, my brother Emeka. Let us concentrate on the Black Africa. No. Congo.
I agree.
This number one, number two. Yes, Benin. This Edo. All those Oyo. Let us concentrate on the Mali people. I mean, we were progressive. We were progressing rather. That we were. We could match up with the white people.
Hold on.
Yes.
The Dogon tribe from Mali.
Yes.
Are you aware of them?
Ajani Kokojo asked you about China that worship Buddhists. Even this Afghanistan, they have light. They're able to manage their environment. Something's wrong with our race somehow.
Well, yeah.
That's what we're trying to say. We don't have to embrace. We are overwhelmed.
There's nothing wrong with our race. The only thing wrong with us is that we have abandoned our ancestors. Ask Mike. Mike will explain. We have abandoned our ancestors until we go back to our ancestral roots. Nothing is wrong with us.
They will continue to punish us.
No, not that. They are not punishing us. They just
they are not punishing us. Then we sleep. We all face one place.
No, they ignored us.
But you are right. That's the
we go back to
the repercussion. No repercussion for denying them.
No. It's not repercussion, right? We abandoned them. They ignored us. When we go back to our ancestors, we will begin to get things right.
Emeka, before you abandoned them, what did it do for you? What were the inventions or creative society that you got from them?
Yes. You know what they do?
We don't.
I don't want to fight with you. I will not answer that. But what I will say is that
they build houses. Emeka, let me give him. Emeka, let me answer him. They build houses.
Our morals are better.
Communal. There was love. There was love. Baba. There was love. There was love. Amongst the communities. So they do help each other. If you want to go to farm, to organize for you, they build your house. But today, it's not like
hold on, Tony. Because you have religion doesn't mean that you don't have to embrace science or technology or be progressive in society.
We've already embracing them. They come to steal. They stole everything away. Hold on. They stole everything away. Even our kinship.
If you ask me, that's a big problem in Africa.
What you call science is actually from our ancestors. What you call science. Our ancestors who have been on this earth before us have practiced what we are practicing, have made all the rules, all the sciences, everything you are calling, all the technology. Are you aware that they dream?
Ancient
ancient civilization that is even much better than ours.
Where?
That lived on planet Earth.
Where?
In Atlantis.
Yeah. Right. I've heard that theory. That's
in Atlantis.
You were doing so well until you brought it to Atlantis.
And even before Atlantis, right? Because we can laugh or we can. The descendants of Atlantis, after the flood came, they went to Egypt. They are the ones who went to Egypt.
I don't know all about that.
The survivors of Atlantis went to Egypt.
You must actually come for our esoteric session where all these psychedelic ideas will be.
It's not psychedelic. It's not psychedelic.
It is psychedelic.
Okay. Let me say something now. Let me say psychedelic, right? Okay. Let me say something now. I hope this doesn't come back to haunt me anyway in the future. I've actually tried out a psychedelic recipe. My God.
Is it that ayana? What's it? There's something that.
What I would say to everyone is
ayahuasca. 1 month.
Ayahuasca.
Yes. Try it out for the first time. Just try it once. Don't try it again. But when you try it once, you might be curious to try it again. What I experienced.
Yeah, tell me that experience.
What I experienced, I was like, wow. Even till now, when I think about it, I'm like, wow. You understand? It is.
Did it sharpen your brain?
It's not about the sharpening of the brain. You will definitely know that if you have any doubt about the existence of God or the existence of a different dimension or the existence of spirit beings.
Which psychedelic did you try?
Mushrooms.
Oh, magic mushrooms. All right.
Yes. So I just tried it out. I was like, I was. If you will never have any doubt again. Like you say,
I tried weed once, and
I've never smoked weed before. But
I tried it. I just didn't adapt to it, so I gave it up very quickly.
I've eaten weed. I don't smoke weed. I don't smoke. I've eaten weed. I drank weed, but no, that one. There's this one called the teacher's root mushroom. But you have to consume a lot of it. You will feel it. You will feel yourself leaving your body. You will feel it. And then what I said, I was like, I knew I was in the presence of other beings. So nobody is an experience that.
Yeah, you were just having a trip now. You were tripping.
Listen, when you experience it, you will know that
tripping out.
That is not a tripping out. You will know it's not. See, I don't want to speak more so that people will not like.
No.
That's why I said I don't want. No.
Actually, Emeka,
you saw Little Green Men. You saw Little Green Men, Abi.
That's why I said I don't hope this comes back. See, you will like. There's more to life.
Don't worry. When I'm introducing you tomorrow, I will introduce you with that.
There were things that I heard. Not me speaking. It's not hallucination. See, I don't want to brag about myself.
Emeka, right? You don't have to brag. You're talking with someone that understands where you're coming from.
Bragging.
I know you're not bragging. No, hold on.
It's not bragging. That's why I said everybody who is listening, try it out once. Whether you're Christian, whether you're Muslim, or whatever.
Yeah, please don't. We are not recommending.
I would discourage anyone listening to try it actually, because what you're talking about is in the realm of sorcery. There's nothing new about it at all. No. I didn't listen. I didn't say witchcraft. Hold on. I didn't say witchcraft. I said sorcery.
I subscribe to the.
Hold on, Emeka. What do you mean by sorcery? It took magic mushrooms and it had a trip, and it was seeing little green men. So what is that sorcery?
No, Wama, I didn't see any little green men.
It's sorcery, because sorcery is the way you alter your perception somewhat, and it elevates you to a much higher level. And when you do that, you're more likely to be in encounter with other beings, spirit beings. So what Emeka is talking about is not a joke; it is real, and I can totally understand where it's coming from. It's not a joke. Yeah,
it's very real. It's real. It's woman. It's so real than Earth. and I'm not joking, is real than
hold on.
Earth.
And were you hearing voices? Did you hear voices? People
It's
speaking
not
around
about
you?
it's not about the voice. You will feel it. It's a different. It's so real than Earth. It's like, as I'm talking to you now, right? Estimate something that is higher than that. That I know that one man or Prince Daddy is real. I'm talking to a real voice. I'm communicating. I'm exchanging words. But put it up a top notch, right? It's extremely real. Then when you come back to Earth, you're like, this is fake. Earth will feel like fake, and it will take you like, it depends on your capacity, right? It will take you like a few hours or a few days to adjust to say, okay, I'm now adjusting to what Earth is like. But that felt so real, like real life. Real life. Then when you are done, like, no, you will feel like, okay, you are adjusting to Earth. You are adjusting to the third dimension. And like, okay, yes, this is what I'm supposed to do. Then in that phase, it now depends on your ability to assimilate and your open mind, right? You will now be able to explore who you truly are. Okay, let me keep quiet. I don't want the viewers to begin to think differently. Prince Daddy, go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. I get you. I got what you're saying. It's yeah. It's
Please, Daddy, can I respond to one DG for the comment section? It was said that our forefathers.
Respond in the comment section. Respond in the comment section. Let Prince start.
Yes, he was talking about our forefathers building mud houses.
Woman, I have two questions. I have two questions for Prince when you get a chance.
Solo mentality.
Okay, do you want to take the questions or do you want to land your...
Sorry, Wama, Deji is actually joking, right? You see, there was once a civilization, right? We meet there's a gap, right? If you, I know,
I believe that as well.
Wama, you are open. You know this stuff, right? But I know you are like in the mix. But I know you know this stuff. My heart of heart is telling me that you know what I'm saying.
Emeka, can I tell you what I believe? I believe that in the history of mankind, I believe that there is a missing period that is not accounted for.
Exactly.
All those fixes you have in the
missing period was the flood, right? There was once a golden age, a higher level of civilization.
Can I also add this, Emeka? I believe that other beings roamed this planet once upon a time.
No, they are still roaming the planet.
I believe that there are beings different from us in terms of physiology, in terms vastly more clear, and I believe that a lot of the science that holds this world together are those sciences that some people have been able to access from that space.
Exactly.
There's a lot that is going on. Hold on. There was a time that the British government sent expert commando marines to a deep cave undergrowth, water cave undergrowth, somewhere I think in Chile or something, and they were looking for something specific that was ancient. So all this, I believe that there are several strata. Hold on. Let me just land it. I believe that there are several stratas of this life, and I think most of us we live on either the first or second base strata. But there's several stratas of existence in this world that is just beyond the realms of your capacity.
So
this is just
correct, yes. All of us, we are all living on the third dimension, right? Now, in involvement, it depends on your spiritual involvement and how your perception, spiritual perception, right? Now, for someone like you who is saying this, your curiosity shows that, okay, you want to know more. And why do you want to know more? It means you have actually experienced more on the previous life. No, for some people, it now depends on their involvement in life. Some would be like, no, I don't want to deal with this. That's why they say freeway. Now, what you have said is not. You are actually correct. Now, to solidify what you're saying, there are beings on this third dimension that are higher than us. Now, you will see the myths or the stories that we tell, like the Mami Waters and others. The Mami Waters, they exist. Whether you like it, they exist. Now, even in Alaska, which has been, some people have said, yes, they've seen some form of extraterrestrial that are there. And even in Germany in the 1940s, who helped Adolf Hitler with the innovations, scientific innovations, right? It's there. Even in the United States, they have some.
Emeka, those people didn't even go to secondary
Is
school.
that Area 57 and all that?
Exactly.
They didn't go to secondary school. Just from thinking, dreaming, thinking, and actualizing.
Yeah. No, so even right, and I will say it, and I'm saying it with every atom in me, that this is true. It doesn't matter how your level of education, no, or your level of exposure. Once you are able to meditate and your belief system, and you can tap into a higher dimension, you will be able to get an extraterrestrial who
One man need to go into the see the documentary. People go to the stars at night. They will go to the stars at night, and then they will come back.
Bringing things that will be needed in the world, right? So that what you are saying, like woman has said, that there was a gap, right? That gap is true. There was once a golden age, and in that golden age, we all existed in a fifth dimension, not in physical form like we were. We all existed in the fifth dimension where we have superpowers that we could do everything, but we abused that powers.
Emeka, when you get a chance, let me expand on that point real quick.
We abuse
Prince
the
Daddy
powers.
still has the floor, by the way. But
we abused the powers, and we messed up the planet, and then the flood came. The flood was not from when we talk about God, they're actually different gods. This life is so like the universe is actually complex, but at the same time can still be deducted to a simplistic form. Now, when you talk about God, there are different gods, like different head of different realms and different extraterrestrial that are struggling for power. That fight that they said in the Bible that there was fight in heaven, right? When they called the heavens was actually the space. There was actually a true fight for supremacy, right? And that supremacy, that's who will control the earth and how the earth would evolve and the nature of humans, right? Now, we are actually the future. No, we are actually like our future came to make us, because they felt that in the future where they are, like that things are getting bad, so they came to make us on earth. Is deep. I don't want some people will like, what the hell am I saying? But actually what I'm saying is
no, definitely there's the appetite is there definitely for this conversation, and I have a taste for it as well. So
I know
we are going to open it. I'm going to speak to you.
Mind.
I'm going to speak to you offline, and then we have to put it together. And I'll speak to Ijele as well, because I think it's in that space too.
It is actually deeper than what we think, but simple in a simplistic manner. And when they say life actually emanated from Earth, from Africa, life actually emanated from Africa. Like, so when we say God created the heavens and the earth, I'm like, no, it was actually extraterrestrial who created us. And they started creating life from Africa because they wanted to mine gold for Lubero. So we will discuss about that when you have the time. I hope I find the time to come and discuss it. You understand? But there's also something called the source, right? The source. So the beautiful thing about it, if you have been watching sci-fi movies, right, you will see that Hollywood has been telling us these stories, but we have not been catching up. There's something called the source, and out of the source came out of those who actually created our soul. Those who created, not our human flesh, those who created our soul. And out of that, our soul, then some people don't believe in reincarnation, but reincarnation is real. You can go into your Bible, John the Baptist was the reincarnation of Elijah. And then when Christ asked, he said, they were saying, the reincarnation is actually real. And our African myth has all actually pointed that reincarnation is real. So, and you can see evidential proof about reincarnation. Those who would get deja vu, you will pass away, I will say, I've experienced this before, which means you've been reincarnated again and you are feeling the experience.
Do you lose those senses as you get older?
No. Well, as you get older means that you do not want to tune into yourself. So as you are getting older, your body is weighing down, which means you are not, each and every one of us have an objective on earth. So many of us would forget. So as you're getting older, you're like, okay, this guy does not get the program. Okay, let's deactivate him, let him leave. Then when he comes back again, he probably will get it. But if you are not serious with yourself and begin to take things so seriously and begin to meditate, then you will now understand why you are truly on earth. So it's about getting to know who you are. So we are running a rat race. The rat race is making so many mistakes. Like, so many people do not understand that Jesus Christ actually was a reincarnation of so many times before he got it right. And he now became the Christ. So that's why he said, what I have done, you too, you can do. He showed us the example of what he did. The example is you becoming the Christ. That's the Christ. The Christ consciousness is in every one of us. That Christ consciousness is about us escaping the rat race of reincarnation, coming back all the time. Jesus Christ actually came back so many times. And I will say this, Jesus Christ was Joseph. That soul consciousness of Jesus Christ was Joseph. That same consciousness was Asaphat, who was singing in David's throne, David's kingdom, but not David himself. So some people said the soul consciousness of Jesus Christ was Moses, but that's not true. So Jesus Christ has actually came back so many times before he became the Christ. And then he now said, oh, I'm out of this reincarnation. And Jesus Christ is not coming back, my brothers and sisters. He has escaped that rat race. He's off. So he's in the 6th dimension now. He's off of it.
All right, Prince Daddy, a lot for you to chew on, Prince Daddy.
What the hell?
Well, I'm only gonna respond to the last statement he made. Absolutely, Jesus Christ is coming back. So
no, he's not coming back again. No. Well, guess what? Sorry, one man. Guess what? Right? Guess what? Jesus, the Christ, is not coming back, but the Christ consciousness might actually come back. But again, now we are now in a period of awareness. So social media and everything. You see, one thing about the spirit world is that they will look for a way to try to pass the message. And now we are now in an information age where they can now tap in and spread that message of consciousness. If you go to YouTube, you will see a lot of these mediums talking about what I'm saying. So now, because they are raising that consciousness to a level that people need to be aware, all they need to do is to raise the consciousness of human beings, right? Jesus, the Christ, is not coming back. Now, there's been an estimation that maybe there will be a Christ, or maybe there may be multiple Christs that may come back. And maybe the Christ consciousness coming back as a human may come back as a woman, right? You may be shocked. But the man who walked on Earth's planet, the greatest teacher that has ever walked the planet Earth, ever in the existence of planet Earth, which is Jesus, right? He's not coming back. He's not coming back again.
All right, Prince Daddy.
Okay, again, he's coming back. I mean, that's the only sealing tenets for Christians. Absolutely, he's coming back. But I know maybe it's hard for you to believe, but that's probably one of the easiest part of the Bible for me to believe. It's so easy for me to believe. So it's not an argument or debate.
Sorry, Prince. Is it coming back in a physical form or metaphorically?
Not metaphorically. It's coming back just like it says in the book of Revelation. It's coming back in a physical form. And just like it said, just like he ascended into heaven, it's going to come down from heaven also surrounded by angels and all the heavenly hosts. It's gonna be nice and beautiful, one man. It's in
So
fact,
what's going to happen when it comes back? What's going to happen to this world?
Is it rapture or something? Was it rapture? Is that what the word is?
No, I'm not even talking about rapture or there's so much things about the rapture about yeah, I don't deal with the rapture. Just like it says in the Bible.
Rapture is not in the Bible.
Well, not the word rapture, but the description
Exactly.
of what is to happen. Yeah,
It's an American invention, that word.
Well, just like many other words about that. Yeah, you're right. You're right about that. But it said, what is it coming to do? What is coming to do exactly identical to what he said it would do in the Bible? It's coming to judge the world, and is going to defeat the Satan. It will be bounded for 1,000 years, and is going to rule as the king of this world. It's well documented. It's well documented in the Bible. And by the way, my only actually, if I may say, my only proof of that, even before I knew about it in the Bible, is that I had a dream. Actually, that happened. I had a dream many years ago, and I didn't even know the scripture was in the Bible. And later, a few years later, I came across it in the Bible. It was so real, the coming of Christ. So I stand on that. And also, Ijele talked about a dream earlier, a dream which he had that actually manifested in a physical, in a real form. Some people take it as a dream and discount it or dismiss it. That is fine. But again,
we are living in a planet that is so big. So when it comes back, where will it arrive? Which country?
Now America now, where president?
Will it be Australian morning or Japan afternoon or American night? During winter or during typhoon or whatever?
Fantastic question.
I cannot answer none of those
Prince Daddy
questions
is
at
talking
all.
about dreams, right? So dreams are actually our realm of creation, right? And then I don't know if Prince Daddy would agree with me. He may not, but I'm actually saying the truth. There's something called the subconscious. So when we sleep, we move into the subconscious. Sorry, my baby who is crying, right? And let me give an example. So when my baby was in the womb of my wife and she was about to give birth, my wife was going through excruciating pains. And I could see the pain in my wife's eyes. And they were telling my wife, "Do you want epidural?" I hope I'm pronouncing it right. And she said she doesn't want it because what she told me was that it will give back pain. So, but eventually she took it. So what I now did was to close my eyes, right? And now spoke to my son's consciousness. I said, "Stop giving your mother pain. Come out now." He has stopped crying. He's listening to me. Stop giving your mother pain. Come on now. And when I said that, lo and behold, my wife went into labor instantly. So now we may not want to agree, many of us who are tuned to this.
Are you Babalawo?
No.
You know, I was thinking that just as
No,
I was saying
it's
that.
not about that. It's about understanding that there is more to this life than where we are living. That all around us, the spirit realm and even this realm
you
is
know how to speak
interwoven.
in the language of nature. Is that what you are telling us?
No, if you are sincere in your heart, even Jesus said it. If you are sincere in your heart and you said mountain move, the mountain will move. Jesus said it. So Prince Daddy
Woman,
is
I still
saying,
want to ask Prince those questions.
Prince Daddy is saying Jesus the Christ will come back. And I'm telling Prince Daddy, I'm sorry. You can believe it, but Jesus the Christ is actually around us. He's actually talking to people who are open to him. And he's not going to come back in the physical form. He's never coming back.
Let Prince take the floor back. And Prince, I think Aiza wants to engage you. But
I was going to say to Mecca, well, yeah, you're right. But the coming of Christ is one for all, meaning that everybody is going to have the opportunity to see him, not the one that we have no, just one-on-one interaction. And what you're saying is right. But the where I disagree with you is that it's not coming back. It's absolutely coming back. And I'm not saying that because, again, based on my own revelation, and what you did in the delivery room with your wife and the baby was that you exercised your authority, and you put it to work. And I believe exactly what you said. That exactly what you said is exactly what happened.
Why I am so confident. Sorry, woman. I know. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I'm so confident that he's not coming back. The reason why is that he has moved to a higher dimension, and I'm telling you, he's in the 6th dimension. Once you move from, we're actually in the 3rd dimension, and after the 3rd dimension, there's a 4th dimension, and that is where we go to when we die. When we die, some people are actually stuck in the 4th dimension. That's why they are roaming
But
as ghosts.
now, it rose up. It died and rose up
then
in
after
flesh.
the 4th dimension, we go to the 5th dimension where we see the light. That's where we rest for a while and then we reincarnate back again. But Christ, Jesus the Christ, has moved to the 6th dimension. So when you move to the 6th dimension, you are close to the source and you feel the source and you are like the source. So you are everywhere but nowhere. You are nothingness but something. So in the sense that you are, when you exist for all and for nothing. So Jesus Christ is existing everywhere but still nowhere. So he can't come down because he's lowering your frequency so hard, right? You don't know what it means to come down from the 5th. Well, you do know, but you have forgotten. From the 5th dimension to the 3rd dimension to experience Earth. It means that your frequency is being reduced to a matter form, physical form.
It's like from grace to grass, right?
Thank you, Baba. Adeline Coco. You're a wise man. Reducing you, and then you now have this amnesia. You can't remember who you truly are. So Jesus the Christ has transcended to
Emeka,
the
what you're
6th
saying,
dimension.
I accept it, is the chasm that exists when man dies. But what you're describing right there does not apply to our Lord Jesus Christ. I just told you, he died as a man.
You are right, Prince Daddy. You are very right. It doesn't apply to him because he has transcended. Not only Jesus the Christ, Buddha, Muhammad.
I can't vouch for those guys. I can't vouch for them.
Emeka, have you died and come back before?
Well, I would say I have been reincarnated because I have had some danger views, right? I've experienced places that I would go to and I'm like, okay, I think I've been here before, right? So you see, when it is beautiful to experience the God nature of things that you've been told. Once you experience the God itself, you will know there's a difference. And then what we actually call God in the Bible.
I don't disagree or dispute reincarnation, but let me tell you though that many times our spirit depart from our body and goes to places.
Every night.
So to that point, so anytime you have a deja vu, sometimes it's really what your spirit had experienced that your body was not experiencing that merged together.
Prince Daddy, excuse me. Sorry, I apologize to interject. No. Now, deja vu experiences are experiences on the physical plane. When we leave our body every night when we sleep, and Paul said it in the Bible, every night we die. So you leave the body every night, and we are on the 4th plane where we are now, and even in the Bible said, "Ye are gods," where we create our own reality. And at some point in time, if you are very open, you not get the divination of other spirits who will want to work with you as a vessel, right? I do not want to go into, because we have, okay, let me say it. We have guardian angels and we have spirit guides, right? Guardian angels are those angels that would prevent us from evil. And I will say this from a personal experience, right? It happened in multiple times. I have drowned in a canal in Nigeria, and I said, I want to be saved. I was saved. I was supposed to die as a child. I have been involved in accidents. All I need to say is I need to be saved, and I was saved. recently in this physical adult age that I am in the Western world, I was extremely so high. When I mean I was high, see, like I said previously on a different session in the platform, Abigail man. So I went to the club. I was so high and I was driving. When I mean I was so high that I could not recognize where I was driving to, right? And the way I was going, I knew I would have an accident. But what was happening, I was sleeping off while driving. But my car, my Range Rover was clicking. I was like, what is going on? My button was clicking and I felt that there was a spirit in my car, ensuring that I was awake. So that if I had slept, I would have hit a car and probably, I don't know what would happen, maybe death, I don't know. Maybe the police, which is even terrible because you're alive. If you die there, you transcend. If you are not dead, the police now catches you, then that's messed up for you. You are going to jail, right? So, but that clicking sound on my car, I was like, then I looked in the rear view mirror, and I said, whoever you are, take me home safely. And I will say it without, I'm not bragging. I'm not trying to be egoistic. When I said that word, I said, whoever you are, take me home safely. I knew I didn't drive myself in the same consciousness back to my house that night. But I got home.
You let Aison come in now. You can talk about it.
Pulata said you're a loony, but let Prince.
Please let me ask Emeka this. Emeka, are you an Ekis?
No, Prince Daddy has the flood. That
I know.
No, he
just one
said
question.
Something. So
are you an Ekis?
No, I'm not an Ekis, but again, beautiful question, right? I was in the university, right? When I was in the university, one of the close friends of mine, he's not my best friend, but he was close to me, right? When I was going through my spiritual involvement of trying to understand what was going around, I was in a tough situation, right? And I said, if God, show me yourself, then I was, the guy, he was actually an atheist. So he sort of tried to bring some materials that I could read. I could relate with atheists. I've read their material. Beautiful.
So somebody is asking if you have read the Book of the Dead. Is there such a book?
No, I've read the Egyptian Book of the Dead. I've not read the Egyptian Book of the Dead, but I've read the 6 and 7 books of Moses. When I took it home from the university, my mother was so frightened. My mother was so
Is that not a book that is meant to make people go mad?
No, it doesn't make you go mad.
Are you an amok?
I have had near-death experience before. I think when we go into the topic, we will do it one day.
When I say experience, means I have discussed. I've gone to Eki Center. I've gone to Amok Center. I've gone to.
Emeka, before you move on, we are actually the fan of Ekis in Nigeria. The last race I won, we started Ekis. My father and my uncle started Ekis in Nigeria. I'm Ekis. I became Ekis in 1979.
Ekanka.
We started Ekanka.
No, see, Ekanka.
Everything you'll be talking about is the soul and sound of. You're talking about you every day.
No, I would recommend Ekanka to people who are curious. Beautiful, well-regulated spiritual involvement. Very good for those who probably those who are curious and young souls. Go to Ekanka. Very nice. But I think, you see, in life, we've come back to earth, right? So you know.
So do you do the thing?
I used to do.
It's not home. It's you. It's you. H-U. Is it sound and light? Sound and light.
It works. Honestly, I'll be honest with you guys. It works. There's this book. What piece? There's this book. What's the name of this book? The Tiger Fang. Tiger Fang by this Rabaza. What's the name?
Das.
Yeah.
Das is the last name.
Yeah. I will recommend that book to anybody here and viewers on the screen. Go and read that book. If you are curious, spiritually curious, read Tiger Fan. My God, that is how I got to know that on every plane on the earth, oh no, not earth, every plane on the spiritual world, there is a God. What piece am I lying?
No, you're not. You're not. You're not.
Plane,
No,
plane.
it's not. You're not. You didn't really put it down. You didn't really put it.
The first time I got to know about this was from Tiger Farm. That's an Ekaka book. And I read it. I was like, out of curiosity, I read it. I was like, oh, okay. But then I began to see from CIA psyops. CIA, not I went to the spirit realm. No, CIA research papers that they are the heads of every spiritual realm. And the head of the spiritual realm on earth is Jehovah. And he's actually not the true God. Let me stop speaking. Somebody take it away.
Hold on. Who is the true God then? Who is the true God?
So, there's a source. From the source, we all came.
What do you mean by the source? That's an abstract concept.
It's not abstract. Okay, yes. You could say that because source, like which is the true God, is nothingness. And from nothingness is something. So, the true source where we emanated from, that's our true self, not the flesh of us, which is clean. That's our soul self, right? Is from that source. From that source came out beings, and those beings were responsible to actually create us. That's our soul consciousness, right? But our clear self, that's our human self, was actually created by extraterrestrials who came to Earth from another universe to create us. Then the beautiful thing about consciousness is once you create something that can absorb consciousness will evolve. And guess what? There's the evolvement. This AI that many of us are not aware of, but a few of us are aware of. AI will not be the new human form in the future. AI, that's robotic form. That's where consciousness will now come in. Once you create a robotic form that can tune into consciousness will come in. So, like when I mean consciousness, when I was talking about my son, right? My son in my wife's womb, and I was speaking to the consciousness of my son. That's my second son. I was speaking to that consciousness to allow my wife deliver safely without pains. So, in that my wife's womb, inculcated is the flesh form to absorb consciousness. That's soul consciousness. Well, that's what I'm saying. So immediately my wife delivered, that consciousness is already around that space. I could feel it. That's why I spoke to the consciousness and it came. And that's why my son, he's always with me. He loves me more than my wife. He's with me here. He will not sleep till I sleep. My son is here with me. He's listening. He's laughing. He's always with me.
Bottom line in all of
we're
this.
all laughing. We all find what you're saying laughable.
Bottom line.
One observation. That guy, right? that guy in the background of your picture right there, standing in black, looks like an alien.
That's true.
Yeah, but aliens are
the bottom line, as I was saying, all of this, that man in itself is a spirit. Science has proven that we don't use beyond 16% of our brain power. Anybody remember Uri Geller here? Mind over
I
body.
remember Uri Geller. Is a con man.
He is?
Yeah, is it not the one that is always bending spoons?
Exactly, the spoon bender. How is he a con man? Tell me, because all those whom we exalt when I was young were proven to be con, including Robsa Ramphal.
I don't see him differently from Professor Pella or any other magician. It's just that's how I see Uri Geller.
But he's been known to be flown over oil fields and proven oil fields, which he himself will confirm to explorers. I don't know. I read a lot about him back then in those days, and it was like, wow. He walked on a bed of nails, and on hot
but the Indians do that regularly now.
Oh, they do that regularly. It's a child's play. It's even a beginner's this thing. So the man himself, I think there is something about us, but we don't utilize it, or we don't have self-belief. Because I've read so many things about man that it is amazing. I've had women who confronted even lion in safari wanting to eat their child and jumped down from the safari vehicle and confronted the lion. It's a lot of things about human being. So it's infinity. Actually, I think it's what they study. Maybe one day, one man, you just devote time, because I've had near-death experience, and I would like to talk about it here one day.
Exactly.
But it was amazing.
All of us listening, even those on the panelists, we've had this experience, this extraordinary experience that we cannot explain. I just gave a few. That's just one. There are so many that
I think everybody has had an out-of-body experience.
Exactly. It shows us that.
Hold on, Emeka. I'm just going to whip it round. Baba, have you had an out-of-body experience?
Yeah, near-death experience. I've had it before. I was going home. I was at De Gaulle. I was feeling very sick.
No, not a physical experience. So, like for instance, you are sleeping and you somewhat feel your back, you lift out of your body.
Woman, that is even. I will sleep in my sleep, mostly around 3 a.m. That used to happen to me until about even 3 years ago.
All right.
I would discover that I'll wake up with my eyes closed and I'll be praying and I'll be sweating. And I will discover that my legs is not touching the bed sheet. But the moment I discover, that's it.
All right. Tony, have you had an out-of-body experience? But keep it to the question, though, Tony. Yeah.
Yeah, I will keep to the question, by saying that all the references that has been made so far, none was referred to any black author. So now about white people. So no wonder white people they progress. We're not going nowhere. That's all.
All right. Yeah, that's why I don't come to you often. Actually, you go away from the topic oftentimes just on your own tangent. Ajale Koko, do you understand what I mean by an out of body? It's like you are not in the full consciousness of your. Usually, is in sleep. And then you feel yourself lift out of your body somewhat. Have you ever had that sort of experience, Ajale Koko? All right, Emeka, I think Ajale Koko may be busy.
Yeah, so what I would say, I've never had an out-of-body, like, full experience, right? I've had several spiritual experience. And what I will also say, to which word piece will attest to me, is one way to begin to like experience the supernatural in like spiritual experience, always try as much as possible to remember your dreams and write them down. Ek and Carl, they are very big on it, and I would say it is really, really good. Why I say so is that once you are writing down your dreams, right, if you do that for a year, keeping in that discipline, then it opens you up to higher dimensional beings who will now come to assist you and ensure you grow spiritually. And before you know, they will now help you to remember who you are. Then all those powers that we used to have in the past, somebody in the comment section will say, oh, there was never a civilization in the past. He can say whatever he wants to say. There was once a civilization in the past that was greater than the civilization we have now. So it's just like now, because this our civilization now will actually be wiped off. It will be wiped off. Then that's that, like the AI, the robot I was talking about. Now go they laugh. Yeah. Now, sorry.
Don't go too deep. I want to just take that.
Sorry to cut you short. I had a dream. Sorry, brother. I had a dream, right? In that dream, I told I said it in my group chat. In that dream, I was walking. It was on Earth, right? Yes, a third dimension plane, and it was on the Western world. When I went, it was like there's a lab where they had test tube babies. So all you need to do, women can give birth, men can give birth, right? All you need to do is, and you can give birth 24 hours. Just go in, they will test you, keep you, do all the whatever test, what they want. It's like a medical lab. Then the baby will just come into your womb, and then you deliver the baby. So when I said the people were laughing, and it was one man and the panelists and as well the viewers, it was so it's not. This was not a dream. This was actually a vision. So in that vision, it was like the earth. There was a population crisis. People died. Maybe it felt like there was a war. So there was a population crisis, and they needed people to come in, like you would donate yourself to give birth to people, to babies, so that the world could replenish itself. Right. And when I woke up, I just laughed. That dream, I can still remember the dream. I could remember everything, right? Because I actually went with someone who felt like that person was my wife. Sure, but I was a man. I felt like I was a man, and I gave birth 24 hours. So it's funny, but not funny. And I like, okay, life has really evolved to that nature that we could, like creation, you could create in a lab a baby that would be in a test tube, and all you need to volunteer.
All right, Emeka, let me take that. Just it was meant to be. I want to hear if Joel has had that experience as well.
Okay.
Joel, it's unlike Joel to be quiet. I think he really came into fight with Ijele, but Ijele escaped before him. Surely Prince Daddy would have had that out-of-body experience. He probably had one in the course of this session, Prince.
The only vivid one I can recollect was actually, yes, my more like my spirit had left my body, but I didn't feel good about it. And when I called the name of Jesus 3 times, my spirit returned into my body. Okay, and it was so real, and it was interesting actually when I related the story to somebody. The way my spirit lifted, I was laying down like flat on the bed, of course, I guess my face off, and when my spirit lifted, right, it felt like I went up in the air for about maybe 5.5 feet, and when I called the name of Jesus 3 times, I didn't hit the 6 feet. You get my gist, the 6 feet height before my spirit returned. So in other words, I felt that if I'd gone beyond 6 feet or at 6 feet, I probably would not have woken up, and it was so real.
Yeah, what you just described now, I've had those experiences as well, and that's exactly what I meant by an out-of-body experience. And similarly, I cried out to Jesus too, and then normalcy restored.
Oh, amazing! Okay.
Yeah,
I can relate.
You said amazing, but what you had was what do they call it? Sleep.
Rotimi is saying is sleep paralysis. You see, all these people they've educated fall out of life.
Totally
if
different
you don't have the
sleep
fear,
paralysis.
see,
Not the same thing.
I truly want
Emeka, which name did you call? Which name did you call?
No, in the past, I used to have that when I was younger. Then I'll call Jesus, but now I know better.
No, Emeka, that is not sleep paralysis.
Do you call any name to give you that spiritual?
No, I wish to have a true out-of-body experience, right? I want to have it. I swear I want to have it, and I'm telling my heart of heart that I want to have it, because it is the most beautiful experience you can ever have on living consciously on this earth plane, right? And if you can do that continuously in your life, you are not an average human being. You will never be an average human being. What you would know will be higher than what an average human would know. I want to have that. I want to really do, because you will be able to assimilate knowledge, even to the point
you will know.
You know, Emeka, I've always been scared to go into that into those realms.
Yeah, it is
because
the fear that keeps us
hold
back.
on, Emeka. I've always been afraid to go into those realms because I feel I may not be able to come back. You know, because I like to hold on to a healthy skepticism about most things. And that's why I don't go deep into spaces where I might lose control.
It is actually the fear that keeps us back, right? If those, you can ask doctors, those who experience death when they are dying, they will tell you it's a beautiful experience. It is sweet when you are leaving your body. You feel this sweetness around you to leave your body. It is being narrated in books right back to the Egyptians. When you leave your body consciously, you have this sweetness around you, like magnetic sweetness. You just like you want to live and you're feeling this love, like you are being loved all around. So that's the description. And sometimes you could feel it. As I'm talking to you guys, I can feel a little bit of it. So now imagine me leaving my body, like everywhere you're feeling this sweetness around your body, right? Then again, yes, if you are scared and you think about demons, definitely you will see things, entities that will look like it. But again, you should not be afraid. You cast them aside and say, get behind me.
All right. All right, Emeka, let's hear from Paddy, who's come to tell us about some Oxford thesis that makes this all gobbledygook. You've come to debunk, you've come to spoil our fun, haven't you, Paddy?
How's it going, man? Happy New Year.
It's good. Happy New Year to you. It's been a while.
Yeah, it's been a minute. Yeah. I was just cracking my head off when you were talking about, what do you even call it?
Out of body experience.
Out of body experience. Yeah, out of body experience. And I think Prince Daddy was the one who shared that experience, that the anecdotes that very, very many of us have experienced when we want to start screaming Jesus, 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 and then we break free. It's just sleep paralysis. It's literally your body it's your brain trying to help your body not react to when you're having a dream. So I think one thing that probably many of us haven't paid attention to is the power of the human brain and how our brain always try to protect us in very many situations. Hallucination is one of those examples, right? So sleep paralysis is typically when your body is struggling, your brain is very active, your brain is mentally is very active, but your body is tired, your body's trying to sleep. Okay, I think Emeka's mic is hot.
Sorry about that. Sorry.
Yeah. So pretty much your body's trying to move, and then your brain is trying to suppress you from moving. So your brain's trying to make you sleep. So it suppresses. It's pulling you down. The dreams you create are just from our own natural lived experiences. So sometimes you could dream that though maybe you're seeing like a witchcraft somewhere, because that's like what you subconsciously fear or you're paranoid about. I've had a few experiences where for some reason I just thought there was some witch at the back of the window who was staring at me, and I was screaming Jesus, Jesus, Jesus. So I've had that experience before. But then when I realized it was just sleep paralysis, all you have to do, if you're now subconscious, just try to wiggle your toes or try to wiggle your fingers, and then you snap out of it. That's all. It's nothing. There's no demon. There's no scientific bit to it.
Don't worry. Let's have our fun. It's village people. It's the people.
Will you forgive me if I'm interjecting so frequently, because this is
I think we've surrendered this. It's a free for all.
It's a passionate topic for me, right? Now, when you talk about demons, right? What you call demons, what we actually call demons actually exist, but they are lesser beings than us, right? You see, the thing we ascribe to fear, right? Fear is actually a strong force like love. So the way we fear is the same way we love, but love will conquer fear, right? Definitely. And even Jesus the Christ actually said it. Love will always conquer fear at any point in time. So when you are having these issues, you are scared,
definitely there are beings all around us watching because they're actually roaming.
Emeka.
It's still true.
You've been enjoying this, right?
It's all these magic
I'm
mushrooms.
just
It's still
being
eating magic
realistic.
mushrooms.
No. I'm just being realistic. But again, it's now you see,
you are creating your phantom, Emeka.
No, it's not a fantasy.
If I ask you now to draw, okay, hold on, quick one. If I ask you now to describe what the demon looks like, I bet you only describe the picture of demons that has been sold to you from Cradle.
You see, the beauty of it, the mind can create whatever. See, when you leave your body, right?
Yeah.
When you leave your body, you don't know how powerful you are as a spiritual being. That's why when you sleep and you are like, people are chasing you. You are the one creating that situation.
Exactly. It's just your brain.
You understand?
Just your brain.
So when you thank you. Now you were subconscious creating that. Now when you now leave your body consciously, imagine you think, right? You know, there's like your ability to think and visualize. So what you actually visualize can actually come to pass when you leave your body consciously. Exactly. You can visualize a demon and the demon will come out in front of you. So you will be so scared, but it is you visualizing. Now, the issue I've read, if you study the Buddha very well, when he conquered himself, so they always say that you need to conquer your fears to get to that Christ consciousness. So the fear of greed, the fear of arrogance, that egoistic behavior, you will see those demons coming out, and it's coming out from you. You are the one creating it. You don't believe me? It's fine.
Okay, hold on. Okay, so all those things you've listed, greed, whatever it is that you list, those are just characteristics that people have been told either are good or bad. People grow. Hold on. People grow to be trained to morality, how to live life, how to live within the society. You could be, and then you understand that as human beings. I remember one time when one man was trying to explain to us, which I dare agree with him, about gender and how people could be be within this down the spectrum or LGBTQ. In the same way, we also have people whose brains don't function normally. So the same way we have people,
you're right.
Same way we have people with.
I actually agree with you.
Hold on. Let him land.
Yeah. So the same way we have people with ADHD, we also have people who are schizophrenic. We have people who will be psychotic. So everybody will not always be balanced, right? And the fact that people are not always the same thing, their reactions to certain things will always be different. So when you find somebody who see what you refer to as maybe greed or anger, so some people it's normalcy. Some people don't feel they don't flinch when they stab, when they see blood, or when they take life, like that kind of thing. They don't feel it, because to them it's just a way of living. But to us, we've been wired to think that when you take someone's essence, or when you take someone's life, things always be different. But now here's the thing: every human being, right? The moment you lack food, and you are within the people, or you are within, let's imagine all of us in the one-man panel, this 10 of us here, or however it is that we are here, we are locked up in the room and we can't leave, and we start to get hungry, and over time, right, within ourselves, there's an instinct of survival that kicks in, that the next natural thing for us to do is to start becoming cannibals. Exactly. And it is natural to almost every living being. Deep within us, all we just want to do as a being is to survive. And it's not about just humans. It's in plants. It's in animals. Emeka, I know I'm using my headphones, so I think your baby's.
My baby, he doesn't want to. If I sleep, that's why he will sleep. He's so attached to me.
No, it's fine.
He's asking you to mute yourself for a moment. You know all these Oyibo people. They always talk in code.
Your baby is asking you to stop this magic.
No. He's playing and I'm talking. I'm not giving him the attention he wants.
I totally understand. So what I'm just trying to say is that we are only controlled to how much comfort we have. You know, the moment we start to lose that comfort, you begin to see the extremity or the exact extremeness in us as a living being. It's not even things that we can control, and that's which I'm saying that what controls us the most is our brain. And more often than not, we try to downplay our brain to think it's just there's some divine being that's controlling. No, everything we know has been dumped into our brain. So you say that when babies are born, when they start to throw tantrums, they just react they begin to react without control. But as they get older, they begin to become influenced by peer pressure, by their parents, by society, and they begin to tame their as human beings, we begin to tame our characteristics. But the moment we lose that factor of tameness, we go back to that animalistic behaviors. We are just literally animals. So that irrational thing that you're talking about, those things that you're talking about, it's just what just makes us special is our weakness. So our strength came out of our weakness. So because we're not very physical beings, because we don't have fangs and we don't have very strong canines, we don't have claws, we have to build our brain to become very, very smart beings. But even within our smartness, we are still not as smart as dolphins. We're not as smart as elephants. But we use the intelligence we have to survive. But no matter how much survival we have, people forget that the difference between a human being and a chimp is just 1% DNA. But they've built so much stress. They have so much intelligence, right? But that strength is what makes them survive. So all these things we're talking about, it's just our brain just helping us to just survive. But
there's something you said, right?
So all those
refers to our brain, but our consciousness is not our brain. Our consciousness is actually in our hearts.
No.
Yes.
There's nothing. Our heart is just an organ. That's why you see people.
Our
heart is a muscle.
People who are
consciousness.
Emeka, let Aizon's voice come into the conversation because I think he's been trying to come in for about half an hour. Aizon.
Yeah, no, I wanted to ask Prince Daddy some questions based on some things he said. But the theory that Emeka was putting forward about an advanced civilization existing at some point in human history is a theory that really has been created by, I don't know if you're familiar with Graham Hancock. And it's called it's called the younger Dryas theory. So essentially what it means is at some point civilizations in human society had advanced to a peak point, highly advanced civilizations, even beyond where we are today. But there was a cosmic catastrophe, probably an asteroid or something that hit our planet, and it sent us into an ice age. And from that ice age came a bunch of hunters and gatherers and settlers. And those hunters, gatherers, and settlers were the ones that founded, Kemet, Mesopotamia, which is and those civilizations that then gave rise to part of what we have today. And even at that, those civilizations, a lot of knowledge that they had were lost. For instance, the library at Alexandria was burned. The Romans, when they destroyed Carthage, they destroyed all their writings and knowledge and science and technology. The continent of Atlantis sank into the ocean. So those theories exist. And although archaeologists are still trying to find more information on them, but that's one of the main theories. And Graham Hancock, believe it or not, actually has found evidence of asteroid impact that dates way back to what people believe was when man existed. So essentially, he's saying that we've existed longer than what a lot of archaeologists had previously believed. It's an interesting piece. He has a documentary on Netflix.
On Netflix,
yeah. It's called Youngest Dryas Impact Theory. And he talks a lot about.
Does it back it up with science, or is it just
yes,
it does.
No. There's science. The thing is,
right?
There's science involved in, especially
with people with their psychedelic hypotheses.
Woman, that's why I wanted to bring it up, because it's actually backed up in terms of the catastrophe that has happened. And you know, the continent of Atlantis was written about by Greek writers.
No, not Greek. Not that was Plato, right? Was it Plato?
Plato. Yeah,
yes.
they wrote
Plato
about.
was in a room where his uncle was narrating the story, right?
Let me explain now. So the Greeks wrote about Atlantis, but if you remember, the Greeks were tutored and mentored by people from Kemet. So the Greeks went to Kemet to learn.
I saw you've done deep insight too.
I live in this field. So the Greeks went to learn from
you have
people
to come on board when we're doing this esoteric session.
one man, let me know. Yeah. And the Kemet people informed them about the continent. In fact, they said the libraries in Kemet had writings on Atlantis. And that's why today people like Sheikh Ante Diop is so revered, because way back in the colonial times he was telling people through scientific evidence that the ancient Egyptians were black Africans, and they were fighting.
They were always black Africans.
As a matter of fact, one man, it's been theorized that a lot of the ethnicities in Nigeria migrated from ancient Egypt.
Wrong.
Because the Sahara Desert was not a desert, right? It was a lush green landscape. And so Kemet, which is what people refer to as Egypt, did not just exist in present-day Egypt. It existed all the way down into the continent and actually originated deeper down south in the continent. And then they settled in that region more so. But a lot of the ethnicities in Nigeria, including mine, by the way, have traced. So, and I'll just give you my oral history. So, Izon people believe that that we are the people of the Oru. The Oru is called the spirit in his own world, and the oral tradition is the people of Oru were the followers of Horus, and that a very long time ago we migrated. Followers of Horus migrated down into what's present Nigeria.
From the Osiris, right?
No, Horus is different. Horus is different from Osiris. But before, Prince Daddy, I wanted to ask you. You mentioned that Christianity is about love. My first question to you is that the evangelical people in the United States today are supporting the genocide.
Sorry, apologies, Izon. Before you go on to that, I think Paddy wanted to add on to what you just said. Let him add it on, and then you can have that conversation with Prince.
Thanks, one man. I was actually, everything you were saying were things that I've also read and discovered before. But for the part where you said many people from Nigeria are from the Kemet, that point that I actually do disagree. So maybe nothing Nigeria, probably the Fulas, maybe, but the vast majority of people from the basin down, the Congo basin, the Greenland part, we actually all came from the Congo basin, from part of East Africa, well, not even Central Africa, and we were actually pygmies. So
I gave you my own, like I am Ijo. So Ijo traditional oral history talks about us being people of the Uru, and the Uru has been traced back to people of Horus. You can look it up. And Yoruba, there's some people that believe the Yoruba.
We are from the same basin, no.
Wait. So some people believe that the Yoruba people actually were part of the original inhabitants of Kemet. This is pre-dynastic. Egypt.
No.
I'm just.
The Yorubas are Egyptians. The Yorubas are Egyptians.
They migrated to Nigeria, including the Ashanti. The
Yorubas migrated from. The Yorubas migrated from Egypt. The Igbos migrated from Israel. And you came from where? Whatever side? Other word is something.
Woma with you, right?
The Twilight Zone now on the platform.
Twilight Zone. That's why this platform is a beauty, right? You always come in with an open mind one, and then you come in with a comic relief. I know you believe what we are saying, but you're a bit skeptical. But what he's saying, there's some atom of truth. But I would want to say that, like, from the stars of Oasis, right? When you say we are from Kemet, which used to be the original name of Egypt, I would say no, in the sense that we originated almost at the same time. Yes, we originated almost at the same time. The creation, when I mean originated, the creation was done almost at the same time as they were creating in sub-Saharan Nigeria. In Nigeria, they were also creating in other places, and then we started growing.
Are we back to aliens again? Are we back to aliens?
No, the aliens
Paddy, if you're saying that we were pygmies, how do you explain the Nok culture dates back close to 10,000 years?
Exactly.
And they found the technology in the Nok culture shows they were an advanced civilization. So how can you say we were pygmies? Pygmies live in the jungle with no clothes. So they weren't advanced.
Okay, yeah. So the Nok were actually closer, the ones who were actually closer to the Sahel, right? And there's the one who were actually closer.
The Nok is Middle Belt, Nigeria.
No. I mean, they migrated down. So remember, there was actually by the time they met with us, by the time they came to settle in quote-unquote Middle Belt, Nigeria, they actually had been mingling and trading with the people from Mesopotamia, so people from Mauritius, Algeria, Mali.
Yeah, but those aren't pygmies, though. Pygmies
So again.
Oh, by the way, did you know one more point? Did you know that they found ancient Carthaginian weaponry in present-day southeastern Nigeria? Archaeologists dug and found it, which means what is now southeastern Nigeria were trading with the kingdom of Carthage, which collapsed in like maybe early BC.
Izon, sorry to interject you.
I'm just pointing out some things because people want to simplify us to be these.
I hope Mike is listening in the background. I hope he's listening, and if he's listening, I want him to come in. There was something Mike said, right? And when he said that stuff, this is not the first time my spirit resonated with it. When I keep saying that, we turned our backs on the ancestor. I will give you guys a theory. I don't think I am right. I don't think I am wrong. Right?
No,
you're right.
Now,
you're right.
Emeka, hold on.
Slavery was actually. Wait, hold on, brother. Slavery was actually. Brother, hold on. Slavery was actually brought on us because we were not adhering to the voice of our ancestors. We refused to evolve. We refused to grow. When I mean grow, spiritually and physically. So now, the white man who is evolving was brought in to make us evolve spiritually. Because we do not want to leave
Emeka, that was
our
live
path.
before white man. Why are you making this question flashy?
No, I'm not. Hold on. Sorry, one man. Let me say this because Mike was the first person to say this on this platform, right? Now, when he said it, that was the first time my spirit recognized Mike's spirit.
An evening with Emeka. This is what I'll do. Yes, an evening with Emeka. But I think Paddy wanted to land this point. Paddy.
Yeah, thank you all, but so yeah, Aizon, you're right. The part, remember, I clearly said yes, probably from the northern part of present-day Nigeria, the Nok, all the way back to the Fulas, to the Hausas, to the Canaries, to people from Niger. Those ones, yes, were the ones who were the early days Nok influenced. So they were the ones who had the earlier terraculture arts, they were the ones who had the earlier civilization. However, our people from the Niger-Benue confluence migrated from Eastern Africa, and we were pygmies. In fact, we didn't start growing tall until we started getting influence into taking milk nourishment from, again, the Nok. So the vast majority of our civilization, including yourself, the Ijele, and people who became the Yorubas, and people who became the Igbos, and however it is, and the Shekiris and the Edos and the Ashantis, vast many of us started enjoying nourishment from when we started trading with those people who were cattle rearers, who were the ones. And then to Emeka's point, we did not. I mean, there was life before the Europeans. There was life before their own slavery. In fact, their own slavery is nothing compared to the trans-Saharan slavery that we have experienced.
Agreed. I'm not saying that they were
exactly.
enslaved.
And also, even before they started their own slavery, we were already enslaving ourselves. Slavery is not even a thing of where we look at because the Westerners came in. It was something that we did as a means of survival.
No,
we have histories back in
you know why your theory doesn't work, because you're simplifying the kingdoms and civilizations south of the basin to being pygmies that migrated from the dense jungles of Congo with no kind of civilization, and that's wrong. That's a fallacy. That is in fact. Wait. In fact,
you are the one.
In fact, that is.
In fact,
wait. In fact, that is a Eurocentric fallacy. To try to see. Wait. To try to simplify. No. I'm not being presumptuous, and I'll explain it to you.
I did not talk about the civilization.
I'll explain it to you.
I'm only
no. Because wait.
Don't mean they're not intelligent now.
No. Pygmies mean that they don't have the advancement of being able to organize into city states. No. But that's why I'm explaining to you in the sense that
that's not what pygmies are.
Are you saying okay, so I'll give you an example. The kingdoms that originated south of that basin in present-day Nigeria as we know it, these kingdoms did not originate from pygmies. These were advanced people that settled down, organized themselves through government, through religion, through knowledge. They had knowledge of different things and were able to organize city-states and kingdoms. Okay. Whether it's the Oyo kingdom, or is the Benin kingdom, or is the and keep in mind, these are the big ones we know about. Keep in mind, the groups like the Tiv and the Jukun also had their kingdoms, and that's why they were able to turn back the jihad when they came down. But that's pre the era. What I want to mention to you to help you understand is that when, according to archaeologists, when these people that migrated, right, settled, they formed empires such as Ghana.
Which people?
The people that left the region of ancient Kemet and what was previously known as Nubia. Now, keep in mind, when you look at that region, you're looking at it like, oh, they migrated from East Africa.
Nubia
is what people claim is present-day Sudan. But there were no national maps. So Nubia...
their entire that region was Nubia.
Nubia, exactly. And keep in mind, you guys are forgetting one thing.
All the way to Zanzibar was part of Nubia.
The Sahara was not the Sahara we know.
Right.
So the migration of people... And I'm talking about pre-dynastic Egypt. If you look at archaeological work, the pyramids, such as the pyramid of Giza that was built by Khufu, and all the Sphinx, in fact, they have not been able to.
The pyramid was not built by the pharaoh Khufu. No, it was actually built by extraterrestrials. It wasn't built by Khufu.
Okay.
Please go on.
Khufu influenced by terrestrials.
We can laugh all we can, but it was not built by Khufu. It was built by extraterrestrials.
So the Sphinx, right?
Yeah.
Khufu might well be an extraterrestrial, but you never know.
Egyptian pharaohs thought they were gods.
No. Khufu was not an extraterrestrial. So there's this.
Wait. Emeka
is determined not to.
It's a topic. Sorry, woman. Unfortunately, you brought up a topic that I'm.
But let it go around.
It will.
Let's have conversation.
Emeka. This is why. Emeka. This is why. Wait, Emeka. This is why I brought up the Younger Dryas, because according to that research, the advanced civilizations that existed had modes of technology that we don't have today.
Such as?
And they missed,
agreed.
As being able to move the blocks associated with the pyramids that far, for as far as they moved them to that region, because the region that they're in right now, whatever the pyramids are made of, that rock doesn't exist there. So they had technology to move it far for miles.
and that's why they still can't figure out how they did it. And what they've also discovered is that artifacts like the Sphinx, they still don't know how old the Sphinx is. As a matter of fact, what they're saying is if they keep digging down into the ground, they're going to see more and more because they keep finding out more and more of the civilizations pre-dynastic. Because they got buried, yes. So,
yes.
And
including
and here's the thing. Here's why the one thing that you're saying doesn't hold is because the Sahara is the least archaeologically explored place on the planet. I agree.
And the best archaeologists in the world will tell you that Sahara desert has the jewels and the secret and knowledge behind the history of Africa.
I totally
so
agree
what I'm saying,
exactly.
So that's what I'm saying to you.
Don't forget that
Emeka, wait. Now,
right?
Make
the pyramid is the center of the world. So
it's aligned with the stars.
It aligns with the stars.
Yes.
So the very center of the world, right? The midpoint of the world. That is where the pyramid is actually situated.
No, that's wrong.
All right. Just 1 second. Everybody, just 1 second. Mike is here, so I'll take the window to Bill.
Mike Baba.
Yes.
One man before you go. Is Prince Daddy still here?
When you guys I'm here.
All right. I was going to say when
you
guys.
I wanted to ask him. Just one quick question, Prince Daddy.
Do you need me here, or can I Bill, and then you can carry on?
No, stay around.
If you're listening in the background, you can.
Stay around. Where are you going to?
There's something called sleep, you know.
I know. You can imagine me myself, who was actually looking forward to sleep. I'm fully awake.
But I wonder sometimes if the platform alters people's lifestyle. It does. And then they wake up.
You know what? Let me add this theory of mine.
It does. One man, I should be sleeping by now.
Let me add this theory of mine. Right? It's a theory, but I think it's not far-fetched. Like, why we gather here to discuss about the political situation of our country is not. How will I put it? You will notice if you go to different platforms, we are always on that platform, right? Regardless of the nuisance going on that platform, it's still the same group. Now, what that means, this is my theory, but I think I'm not far-fetched. It's like our frequency is actually in line with such discussions, right? It is not how will I put it? It's not like an error or a coincidence. Is actually the right simulation that we should be involved because we align into that frequency. Now, guess what? The people who come on this platform, despite the fact that we argue, we still reason alike. We have one thing in common: our country, the beauty of that country, and we want that country to progress. We may align towards the left or towards the right. We argue, we insult each other, but we still love that country. So it is not a coincidence. When people say this life or this reality is a simulation, you understand. And when I say this, one man will just laugh that there's a force higher. So why we gather up together is because our frequency is aligned together, right? There are some people who would, I will not come to one man's platform, but tomorrow they will come to one man's platform to listen. There are some people who hate me, but tomorrow they will come around to listen to the bullshit I want to talk about, right? It's because our frequency align. An example is Izon, who will always criticize me on the comment section, but we always come around to come and listen to the bullshit I'm talking about. And now he's on the platform. So it's because of the simulation that we align on this same frequency, right? That this is my theory, and it is not far-fetched. And
if I hear you right, Emeka, if I hear you right, I think one of the things that will also make this platform much more engaging is if amazing people like yourself, King Emeka, like one man likes to call you, if you would also make it a bit much more engaging. I mean, we love to hear you speak all the time. I personally do, but I think sometimes for most times, you tend to bring a little bit of a tawdry, and it makes the conversation look more like you want to suppress everyone's
My
voice.
brother, don't mind me. It's just that sometimes I get too
You have to elbow. You have to elbow Emeka out of the way. Otherwise, it will move.
Don't mind me.
Get your elbow
That's
out
why
and elbow
once
him.
one man interject, I will keep quiet. Right? It means I'm overstepping my boundary, right? So, but there are certain topics that I get so passionate about, and this is one of them, right?
All right, keep the passion, but pass the baton round is what I think. But let me bail out. I could get me, of course. Ayo, we always mention him, and Ayo rattles it off with the rapidity that he often does. So that's Ayo. It's not the same one. No, I'm clicking as I'm saying Ayo. So there he is right there. Howdy joins that super chat space. Ayo again matches Akogeme there. Kulata, when he's not on the platform, he conversates via that portal. So Kulata rattles off a series, and Aldi he joins us as well. He super chats first to pull our conversation, and then comes on stream to hammer it down completely. So thank you, everyone. We'll do it all over again tomorrow. And certainly, we want to be moving because they have now identified this appetite now. So we'll be crafting these sort of conversations maybe every so often, and then we'll see if there's a momentum there. Mike, Ijele Koko has not spoken at all. Ijele Koko, apologies. It's been that kind of session. Ijele Koko, we started with politics, and it was going swimmingly well. All this high-falutin theorizing about the intentions of Daniel Bwala, etc., etc. And then we had a Your Mama fight between Pansat and Ijele Speaks. And now we're back in Narnia land, the land of we're with the aliens now, all within one session. Ijele Koko, unbelievable stuff. Unbelievable.
All these people championing all this history written by white people to say Aizon is from Ilolo Kingdom, from Kenneth. So person is said Yoruba are from so.
We are Egyptians, apparently. I never knew. You see everything.
Well, woman were Kemetians. We're not Egyptians. We're from Kemet.
Who is from?
Yes.
I was there. I was going to say,
what's
this guy talking about?
From Kemet. I don't know where you people are reading all this thing from.
It's a beauty to have Mike on the session, who is spiritually inclined.
And now Babala will come in.
Yes. I think I can, even if it's 12 o'clock and I'm supposed to be sleeping at this time, I will go 1 hour because Mike is here. You see, why I say this is that Mike was the first
let me ask Prince Daddy this. Prince Daddy, you were talking about Christianity. Do you believe that Olodumare is the same thing as the Christian God?
Well, I'll leave that question to Mike, really. But yeah.
No, I'm asking you now. You're a Yoruba guy, and you're also a Christian. So I want you to. Olodumare, is it the same thing as the Christian God?
Actually, yes. To answer your question, that's what I've always believed, that Olodumare is the one and only God in the Yoruba context. Yeah.
Okay. And then the other piece was that you were talking about Christianity being love.
All right, sorry. Let me be good night, everyone.
Okay, one minute.
Mike, move the conversation around and make sure Ijele Koko gets a slot because it's been all the way through, but we've not heard from him.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mike. See you guys tomorrow.
Last question. I'll keep quiet. You said that the Christianity.
Continue.
You said
don't too much worry about Aizon and the other guy that are here, and all of them that are teaching us history of their comment and Egypt. Let them continue the.
Make I let somebody else talk. Make I just ask this Prince Daddy's question. Prince Daddy, you were saying that Christianity is about love, right? You're saying it's about love. Okay. So the evangelical people in US that are supporting this genocide in Palestine, is that love? Don't you think that's a little hypocritical to say that Christianity is about love? Yes, the
even Prince Daddy himself is supporting a genocide. He was there.
Exactly. So how can you say Christianity is about love?
Mike, I'm not supporting any genocide, Mike.
Come on, man. That day, man. Are you kidding me? You were even
No,
like,
I was talking about the right for Israel or the Jewish people to defend themselves. That's what I was talking about.
by bombing a bunch of
I don't
children. So defending themselves from children.
killing any child, be it a Palestinian child or a Jewish child. To me, that's not what I'm for. I'm not for that. So it's not about. And by the way, it says so in the Bible. Like at one point in time, we all too, including myself, we're ignorant to certain things and not knowledgeable about some things. So if you say the Christians are supporting the genocide in Palestine, it's not true. It's not true. They may be showing their support for Israel, but it doesn't mean that they are in support of the killing of innocent people in Palestine. And just like they're pretty much in war, and in war. Just like the innocent people or the most vulnerable people in society are the ones that die first.
Prince Daddy, I'm confused. Wait, Duro for me. I'm confused. How can you say they support the state that's doing the killing, but they don't support the killing? That doesn't make any sense.
I didn't say they
Right?
support the state. They support the Jewish people. They support the lives of the Jewish people.
They support the state of. I'm not talking about Jewish people. I'm talking about the state of Israel. The state of Israel is the one that's bombing those children. So I'm saying that if you support the state of Israel, then you support the bombing of children.
What is the way you frame that question is like catch-22. Say, I'm not trying to dispute that at this point in time due to the ratio or in proportionate killing based on the number of the Jews that were killed on October 7th and what is going on right now in the factor of multiple of times 10. I'm not saying it's justifiable. I'm not saying that. So, and I don't want to like dignify your question by saying, "Oh, yeah, it's okay." No, it's not okay. It's war, and just like I say, they are a war, and there's no doubt that innocent people are dying. Okay, but keep in mind also, the innocent people died on October the 7th, and I told one man on the show a day or two after that event that look, what is happening right now is not surprising to me because I pretty much expected it. I told one man, what would you expect? Don't expect to go punch Mike Tyson and expect Mike Tyson to turn around and try to punch you or poke you with his little pinky finger. It doesn't work like that. You cannot control the response of someone when you attack them first. They have the Jewish state has the right to defend itself by any means necessary. And what they're doing right now, maybe
having the right to defend yourself is one thing. Finding the people that committed that crime on October 7th is another thing. But having this sort of casualty, and by the way, it's not even a war. A war is when two people are actually fighting. This is just mass extermination. It is the most densely populated place on the planet, not bigger than Ikeja, and they have nuked it more than Russia has bombed Ukraine. Do you understand? Do you understand what that is? This isn't. Yeah, and that's why when I listen to the reason why I brought that up is I listen to evangelical people in the US. Oh, we stand behind Israel. Oh, the Israelis have a right to defend themselves. This isn't about defense anymore. You understand? That's why I was asking that question, because when I hear evangelical people who are the representative people of Christianity in the United States saying those sort of things, and then someone then turns around to say Christianity is about love, which I believe. Gandhi said, "I love Christ, but I don't like the Christians." Right?
Aizon.
Yeah.
I mean, if you don't mind me, if you don't mind me interjecting, I'm pretty daddy.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, I do apologize. Right. How Christianity is being, I mean, what Christianity is, and how people choose to interpret what Christianity means to them are two different things. And I think that's like pretty clear, even amongst the disciples, right?
Mm-hmm.
If that did dine with Christ, we still had Peter, who still denied Christ 3 times, and that was like, blatantly lying. And we know the very popular Judas, who also had his piece as well too. And we also even had, Paul or Saul, whichever version of the world we choose to call his name from. So we've had very many people who were Christians and had different things that they did that were not Christ-like. But that doesn't change that the tenet of being a true Christian is built around love. You've been able to love God and also love your neighbor as yourself. And also have in mind that these Israelis...
Hey, Patty, why are you trying to sound like a Christian?
I am a Christian.
Oh, you are? Really?
So, and then you also would also understand that even these Jews don't call themselves quote unquote Christians. So they almost don't even believe in that particular tenet. And yes, the evangelicals are Christians, but however they choose to communicate what for some people, love might be loving yourself first, might be, who falls under the bracket of defending yourself. Because for me to love my neighbor as myself, I should have loved myself first. I should defend myself and protect myself.
No, my brother, that's not how. I may not be. Me too. I attended Christian school.
No. Again, remember, I'm not saying that's what the Bible. Chill. I'm not saying that's what the Bible said.
Okay.
I'm saying how they can choose to interpret it. I'm not saying that's what they did. I'm just saying how they can choose to interpret it. So because they are evangelicals, it doesn't mean that they must go by what love means by this. But before you go ahead, I also wanted to quickly speak to the very first question you had asked Prince Daddy if Olodumare is indeed the Christian God, and I will say no.
And by the way, it might not just, it doesn't have to be Olodumare. Where I'm from is Tamuno. Igbos call this same God. Exactly. Yeah. So the question I was asking is the African God, regardless of the name that is called, I use Olodumare because Prince Daddy is Yoruba, is that the same as the Christian God?
Okay, so I'll speak for Chineke and I'll speak for Olodumare. And I'll speak to both of them because the same person who made that interpretation, are both, for both the Igbos and the Yorubas is this Yoruba popular man, Bishop Ajayi Crowther, who was indeed the one who made that comparison. And that's because he himself had lost the essence of understanding who the Yorubas as referred to as Olodumare. And I think because he did not...
I will also say that whatever the references we're all making.
Emeka. Hold on now. Let me learn now. Let me learn. I'm almost done though. Yeah, I think within the next 30 seconds, I'll be done with my speech. My colleagues. All right, thanks. So the bit what I was saying that Bishop Ajayi Crowther was trying to, again, translate the Bible from English to to the language called Yoruba now. And he could only use, in fact, if he wanted to be, if had done it right, he probably would have even used Obatala more than even Olodumare. So within amongst the Yorubas, the person who indeed created people is Obatala, not. And then in the Christian God,
but didn't Olodumare send Obatala to create people?
Yeah, but in the Christian God, there was no God that was sent. We don't know who sent God down before he said, "Let us create man in our own image." You understand what I mean?
So Mike, correct me if I'm wrong. Isn't Olodumare the creator of the universe?
Yes. So in fact, we have. So no, hold on here. We have Olorun and we have Olokun. So within the Yoruba cosmology, we believe that there's actually a supreme being who is in charge of the heaven, and we have another one. We also have another supreme being who is also in charge of the seas.
Yeah, so but who's the number one? Who is the top?
Yeah, no. So we don't do that within the Yorubas, right? And I'll explain to you. So we have Olorun, we have Olokun, right? There was no one who was in charge of the land. Now Obatala was the one who came, and the story is like he came down from heaven with a chain. He had snails, and he had this snail shell. He had chicken, blah 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 blah. And then he had soil inside his snail shell. The soil poured, the chicken spread, and it became land. And then he now became the God who was in charge of the land. And from that land, that he now made man out of the clay of that land. So we never said we don't have one that says Olorun is higher than Olokun. We didn't start from that. We just went like,
who created Olokun?
Again, so within Yoruba, we didn't say Olorun is all that created Olokun. We just know that there are two deities, supreme beings. Come again.
It's Olokun and Orisha.
Olokun is as far as much as I have read, as much as I've been taught, Olokun and Olorun are almost at par. One is just from the heavens, and that's the space or galaxy, and one is also from within the water. We didn't have land until Obatala came to create land.
Okay. Was there? Well, the story is deep, man. The creation story is beyond one step. You are talking about the later.
Yes,
the creation story started prior to that. It's a series of events.
No. So remember that from the
Olokun is an Orisha. It was Olodumare created all the Orishas.
Okay,
all of them.
Okay, so
and Olodumare sent all of them down to make the earth. So Olokun, he created the ocean. You understand?
And
prior to this planet being what it is, it's just like the other planets you see. Thankfully, scientists are proving that other planets exist. And look at their states right now; they are inhabitable, and there's no ocean in any of them. Is there?
So no, in fact, the argument I'm even having is not even about the water and the earth. I'm trying to.
No, you are saying Olokun is one god of the earth, and Olodumare is one god of heaven. Are you kidding?
No, I'm not kidding you. That's the actual. That's it.
Don't stop. Listen, man. If you're not a traditionalist, stop arguing with people in your tradition. Just say this is what you know, this is what you learn or something, and then take correction from people that know more than you. You don't need to start arguing with somebody. You read it from somewhere, some Wikipedia or something like that, where a bunch of people just type a bunch of misinformation and things. So it's okay, I get it, but just at least just
I think the question is because God in Christianity is like the supreme being, right?
So the argument that I was even going to is to create a parallel between the person who created man or mankind is the God on earth, in parallel with the person who created mankind on earth from the Yoruba and in quote unquote the Igbo pathology as written by Jai Crowder. And the person who created
humans, sorry, my brother, sorry to interject. Humans were created by extraterrestrial.
Okay.
So was created by
the person
by the true God.
So Emeka, you're going to drop this Anunnaki theory.
Don't mind Emeka.
I've heard this theory before.
So you know Anunnaki,
I know Anunnaki now. That the Anunnaki came, they wanted resources from our planet, and so they took some of the chimps and they did genetic engineering and created us.
Well, it's true.
How is that true though?
There's no evidence of that.
Evidence to that. It's just someone's story. That's some other region story. Almost like how Batala created that one. So, anyways, Izo. So I'm saying that the person who created mankind and Earth, as written in the Bible, right, is that same God who created the universe, also came to create mankind. However, within the Yoruba cosmology, we have two separate entities, right? One created the universe, and another one was that created mankind. So, because of that separation, it doesn't do justice to say that Olorun is the same thing as.
Yeah, I get that, right? I get what you're saying, right? But the way I understand the Orishas is like what Mike said. They were all created by Olodumare. Olodumare is the supreme being, right?
It's not a being
that created the universe.
Within Yoruba, it's not a being.
Okay, if he created everything, if he was there before anything else, then
again, within Yoruba, we don't sexualize or genderize and say it's a he or something. No,
I'm just using he as a term, but I'm saying like
the moment you do that, you've narrowed down the Yoruba's essence of Olodumare.
But Olodumare is the entity. Okay, let me use entity that created the universe.
Yes.
Okay. In Christianity, God is the entity that created the universe. See where I'm going? So that is why I asked Prince Daddy that question. And I think he said yes, he does believe Olodumare is God.
Yeah.
And the reason why I asked that question is because Judeo-Christian beliefs have created their own creation story and supreme deity name. But in almost every African traditional religion you go to, that entity exists. You understand?
Even it even transcends beyond Africa, even to the Greek, even to the Romans, even to the Mayans.
I believe the Yorubas that we have a concept of one God, the true one God, not just this other gods. That's what you're talking about, and I believe that, and that's why I posed the question before, also maybe to Mike and somebody else, that if we did, I think Patty was also on that platform then. If we believe there's one God, then naturally we should also believe that there's the not necessarily the opposite of God, but there's also the yin yang kind of a thing. There has to be a devil, right? Which I later learned that.
No, they don't have to be a devil. No.
Let me, which
I used to think.
Well, if you follow my logic, the logic that I'm using, and it's not unique to
you're using Bible
culture.
logic. That's what you're using.
No, even the Chinese. That's why
I get it. And I will explain the yin yang to you. I will explain it to you.
Okay, so meaning that there's just like opposite, positive and negative. It's a natural phenomenon, Mike.
Okay.
It doesn't matter.
Okay, I get it. So what you're saying is that hold on. What you're saying is Olodumare is just the positive, right?
Yeah, right.
And then the negative is something else. Olodumare is just completely positive, right?
Right, which I got to learn from you and Babati.
Okay.
That I used to think as a kid, I guess that issue would be the antithesis of that or the opposite. But you guys said no, it could be it was something else you guys mentioned.
No.
But the point here is that it doesn't matter what the name is called. What matters here is that if there's a Olodumare God that is positive, there has to be this natural occurring negative that's evil. Okay. And to me, that's logical, and that pattern seems to that pattern seems to.
But should that answer
all
you?
Across
so let me ask you a question. First of all, let me help you reason it. Right? You say Olodumare is all positive, and something else is negative, separate from Olodumare, right? Now name one thing in this planet that is all positive.
Nothing.
Including yourself. Are you all positive?
Nothing is.
Exactly. So that just kills your logic. That's why I told you that.
No.
It kills your logic the way you say it. Allow me to say that if the Olodumare that I'm talking about is the one and only supreme God that created everything, and just like it says in the Bible, when He created everything, He said it was good. Okay. Now the fact that man has gone out of his way to corrupt.
Hold on. Olodumare, we don't get it from the Bible. Okay. No.
He's using the Bible interpretation. I mean,
you can't use Bible to interpret. Usually say God or Jesus or something. Don't put Olodumare in your Bible. No. They're Yorubas. They're Olodumare story. You tell us European
Patty,
story.
I get that. What should I be using? What term?
You can say you can be describing the Bible God or something.
You can use
Mike, the Yoruba culture did not start overnight. See, the concept that you disagree that the concept of God does not exist in the Yoruba land as supreme. I don't agree with you on that.
Did I say what?
I think the concept that Olodumare, or let's just say God, the supreme God does not exist in the Yoruba context or nature or reality is not a thing. I don't agree with you.
Who said that? When did I say that?
Well, but I keep saying, you say don't use Olodumare.
No. If you are trying to read your Bible, don't put Olodumare there.
I'm confused as I'm saying.
No, we don't have Bible. Bible is not what we go by in Yoruba land. Listen. We have our own.
Okay.
Prince Daddy is not 2 years old.
Prince Daddy, let me help you. Let me keep it simple for you.
Let's just cognitive.
In Yoruba land, we have something called. We have our own scriptures. It's called the Odu of Ifa, and the chapters, the stories, is about over 50,000 chapters, which is way beyond the Bible. Bible is not anywhere close to that. You understand? So that's where we get our own knowledge from. Your own is European story. You understand?
But
so if you want to talk about, if you want to learn about Olodumare, you're learning from the Ifa scriptures. You understand? Not from the Bible scripture. The Bible scripture talk about their own this thing. You go by that. If you want to discuss the Bible, and you say God or something. But Mike, we all see and agree that. Hold on. One fundamental thing we agree is that. Hold on. Wait. One fundamental thing we agree is that they describe their God as the supreme create entity, right? And we also believe, as I talk about Olodumare as a supreme entity. That's the only correlation. But as far as other stories goes, how was that? No. Just don't pull Olodumare. Yeah,
but I'm not mixing the stories, Mike. I'm not mixing nor interchanging the stories. All I'm saying is, do I have the right to use the word, the name?
Yes, you do now. Yes, you do. And don't let anyone heckle you to that. You don't. You do. Because again,
it won't make any sense now. Okay. If you want to read the Chinese, maybe their own spirituality or something, and you start putting Olodumare into their story, they will slap you now. They will say, you start putting their hold on. You want to say on the Chinese, right? They may have their own religious this thing, and start bringing some entity from. Hold on, this wait. We have to make sense.
Why are you so tacky, Mike? Why do you do this all the time?
Do what?
We're not 2 years old.
Wait. I have a question for Mike. Mike, I have a question for you.
Let's have a conversation. This is what I don't
it's just how he talks. That's how Mike talks.
Yeah,
Mike, I have a question for you.
Well, you got to hold on. The thing is, it's not like you were talking and I start cutting you off. I was trying to you're the one jumping in.
I'm just saying his context. Just don't move past it. Let him land his point. You get it. I
get it. But hold on. Relax. There's no need. We're not fighting here. Relax. But the deal is, if I'm making a sentence, you have to let me land.
You made that point. You say make it again.
Dude, calm down, man. I was in the middle of a sentence, and you
let me ask you a question.
Let's move on. I don't need that.
Let me ask you a question,
but calm down. Chill out, man. I'm done, but I'm just trying to let you know. You're trying to make it look like I was the one cutting you in the middle of a sentence when you were the one cutting me in the middle of a sentence. But anyway,
let me ask you a question.
Prince Daddy, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. In Yoruba traditional religion, are there people that only worship Olodumare?
No.
Or they have to worship one of the other
Orisha? You have to pray through. We don't worship Olodumare directly. We have to pray through someone to now take you to Olodumare.
You see the person that's saying that someone is this and that.
There has to be an intermediary, huh?
Anyway.
Mike will come in here and say something very tacky. You're
calling me tacky, but you're the one doing the thing here. Because he's asking someone else a question. You won't answer for the person. So Mike, who's doing tacky here? Whatever it is. Okay, but anyway, just go ahead, sir. You guys continue conversation. Me, I'll just listen.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead.
Yeah, all right, cool. So here's the thing, right? I think I understand that there's this sudden push of some people who generally tend to think that they are the custodians of Yoruba pantheon, and they assume that everyone who doesn't scream and shout that they worship Ifa obviously must have read it from Wikipedia. And I think it's just very benign to actually think in that direction, right? So, but the thing is this: in Yoruba cosmology, and I'll say it very boldly, we do not pray to Olodumare directly. We always have an intermediary, a deity. Some will go through Obatala, some will go through Shango. Even Ifa, they will not take you to Olodumare.
Sorry. Who is this speaking? Sorry. Who is?
Paddy.
Paddy. Yeah, your voice is different. That's why I just asked.
So Paddy, is there? And then the other question I had is,
I like the way you flow. Continue.
No, I kind of get what he's saying now. So. I mean,
you know what's really funny? Give me 1 second. This party here was a Christian guy that used to come here to come and tell me that this thing was this and that and that, and I was the one schooling him. Now he's coming here telling me that we worship he worship. Have you converted or what happened?
No, you actually have never schooled me.
Really?
No, here's the thing.
Well, you're not the one that always come here to challenge me that this thing is all.
I don't even like arguing with you because you don't.
Guys, let's keep it on the conversation. I have some real questions.
So the only thing
I really want to learn some stuff.
I just try to debunk certain things when people try to make some things seem like they are supreme beings. Some things are just not actually as accurate as they make it seem. But go ahead, Aizon, and ask your question.
No, so I mean, you said they can go through the oracle of Ifa, right? So if they're going through the divination, that's going straight to Olodumare, right? They don't have to go through another Orisha. Is that correct?
Go ahead. I'm trying to understand where you're coming from.
No, I'm saying like if they're going through
Ifa,
mm-hmm. Right? Doesn't everyone go through Ifa?
No, everyone doesn't go through Ifa. No, not everyone are Italy Ifa worshippers. Some people go through different deities.
Oh, they go through directly through some other Orisha.
By the way, Ifa is not an Orisha.
Ifa is the divination, right? Is the oracle.
Yeah, like a philosophy or divination, something you go to consult, right? Yeah. Yeah, but it's not an Orisha. You don't worship Ifa. You don't pay homage to Ifa. You just Ifa is like, okay, sorry, I don't know, do you I don't know how vast you are with the Bible, right? But there's a period where
no, but now I have some questions about Yoruba.
Yeah.
Religion.
I just wanted to make some akin similarity, even when David himself too had to consult something like an Ifa to even speak with God.
Okay, so the divination, they go through the divination.
Yeah, so you go through a priest, and then the priest would consult Ifa, and then give you some sort of counseling or vision or message or whatever it is, a philosophy that you can then interpret and use to your own.
On that point, Patty, that's a great point, because yes, in the Old Testament, when David, they use what is called the ephod to do you call it divination or whatever, but it's an intermediary, a medium, whereby the priest uses to talk to God. And this is, we're talking about the one and only God, of course, because it was David. Okay, so then they were actually using an intermediary. That's great. So
but that's the Old Testament, right?
Yeah,
that was before Christianity, though.
Yeah, before Christ. Yeah, so within Christianity, it's the Holy Spirit that came in and then changed that. So the Holy Spirit now is the one who can now be into quote unquote. And I'm just trying to make.
Yeah, but wait. Let's go back to the Yoruba. The Yoruba one is more interesting to talk about.
All right. Yeah. Go
ahead. And then the other question I have is, what's the difference between Shango and Jakuta?
Okay, back to you, Patty.
Okay. I know Jakuta. I don't know Jakuta, but I know Shango. I know Ogun. I know I know Shopono, quite a number of them. And what I would say,
I know Shopono. Is there an Orisha named Jakuta or not?
I've not. Maybe Mike might know, but I don't think I've heard any.
Mike, do you know?
Deity called Jakuta.
Paddy is the expert now. Let Paddy do all the answering for you, man. So
Mike, now needs to.
No, I know you guys have your conversation. Maybe I'll just listen. It's okay. Continue. Let him answer the question for you. I don't know. He's the professional farmer.
Everything doesn't that around the farmer. I think I've made that point here before. Maybe not here. Probably was on Clubhouse. So my grandmom, as an example, as a case study, bless her soul, she was an Obatala worshipper, but she never consulted Ifa. And if you get what I mean, and even though as is said in Yoruba, Obatala was the one who introduced Ifa to us, to the Yoruba pantheon. But she where she came from, or the way she did her own divination, then it was never Ifa. It was directly through to Obatala. So they would go to Obatala with white snails. They go to Obatala with white bowls, white cloths. They had their own, and they went directly through to Obatala, and they didn't have to go through Ifa. So
I see.
Yeah. So that's
and when people go to the divination, are they like in Nigeria, in the Southwest, are they like designated places they go to, or is it at home, or in essence, can the divination be anywhere, or does it have to be at a specific place to go and worship?
No. It's once you have an Ifa priest around you, even these days they do it online. Again,
online care.
Yeah, I've had some people who would consult Ifa through you online. I've
seen like the psychic, huh?
Like yeah. So okay, the way I think there's one of the ways of Ifa works, right, is not like you pour oil on the floor or you ring a bell. Okay, so let me use this concept just to make it easy, right? So how the Romans or the Greeks or the Catholics will go through to a father. You go into a prayer box. You speak to a father and say, Father, I have sinned, and then the person will whatever it is. So I'm just trying to just make it that minuscule, or how you go through to a pastor and say, Pastor, pray for me, and the pastor will pray and then say, oh, I saw a vision, I saw a message, right? So you can actually go through to an Ifa priest who is an authentic ordained Ifa priest who's gone through the whole scholarly piece of Ifa, and then he will give you the okay, so let's just say he will just give you something to pray into or speak into, let him know what it is that you are demanding, and then he will consult Ifa, and whatever it is that he sees, those are things he will give to you. right? And then, but here's the thing, and in many people, so it's not like if I gives you blatantly and says tomorrow morning you are going to become rich or something like that. The way Ifa speaks is largely from philosophy, so it gives you some sort of riddle-ish kind of thing or parable kind of thing, and then the priest is not the person who can either break it down to you or you can figure it out within yourself. And so sometimes they're not always that direct and say, if I will not always tell you and say tomorrow morning pay your this, they just give you some sort of clarity, some sort of parable or philosophy, and then the priest can help you break it down, right? So that's like almost how Ifa works. Again, I'm just trying to make it surface level.
Yeah.
But so you have to go through to the priest, almost like how we or how Christians go through to churches or go through pastors to pray for them, but because a little bit different.
But let me ask you, is it different? Because I know the people in Republic of Benin, they also go through Ifa.
Yeah.
But they have a different type of system, right?
No. So no. There's
because they have in Wida they have the Vodun International Festival every year, and then they also have all those things. But it seems like, is it the same or is it different? Because it seems different if you were to compare it, at least from what I've seen.
If you see that, I'm not an expert. No, their ceremonies can be different. Ceremonies that will differ, but the priest, the divination is unison. So you fight in Benin Republic, or you fight in Ghana, or you fight in Cuba, or you fight in Brazil, all Ifa, is as long as you are ordained Ifa priest. So but you have to be an ordained Ifa priest. There's no Ifa doesn't change. Ifa is one and all. And like Mike rightly said, there are thousands of philosophies that you definitely need to report, more like probabilities that needs to happen before you can get Ifa, but it's not.
Sounds interesting, man. I mean, so if your mom was an Obatala,
my grandmom.
Your grandmom. I was going to ask, why did you walk away from it? Yeah.
No, my maternal mother. My maternal mother was very Ifa. My maternal, she was very Obatala ish. So they
do those things leave? If you have, I've always wondered about those things. Like even on my side of the country, they were like grandparents. They they worship the Besu. So you ask yourself, like, and when people that worship these things, they really get involved, and your family name is involved. So you always ask, years later, do you just walk away from that stuff, or you know what I mean?
Yeah, I do. Now for Yorubas, right? I think this is one of the things that Yoruba, actually unbeknownst to very many of us as Yorubas, the vast majority of the names that we use, like the Olus and Olas and Ades and Oba, are actually names of gods and not names of God or Jehovah. They're actually names of, in fact, very many Yoruba names that we think actually quote unquote Christian Yoruba names, actually names of Obatala and Rumila and Shongo and Oya and even Eshu in some cases, even Shapona in some cases, like Oba, like Obaluaye, Obalufom. Those are Shapona names, and people call themselves Obafemi, like Obafemi Martins, and not even like the king. Almost every Olu or Ola are actually names of of deities like Obatala and the likes. But one of the things that Christianity I think also, so this was more like a political move, also a play of a move based on expediencies, right? And same thing similar happened with Islam. I just tell a little bit of diversion. One of the reasons why many people many Yorubas accepted Islam was not because they actually wanted to be Muslims. It was out of experiences to avoid being caught as slaves. So there was so during the trans-Sahara slavery, when
the Fulanis were slavery does.
Yeah, I mean they were ridiculous, So they were taking tons of slaves, but then they started becoming a doctrine that says you shouldn't you shouldn't use Muslims as slaves, right? So very many people started adopting Islam. To avoid being caught as slaves, right? So a huge chunk of them, very early adopters of Islam, which was to escape slavery. Now, same thing for Christianity. The very many ways where you could either go to hospital or also go to attend school was to accept Christianity. So what they did was, if you wanted to get educated, if you wanted to get healthcare to treat malaria or some other very quick thing, and you couldn't go through your deities, it was to accept Christianity. So the very smart ones amongst them, they even to churches like Cherubim and Seraphim and the likes, who were very, very, very early adopters of Christianity within Abeokuta and Yorubas, they just merged both of them. So they merged the traditions that they had and then just made their alternative into Christianity. So they were, quote unquote, still paying homage to their gods, but with a facade as though it was Christianity. But over the line, or down the line, it became watered down. So when you say stuff like Alagbada, when you're healing God, that's actually like Shango. Do you get what I mean? So you was the one who actually had but these are the ways when they will exalt, Jehovah God and all those. So all those healings that they hail God in Yoruba churches and in Pentecostal churches are actually healings of Yoruba deities. So every Olufemi you hear, or every Olu this or Olu that, actually, Yoruba deities. Almost every Ade or every Oba or every, many of them are actually Yoruba deities. But we still use it traditionally. But it's almost like how you hear some like maybe Chinedu, Chidima.
Yeah.
It's pretty much akin to the same thing. So they would,
Sorry, okay. So all the Olus and Ade are after deities.
Yeah. So not all Ades are king Ades. Some of the Ades are not even from are not king based. Not all Ades are from.
Prince Daddy, that means you still serve the Orisha.
No. What about if you? I mean, okay. What about if your parents are Christians when named as such?
Yeah, it doesn't matter. He doesn't. So it's almost as though what we're not saying is that, well, even if I use the name, it's the faith that I have behind it that then matters. It's something like that. It doesn't really matter. You're using names of deities. So here's the thing, right? So let's say you have somebody whose name is Oluwapadi. Now I'm just using an example, and then you think that Oluwa part of the Oluwapadi is the Jehovah Oluwa, but Oluwa is actually, and let's in this case let me say Shopono. But because deep within you are thinking is the Jehovah name you're calling, then you're fine. You won't even reference it because you're not praying to you, you're not consulting it. But the origin of the name.
I see your point.
Yeah.
I'm still thinking. There has to be. I'm trying to say there's inherent meaning to the name and the perception of the name. Doesn't that make a difference? You can say Oluwa is pointing to a deity, but the Olu there is actually in reference to the Olodumare, the God, the supreme God himself.
Again, so that's you thinking within you that's what you're calling. It's almost like calling Beetlejuice, and you think that you're just calling your dog Beetlejuice, but I don't know what I mean. So the name is the name, and the day you discover that that's the name, you almost can't unlearn the fact that you're referencing a Yoruba deity. And I think it was a smart move. But I think over the line or down the line, it became watered down to the point where people have lost identity and almost have akin what is not to what. So
but let me ask you this though: do you think the worship of Ifa can grow?
People don't worship Ifa.
People do though.
No. They consult of Ifa. They don't worship Ifa.
Sorry, they consult. Okay, sorry about that. But essentially, the belief system, the religion. Do you think it can grow?
It's growing. Oh yeah, sure.
It's growing, right?
Yeah, it's growing. Yeah, it's already becoming accepted. I mean, we're discussing it now. It's no longer cringe.
I mean in the Southwest.
Yeah, it's no longer cringe-worthy that it used to be. People are defending them now. I remember when Ilori was tackling whether some people couldn't have their Ifa day or some cultural day. It's no longer as cringy as it used to be. Also, there's also a renaissance and an awakening, of the what used to be quintessential way where people thought God was or Christian God was. Now we are hearing pastors who will come out and blatantly lie and say, so a church member got kidnapped, and then the flyer, was talking like, "I'm all you're lying," or you hear, and then you have like a TB Joshua like, "No, this is full." So
Paddy, so I apologize for cutting you off.
Yeah, sure. I had one. Is it Baba T?
Yeah. We would like, and when you're done, for Mike to come back into the conversation. I think his perspective is also needed. We might not agree with his way of delivering his message, but as someone that is active in that practice, believes, I think he should contribute. So, Mike, we need to hear from you. But thanks. Go ahead, buddy.
Oh, thanks. Thanks. So is Mike the dada leader?
I took Benny. Yeah, just don't. Just go ahead, buddy.
I'm just making light of the whole thing.
No, so Ile-Ife, is that what House of Ifa?
I mean, that's not what we were told, but I think it's just akin to the possibility of it.
So would you say Ile-Ife is the center, kind of like the Mike would vex if I use a Vatican analogy. So I'll just say, is it the center of essentially the religion in Yoruba land?
Not even beyond the religion. I mean, not that maybe BT is here, but even beyond the religion, we even believe that life started from within that part of existence, and by proximity, it's safe to say that that Vaticanus, which you are trying to make that comparison. Yes, we see Ile-Ife as center point, the epicenter of our heritage to an extent.
Nah, it's interesting stuff, man. I think it's really rich and powerful. And it's a shame that some people would actually, or we try to walk more and more away from these things, which, last time I was in Nigeria, I went to where I'm from, and I was actually able to witness an Igbesu festival, and I thought it was really interesting.
I think personally, I do apologize for interjecting. I think I also grew up with my grandmom for a few years, and I experienced quite a number of the things. In fact, just to give a little bit of a backstory, when I was young, when I was born, the story was that I used to purge a lot. I was convulsing. I had constant diarrhea. I had, I wasn't well, and everything that they did to try to get me into becoming self, was quite abortive, up until they took me to my grandmom, and my grandmom had taken me to a priest, and immediately took me to that priest. The priest said, "Oh, he said this in Yoruba. Oh, this boy must have eaten hair from the womb," and then he did some, rites, and then he rubbed an egg on my navel, and then hair came out of from that treatment, and I became well.
Wow.
Yeah. So years after, years mean like me being in college, not even college in Nigeria, college here in the US, and it turns out that every child, like every baby, eats the hair. Like all babies we eat our hair while within our womb. While within the womb, and then we purge it out. But some kids usually don't purge it completely, so maybe they have like some sort of pour bowels and then they don't purge it out and then they become sick because they didn't poop as they should. And Western medicine couldn't treat it at that time, if you understand what I mean. So it took them taking me all the way to Nigeria to took me to Ogun State to get that treated out before I could become well. So that's something that I lived. Then the point I'm trying to make out is that
wait, bro.
Yeah.
You live that and you're a Christian now?
So you remember
what the hell, man?
So here's the thing, right? The choice of Christianity, and I think one thing that I think that many people also fail to connect. I think maybe when I've had like Mike talk about maybe a few people who are now making case for us going back to where we used to be, what our forebears did, is that we tend to always assume that we are the ones who made the choice for Christianity. Remember, I said the choice for Christianity was expediency. There were many people who had to choose: should we become Christians so that we can get benefits from our royalty, so that we can get benefits from the white man, so we can pay less tax, or should we choose to stay with our deity and gods, and then we'll have to deal with the bullshit that they were giving to us? There were very many. So the approach to Christianity wasn't very convenient. Like say, it was one-on-one. It was straight, and people felt like they needed to move with times. So it didn't come in so easily when they narrate, and that's why I gave an example of Chebum as a case study, who had to accept Christianity, but who had to retain their orthodox way of method or traditional way of method, but had to use Christianity as a facade so that they will get away with quite a number of things that they wanted to get away with. Right. And then over time, I mean, in decades, you begin to learn, people just tend to forget. And that's what I'm saying, that there's that current awakening. So for me, I'm no longer seeing Christianity as thou shalt not, Bible said this and that. No, I'm seeing Christianity as like a way of life where I need to love my neighbor, I need to love God. But nonetheless, I'm no longer running away from that heritage where I understand that the medicine and the way we did those things were right. The only issue that I had, or that I have, with the way our progenitors did our tradition was when they used it as deceit, or when they used it and not teach the people. And I'll give an example. And I think I'll give this example. I'm sure Mike will remember. An example is Shopono, right? So Shopono was said to be the god of smallpox. Yeah, and the other disease, many diseases, but smallpox was like one of the very, very, very many common ones. And it was said then, believed that if you committed a sin, right, or maybe you stole or you did some things, and you had eaten grains, which was one of the staples that was very common then, Shopono will curse you, and then that staple, that grain you ate, will be popping out of your skin. So many people used that to fear Shopono, to the point where they couldn't even mention his name. He was like the name you never mention. If you mention his name, Shopono, you could, something bad to happen to you. So they had to even give it a name, because he was like he who you never mention his name, and people feared it, right? However, there was the inoculations were sincere. The way they used the vaccination was very authentic. So they made people fear Shopono to the for some reason, and that's what I have issues with. They could have just literally made everyone understand that this was a healing thing fully, and not make people fear it. So it was easy for people who feared it to accept Christianity because they're running away from what was theirs. And that's what made many people delineate from God and started seeing that as evil. It was like a very easy wash. Oh, this is evil.
Hold on. Okay, quick question.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Are you saying that the example you just gave now is one of the main reasons people left our culture to go to? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying it's one of the reasons.
Interesting. But strong enough to persuade people to abandon their culture. Not that they were manipulated into that, they were coerced into it. Not those ones. Not the manipulation of the white people. Not those ones. But you're going to blame Bwala as one of the main reasons why. That's what you're saying.
Yes. Yeah, because it's easy for you to manipulate me or force me if you're showing me a comparison. and say, "Oh, this is better than this because
but the comparative himself isn't a form of manipulation.
It's my head, normal now. That's what I'm saying. But it was
so why without blaming the locals?
No, again. So if you let me just say slowly, but faster this time around, because they already feared it into an extent in the very first place. It's something you already fear. If someone comes to give you a quote unquote an alternative fund, no matter how full, no matter how much scam is behind it, it's easy for this person is coming with an intention. So it's easy for you to manipulate. It's like fraud, man, like normal Yahoo. So it's easier for that person to manipulate me, to show me something that you think is shining and glittering, that I do not need to fear. I can come in anywhere I am. I don't even need to wear slippers. Just come in. Our God accepts you. You don't need to commit anything. You don't need to bring goat or ram. You don't need to fear. Our God is loving. Oh, really? And you can also treat me by giving me vaccine or paracetamol or Piriton or anti-malaria drug or something Daraprim. I'm like, oh, okay, this God might be better. Plus, my child can go to school. Plus, my child can go to the city. Plus, I can wear full attire. Plus, this and that. Plus, a hand. It was easier that way. So, because you've already made me fear the one that I've been used to. It is easier, even though that person is also trying to deceive me. I hope you understand the narrative. I'm not saying that it was better. I'm just saying that it was just easier to an extent, and it was just an example.
Okay, now the thing is, some people try to separate, because I know you get an example of yourself being taken to the state for herbal medicine, I believe. But people try to separate the spirituality aspect out of it, where Atiku is left to itself, then spiritual constitution is on the other hand. Do you see the connection between both, or do you also separate it as well, like from your own perspective? Like, do you leave them aside, or you don't see the link between herbs and spirituality in terms of healing now?
Okay, so now this is my own angle to it. I generally do not think there should be a spirituality to herbs, because herbs can work without spirituality. And that's just my own belief. I've seen herbs work genuinely without any spiritual incantations. However, now this is the big part. I very much understand that the spirituality of such things was deliberate for the intentionality of those delivery. And here's what let me make sense of what Robsha just blabbed. If I'm going to make a concoction, let's say if I'm going to cook rice, if I'm going to cook Maggi or Ofensala or Ogbono or Begiri or Ewedu or Eforiro, and because I don't have a paper to write down 2 cubes of Maggi or whatever it is, because of that oral passing down the knowledge, it had to come with so many oral then allow me to use this word for lack of a better example, incantations, right? So those incantations were the things that were the ways we carry down those oral memory, so that we avoid loss. But then I personally do not think we needed to worship it. We could have just delivered those things easily, and people almost like say how we learn science now, right? But without having to worship our chemistry textbooks, we just learned it. And I think we would have had far much more, almost like how the Muslims taught Arabic without that excessive spirituality. And I think that's just why I feel like
this is where I'm going there. I think when we talk about Yoruba culture, spirituality, Ifa, and things like that, I think I won't say just you, I'm not trying to pick on you, but I think we struggle not to look at it as a standalone, as a very peculiar, as a very unique culture. We still look at it from the prism of what we've learned from Christianity, the Western viewpoint. So when I listen to you talk about Atiku, and if I can hear that Western perspective, like you talked about, let me say it in Yoruba briefly. Ewe mi o ni je tó bá pohùn sí. Tó bá lò ní ọjọ́ mi kò ní ṣiṣẹ́, tó bá lò Monday kò ní ṣiṣẹ́. They are specific to time, to nature. There is a spiritual component of Atiku. Even when it comes to theory, neurology aspect of Atiku has a spiritual component. That's the reason I wanted to find out if you know about these things. So when you discuss the Yoruba when it comes to medicine, for instance, you must try. I know you must just be self-aware when you discuss it, when you start to have that Western lens viewpoint. Just look at it as a standard, as a very peculiar culture, very unique, very different from what you're used to. Okay, so that leads. Yeah.
You know, that's where my frustration always comes from. Because like most our biggest problem concerning our tradition is just our Nigerians. Once they go to university, they go exposed to the Western. This thing, they begin to think they have become smarter than just everybody else, and then they come to Africa and they think the Africans are just foolish in what they are doing, and they look at what the Africans are doing, they think, now I'm no better than what they are doing, and they will start writing books and start writing their own understanding and thinking is superior. Now, and then they just mess everything up, mess the knowledge up, and that's what always frustrates me. Because they will come and they begin to address the tradition, and it's just putting it from a Western Eurocentric mind, it is Eurocentric. I'm like, dude, you can't discuss African spirituality and be from a Eurocentric mindset. You have to cut that off. That's why I was getting frustrated earlier when this guy was putting Bible into the around. No. You gotta separate it. It's a completely different philosophy. It's just different. Just like you just broke it up. But see, you can't use material science or physical science to be trying to analyze our tradition. In material science, there's no such thing as Ashe. It doesn't exist. So now you're trying to, analyze our own ways, and he's just trying to use the Eurocentric mind to comprehend. I mean, it's just you'll just create like confusion, wrong information. That's why you end up spilling to people. That's why, like, when I hear them talk, they come and start talking as experts. I just get frustrated. Like, come on, can these people just stop talking? you know Can they just stop talking? I mean, I'm not saying don't talk, but don't come as if you know what you're saying. Just say, hey, this is what I understand, though. This is my theory, but I don't know it all, though. But they will come and start talking, breaking it down. I've seen so many Yoruba people that went to university. They never went to any house to study Ifa at all. And they will start talking as experts. This is this, this is. Like, dude, God, Lord.
All right, thanks. I mean, I would love. It would have been better if you use that time to make sense of what this whole thing, but rather you just went on a tirade. And like that's what that anyway.
No, but we are learning from each other.
The point I was going to make,
that's the same mentality Bishop Ajayi Crowther brought. Hold on. The same mentality Bishop Ajayi Crowther brought from the diaspora. Because Oyinbo was sending to school, now he came to Africa.
He didn't even go to diaspora. He
Hold on.
He was in Sierra Leone all through. So.
Whatever it was. He went to, of course, he became a white man. He got the education and everything. Now he came back to Nigeria thinking he was all smarter than everybody and started looking at what we do and began to use his Western mindset to comprehend what he was saying and decided to write Bible into Yoruba, start calling issues Satan. I just create confusion. Like, you literally, I mean, like, come on.
But okay, I think this is one of the things that pinches me when likes of yourself and maybe people who are very much willing. What is wrong in today for people to indeed rewrite that error that was made in Yoruba Bible? Like, there's nothing who is holding us to it. Ajayi Crowther was a 12-year-old boy who was kidnapped as a slave by the Fulanis, sold, got tutored by the British, came back and used his flimsy own knowledge to make that wrong. And in I don't know how many years, a century, we haven't even corrected the wrong that we know. And I'll give some examples. There are words in the Bible that the Western Bible has corrected that they just took out of it. There's some words where
Paddy. Yeah. I don't know our own argument that the whole book is wrong. That's I don't care about one part.
No.
So he's telling us the correct Bishop Ajayi is wrong, but he is repeating Bishop Ajayi's mistake.
Should I tell you
by doing the same thing Bishop Ajayi was doing?
Should I not tell you
come here talk as experts?
Should I not tell you?
I know you are tonight. The kind of information you fed people, it's like if they accept it all as fact, they just as much confusion, just like Bishop Ajayi came to confuse people.
Okay,
it's the same thing, and there's no difference.
Should I tell you today that indeed, as of today, that actually Yoruba Bibles we don't refer to to the devil as issue anymore.
No one cares about it. Me, I don't even care. So it's the problem with you Christians. Me, I don't. You're gonna fix your problem.
So fine.
Mike, this is the. So you said there are Bibles now that are correcting some things. Right?
Yes. No, there are Bibles today.
Why are you still doing Bible? First of all,
are you going to tell me what I worship again?
I'm saying, why are you guys still translating Bible into Yoruba?
Mike, please.
You
said so because we were raised to believe that the Bible is God's word, even though it's the word of men about God, but we're convinced that it was God's word to man.
But we understand the context, so
yeah. So that it should not be changed and it should not be removed.
No. The part of what I was saying is that their Bibles, their Yoruba Bibles now will refer to Eshu. What used to be Eshu is now Satanic, and they don't call it Eshu anymore. But what I'm saying to likes of Mike is that is already being done by some people. But why are you also not advocating that? There's some people who already figured that out. Issue is no longer issue is not Satan. They figured it out and they just correct it and they call it Satanic. In fact, there are very many songs in Yoruba who don't even refer to who have changed what issue used to be to Satanic.
Can you also persuade Christians to stop using the word Olodumare in churches?
I just did tonight. In my own church, we don't even do that anymore.
Why?
Because it's not the God of the Bible.
Because they're not exactly, because they're two different. They're two different. Yeah.
When you say like I will tell you, like, but I know they are not the God of the Bible. They are different completely.
In fact,
so how come God is answering to it then?
So God is so for he's not answering to the name. He's answering to your inner desires.
Okay, I agree with that. Okay, sure. That's what I was asking earlier. What was my question earlier about the name? About the name earlier.
By the way, for our session, I'm actually compiling. Maybe Paddy can also join us.
Okay, that'd be great.
I want to have all these things in there, so it's not it got you anything. So you will see it coming. So it's more like that. So you see that. Ola, you're an evangelist. I know how you go to Taboru Boy. Yes, sir.
My family name is Fajoyi, so don't say that the father. So the thing is, whatever religion anybody wants to take, you just take the religion you understand, right? We can't impose anything on anybody. That's just the way I see it. So if people can trace the traditional religion and go back to it, so it be. But those people that have decided
listen, I'm being serious now. When people talk about Olodumare and he wonders why I say they shouldn't do that. There's a difference between
why not? You see,
hold on now. Let me explain. Hold on, please. When they call Olodumare in churches, they're not referring to what we think Olodumare is. So you say that we can do both is fine. They don't believe in what you believe in traditional sense. So you cannot, because it's what they think is demonic in the church. So when you call that name or use references to that name, to that culture, it's not because they condone it or they
Olodumare is seen as demonic. Where did you get that?
The what now?
Who said Olodumare is seen as demonic? Who said that?
No. I'm saying in the church. If I say something, hold on. Let me think. I'm saying that Olodumare is not the same as what they call the church, right? They think it's the God of the Bible, and I say it's different. Now, if it's different, and if it's the God of Yoruba culture, whatever, in that context, it is not welcomed in Christianity because it's not.
Okay. What is Olodumare in Yoruba traditional sense?
Before that question, Babati, have you Paddy, have you heard the scripture in the Bible that God created man and put eternity in the heart of man? I said I think I say that to say that. Look,
if I say if you say Olodumare is a Christian God and I say it's not, right?
About that also doesn't work.
So if it's not what they call in there, that means automatically what they do in church does not align with what I believe it is. It's different.
Okay. How can you translate?
But what do we call it? What do we call it? What do we call God?
No, Prince Daddy, this is what you guys can start doing. Start calling God Allah in your church, okay? Start, do that. Start from there.
That's very good.
Start with the Muslims. So now the Muslims can fight each other.
He has Yahweh. He has Jehovah.
Start with Allah before you come to Olodumare.
Mike, why do you want to
tell your
start with
pastor
Allah?
to start using Allah
Prince Daddy, are you aware that Oba is not actually the Bible God? Oba actually Obatala.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So when you say Oba, you're actually calling Obatala.
We can't say it because
I think guys are stretching it. I mean,
where did you get your own version, please?
Ola, Ola, side Uluwa, no, I'm confused. Side Uluwa means
I'm a Christian. I've told you, and I'm not denying my faith. Right. Even I was born in a family that then I only follow what I know, right? Even though they were doing Ifan in my family, whether both maternal and paternal, so both know how to do Ifa, right? Know how to do Ifa, but as at the time I was born, they were no longer doing that. So I can only stay by what I understand. My faith, there's tendency now that if I was born into a Muslim family, probably I will be a Muslim. So, but what I've seen is this: whatever you take that you think works for you, if Christianity works for me, so why do I need to change? If it works for me, because everybody that stay with a particular religion, they know why they stay. And like I keep saying too, I even don't believe that Christianity is a religion; it's just a way of life, as far as I'm concerned. So it's a way of life that draws you closer to God. Nothing more. It's not a religion.
Well, I agree, but again, I need help here. You can't tell me, Babati, that Paddy and Mike, that you guys have a monopoly on Olodumare. You can't say that because it's a Yoruba word doesn't mean that it's restricted to just your religion. And I'm saying
no. Do this. Babati, give me 1 second.
You do what some goes into. You should go and
No. Tell it to go and use Krishna. Go and tell the Indians take their.
But
Krishna.
they do already. They used to.
Wait, and put it in your Christianity, and then the Indians come and start telling the Indians that they don't have the monopoly of Krishna.
Okay, no, we don't do Krishna. We don't do Allah. What we do is Olodumare, and that's the Almighty God.
If you want later on your India,
why do you guys have to come after us? Leave our thing. Leave us alone now.
Babati and Mike, let me hear me out. Look at this from this angle. Now, somehow, before Igbo even arrived, every culture seems to believe in Almighty God. Now, the question is...
that's what I'm trying to tell them. They said no. Mike said no.
If you want to
use... You know what is... Don't put word in my mouth.
Mike, wait now. How do you explain Olodumare to an English person? How do you explain Olodumare to an English person? When you say
an English person,
you use the name Olodumare.
If you bring the English person, I will explain to him.
The same way the Greeks use those.
Okay. What do you understand by the word Olodumare? Because when we say Olorun, for example, it means creator. But when you say omnipotent God, or that's God, but when you say omniscience, you understand? Omnipresent, now,
okay.
To be able to
that Oba is
let's solve.
Wait. You can say
hold on. Let's solve this problem very easy. It's a very easy problem to solve. Olodumare. So who is the son of Olodumare?
Can I interject?
No. Let's solve this problem very easy. It's very
We don't have a Bolodumare. We don't have a
No, bring
let me
that.
say
So where
something
does
real quick.
Jesus play this?
Let me say something real quick. Over to you.
That way we know who is the same.
So you know, Mama T, you know, Prince Daddy believe that Jesus and God are one. So you're telling us that Olodumare is Jesus. Is that what you're telling us, Prince Daddy?
Can I interject real quick?
Yes,
I
now.
want you guys to also have it at the back of your mind that as you are, celebrating your own belief, your own religion, there are some certain people in the South America that are actually worshiping penis. Okay, they see penis as I'm serious.
Why are you like this?
Annually,
You got always stop wine here, man. You just come.
Mike, get out of here, man. I'm telling you this fact. Look, there's actually go on YouTube. They actually celebrate penis every year. That's their god.
So
For real.
what?
So
How does that fit into what you're talking
as you
about?
are celebrating Ifas and all those other things you guys are arguing about, also have it at the back of your mind that some people are actually celebrating what you got somewhere.
So have you joined them? Have you?
I'm just saying so that your supremacy
Daddy,
of your own religion is not limited
adopting
to
different religion.
what you believe. Just let you guys know.
Okay, can we clarify with that? Do you believe in the Trinity? Because I know some people don't. They're Christian, but they don't believe in the Trinity. They don't subscribe to that. Well, they are
Absolutely.
I believe in Trinity, and I can explain to you if you really care to know how Trinity is and the proof of it in the Bible. Right? You want to know?
I can argue that
we don't need you to use Bible to prove anything to us.
That Trinity was just a Catholic.
We don't believe in.
Okay, let me even use Yoruba to prove you. You understand?
I stick to English. I stick to the Bible.
Okay. Now the question is this: God created man in His own image, right? So to start with, God is a creator, and human being too is a creator, right? That is a perfect image of God. Now look at it this way: when they say Trinity, and even as we are now, we believe that woman comprises spirit, soul, and body. And if you want to argue, let's look at it this way: when you are sleeping, your body is on the bed, and you are dreaming. What is working? Your spirit and your soul, they are not sleeping, right? Now, if they want to say one for in Yoruba land, you are not calling the body, you are calling the spirit. If you call the spirit and you enjoy the spirit, it properly translates to the body. Now, if you take the soul of a man out of man, will there be man? So the three must be there for woman to complete. Right. Now let's go to the Bible. When Jesus Christ was being baptized, the account of the Bible says the Spirit of God descended upon him, in form of a dove, right? And a voice come from heaven say, "This is my beloved son, in whom I'm well pleased." How do you explain that, for example, right? So you have all these evidences scattered around the Bible that will prove to you that God operates. It is this same God, but manifesting in three different forms. Just like you have your human body manifesting in different form. Your physical body work while you are awake, while your spirit body works while you are asleep. You understand? So this thing is, I don't know why you think that when they say Trinity, that you think God, there are three gods. No, not three gods, just one God manifesting himself in different forms.
So that is referred to as modalism. That's your own belief.
Even those of us the computer side, we have what we call polytheism.
I know what you are saying. In our concept, the Yoruba concept is beyond Trinity. Let me explain it. Okay. We believe everything came out of Olodumare. You understand?
I will Mike. See, I don't want to be seeing this your neighbor. We be using I will Mike. We use I will there. So we go I will make it. So don't be because it's unfair for you to even be a Michael. You know what Michael means? Who is like unto God? Who is like God? You understand? So you are so it's an abomination to be a Christian.
It's not abomination. No. There's no. Hold on. Let me explain something to you. Ifa is not like Christianity and Islam where everything is abomination. If you are connected to anything outside of your religion, it's abomination. Where Christian and Muslim forbid each other, those things. No, in Ifa is not that. You can name is just what someone call you. Now, what matters in Ifa is Oriki and Oruko Toma Fuen ni Thomas Ikosetai, and also the name you get when you're in initiation. Those are names that And then the name that really matters the most is the name of your mother. You understand? It's in describing you in relation to Ifa. So anything else can be a nickname, it can be a Muslim name, Christian name, it's irrelevant. You understand? So that's what you need to understand. It's not abomination anyway. If my father was a Christian and the day I was born, he chose to give me Mike, that's up to him. Fine, but I have my Oriki, I have my Ifa names, I have all that names. In my Awo, they call me by my Ifa names. I just chose not to use it here. I'd rather use Mike in interacting with my Nigeria and everybody else, Oyinbo and whoever. So it's fine. It's easier. So let's leave it.
Can I speak to the last point?
But like I was going somewhere trying to explain the. Anyway, go ahead. I don't want to go into deep into all these things. You go ahead. You guys continue.
All right, because I want to speak to
How
your
do
last.
we ended up
I want to
at
speak to the
this
last point on
spiritual stuff
the
every night?
Trinity.
Why can't we talk
No,
about something
I will
different?
still handle you, Paddy. You know, I've not even got to the point in the beginning was the word and word with God. You know, understand? All those let's create Uma, let's create Uma in our image.
Okay.
So
Okay, all right. So the point of Trinity, and I know that very many Christians believe it, right? And we try to rationalize it based off of what we've been, thought, and even though Trinity is just a Catholic concept, and yes, it's skewed in some King James version of the Bible, but the Bible itself needs to break it down. But I just want to say this, and I hope that, and this is where one man typically always shades me, is that there's nothing, as human beings, we don't have spirits. And yes, maybe biblically we'll assume we have. What we have is just our body, our soul, and our consciousness. Now you say, oh, consciousness is spirit. No, consciousness is not spirit. Consciousness is still tied to our physical body. You can lose consciousness. You can lose your subconsciousness from as simple as having a spinal cord injury, or even having high blood pressure and you're paralyzed, or you have stroke.
That's a quick interjection, Patty. So when Christians die, what happens to them?
So it's not Christians die. Now, when people die,
I don't want to say people. I want to say Christian because
we are humans. We are humans to things that we exist.
All right. So let me. I'll say
the answer is simple. When
Christians
die, they go to Jesus. When Muslims die, they go to Muhammad. It's simple as that.
So when Christians die,
it's simple as that, man.
According to maybe Catholic or whatever, you get judged, and based on the life you lived, if you live a good life, you go to heaven. If you live a bad life, you go to hell. If you're a Jehovah's Witness, your spirit will remain maybe in purgatory, and then after the 1,000 years, when Jesus Christ comes, the second coming, you decide whether you're going to come to earth for 1,000 years and go back. So different people have within the Yoruba.
They have purgatory in Catholic Church as well.
They probably. And then Jehovah's Witness.
If they pray for you, then God can change that.
Can change that. Yeah. Okay. So within the Yorubas, we believe in reincarnation. So if you die, your spirits will be reincarnated. But this is according to what I strongly feel is the essence and the truth. When you die, you die. That's it.
I have a question for you, Christians. You guys better be careful. You guys know that when you people past 200 years and beyond, someone cannot even learn anything.
I will Mike.
I've not even landed on Mike.
I will Mikey.
I'll wait now. I'm just asking a question for you. You're a Christian. Oyinbo people we know back in the days when they see black person, they see you automatically want to put you to slavery. So Jesus being Jesus being the Oyinbo man from those days. You guys, I want to die, I want to go to him. Don't you think when you get to heaven, you put you guys to slavery?
Okay, all right. Just as I was saying, Chuck.
That's a funny question, Mike.
Look
at these niggas, man. These niggas. Yeah.
So Prince Daddy,
Mike,
question,
I have my Paddy finish your point. So
all right, thanks. Yeah, Prince Daddy, to your question, when we die, we die. There's no heaven, there's no hell. Our mission as our people, our mission as human beings, even from as most I believe in Christianity, is to just live a purposeful life. The concept of
Paddy, you say you're a Christian. If you're a Christian, something tells me you know the Bible from the beginning to the end. And what about the idea, the concept as articulated in the Bible about heaven and hell, or Hades, and Jesus Christ talking about heaven, and all those things that point to us. I mean, you know the story about Abraham and the rich man and the poor man, and
that's a parable. That's a parable. It's not. It's
Well,
not a
it is
reality.
a parable, just like
Yeah.
many of Jesus's
Exactly. Yeah. So,
parables to
Hey,
communicate
Prince
with us.
Daddy. Prince Daddy.
Christ didn't really promise us hell, though. It was a revelation.
Prince
Someone
Daddy.
said he saw a lake burning
Yeah.
of fire and brimstone, or a lake burning
Paddy, what has Abraham got to do with an Egba man? I don't understand what.
How do you mean?
Okay, Paddy,
Our father Abraham.
let me tell you something. You know, one funny thing is this: some people called me a confused Christian, but I tell you, I'm not confused. Do I believe in the concept of hell and heaven? May God help me. I struggle to I struggle to accept that because like I said, I focus mostly on those two commandments given by Jesus Christ. So I care less. Not that I care less. Don't let me use that careless word. I don't bother myself about hell and heaven because the more I get myself bothered, that one alone can even throw you into some kind of mental health issue because you look at it that it's even difficult for you to even say you are going to pass through it. So that's why we are saved by grace. So the word saved by grace is what eliminates any mental health, any Christian in life we have. Just imagine some people practicing their Christianity. Oh, you touch a woman. Oh, you committed a sin. You wear dresses. Oh, you committed a sin. You watch TV. Oh, I put you should go. You know, when people start giving different doctrine, you get confused because I said it here and I'm still repeating it. Religion, I won't call it Christianity now. Religion almost, in fact, I was depressed. Not that almost gave me depression. I was seriously depressed, very confused, was losing it. Until it got a stage, I stopped going to church. Not until recently. Even though when I stopped going to church, the thing I never argue with anybody is there is God. There's no way you can argue that one from now to tomorrow. I know because you can just tell me that I came from just somewhere I just existed.
There is God.
Yeah. Because I wake up every day.
It's just no patient, Jonathan boy.
Yeah, because I look at myself, I wonder how did I even come into existence? So if I don't know how to come into existence and I'm aware, you know, it got to say that I thought that I was even aware of when I was in my mother's womb. It was that it was that intense the way I think. See, there are some things that even happened to me as little as 3 years, those things that I felt that I still go recollect somehow. So the question is this: do I believe that there will be life after death? Probably, because I discussed this thing with one of my. I know Dopsy will be here now.
Those who are been off of going saying
I to fún mi nígbà ju nísìnyí àti Dopsy ẹ má bínú. So the thing is this. You see, I don't bother myself so much. I just want to focus on what the Bible, the Jesus commanded us to do. So then, do I believe there will be life after death?
Ola, there will be
think
snake
so.
one in heaven.
Yeah, election Adewale you.
Ola, please, I'm here to answer Prince Daddy. Let me quickly answer Prince Daddy, please.
Okay, go ahead.
You're welcome, Dupsy baby. You're welcome.
Thank you, Prince Daddy. Prince Daddy, you said if the Christians die, where would they go to, right? Is that what? Yeah, the Christians. You are so proud, Prince Daddy. We are all human. We are too proud. We are all human. Take human being as one. Do you understand? We are human, so we are all going to die. So when we die, we'll be 6 feet under until we, dry up and decay. We become skeleton. You are not going anywhere, Prince Daddy, including me and you. We are not going anywhere. The sooner you know that, the better. So then you now become human. You stop being proud the way you're so deluded in your mind about this Christianity thing. Let's become human. Let's do what we're supposed to do here on earth and stop thinking there is a place. Stop behaving like a lazy man, thinking there's a place you're still going to enjoy. We're here to make an impact, and this is where it all ends. So there's nowhere where.
Dulcie, let me challenge you a little bit.
Me by will, me
No. I know. We just want to have engagement.
Prince Daddy collect, man.
No. So I want to even collect.
Prince Daddy collect for a few minutes now.
Wait.
Let Prince Daddy respond.
Anything Bawa to the
but I yielded now.
Let Prince Daddy collect. Why you are Prince Daddy?
Mike Shomo, Prince Daddy, you're such a soft-spoken guy. I really love your voice. I don't even know how to say it. I love listening to you. But when you start talking about this thing that does not exist, I get so worried in my mind. This book is put together by some manipulators that are manipulating us. I don't know why you so much believe in it. I don't understand. But okay, if you believe in it, that is your own choice. But I am just here tonight to tell you that we are not going anywhere. Me and you. Me, I'm not a Christian, I'm not a Muslim, I'm not an Islam worshiper. I don't believe in anything. I'm just a free thinker. Me and you, Prince Daddy, we're going to stay in this world for a long time so that we'll be able to make a huge impact. But we're not going anywhere. We are going to rot underneath 6 feet under the ground. That's where we're going to be. So don't have any kind of fantasy that you're going, and don't let them deceive you. There's nothing that is called heaven and hell. There's nothing like that. So that is why we should use our God-given talent, the brain, to do whatever we can do. Our bits before we. Onisle Mama, my brother, you run in good boy. TB Joshua, go.
You addressing Abraham's Arole. That means that Abraham.
The prince that the big Jesus or even go up below joining. So what is this one being the colony? So being the colony, what is this? To be below listen. People just worship people, just the way people worshipped what's the name of the guy that died? TB Joshua. People worshipped him. When you think somebody is superior to him, you have the tendency as a human being to worship that person. That's it. That's the way people worshipped Jesus Christ. It just came to this one. It made a huge impact. My behavior maybe probably well. I wasn't there. So why are you worshiping a man? And you're equating Jesus Christ to the God that you believe in? It's insane to me. Let's stop it. When Jesus won here, can you imagine? I want you to take and visa Mike. There's a place don't go along.
Yes, you got my show, motor thing.
People say someone back here because I won't be local Cora. Mary Magdalene
Can we speak? You see, one thing is this: we can't speak beyond what we know, and this is just a fact. You know, several years ago, some people foreseen that there will be a time that human will fly in the sky. So people say, "Oh no, it's impossible." Today we have aircraft. Now there was a time that some people say, there will be nothing that will be better than printing press in this world. That printing press, all those things we never. Today we have email and everything. You see, in this our world, we have the word of impossibility. We can only speak within our own comprehension. So now, when some people can manipulate, some people can just choose leaf and herbs and just conjure. They can make money ritual and money will come. Some people will promise you something will happen 21 days and it happen. And when those people, they will tell you that, there's God. They tell you something. Then how do you, when you cannot even conjure or do whatever they do, how can you even argue with them to start with? So what I'm saying is this. Nobody can categorically say there's no heaven, and nobody can categorically, I mean, among God said anyway, because it's based on that, there is heaven. So what I'm saying is this: never let us dispel. No, don't let just say anything that someone say, we just discard. No, it doesn't work that way. We only talk within our own comprehension. So, like, what was never possible, like 100, 200, 300 years ago, is possible today. What is not possible today will be possible tomorrow.
So, and also, please,
please let me say this to this guy that is called Ola. Let me quickly say something.
Let's not pile up on. Don't pile up on Peter. He has his own views, but
definitely.
No, I'm not piling up on Prince Daddy. Me and Prince Daddy will belong.
Prince Daddy is the usher in his church.
Discussion. Let me quickly say this to this guy called Ola. I don't know where he's from, and I don't care to know anyway. So you're saying?
Oh yeah, Ola, that's here.
200 years ago. See the way you're talking. You said 200 years ago. Some people don't know that something will come up that's called the aeroplane. Abi? And here now we fly private jets, we fly different kinds of airplanes that take all us about the whole place. Because why is that? Because those people that created that airplanes don't believe in what you believe. They're not deluded like you. That's why they use their brain to advance humanity. Do you understand? They use their brain to advance this world because they're not deluded. They're not waiting for one kind of a miracle. Because you're talking now, you say, some people will tell you something will happen in 21 days. Bro, why are you waiting for somebody to tell you that something wants to happen in 21 days? Use your critical mind to think ahead. That what do you want? What do you want in 21 days? Whatever you want, work towards it, it will happen to you. Don't be that deluded to be waiting for somebody to tell you that something is going to happen in 21 days. Don't stay in that lane. Don't be like that. Don't let God be disgraced on this earth. Do you understand? But so to understand, ìwọ tó lo dúdú kí ló tó tún ṣe ń sọ̀rọ̀ yẹn.
Báwo ni wọ́n ṣe mọ̀?
Ìwọ tó lo dúdú. Then you're talking about 200 years ago that this world has advanced because some people are not reading the Bible. They are using their brain. Do you understand? That is why we are here.
That's not even a concept.
Yeah, in Calgary, I'm in this country. You're talking to me like this. Somebody advanced this technology so that me and you can communicate.
I will shock you, Topsy. Scientists believe in God.
He's not talking about Exodus 2.
Scientists,
do you understand what I mean?
Physicists, chemists, they believe in God.
I'm not here for this guy, Mike. If you want to ask me any question,
only philosophers, they are the one that think there's no God.
I don't discuss with people that doesn't have critical mind.
So if scientists believe in God, because if you've been researching very well and you see the position of scientists, you will really know that they believe in God.
Some scientists.
So what are we talking about?
Some scientists, some, not all.
Okay, some scientists, if you like it that way. And when we say some scientists, they are not even scientists that have not made name. We are talking of scientists that have made name, like Dupe is talking about now. Some people that even you find some people that they've made name in those or aerodynamics, some aviation and all those stuff. They still tell you they believe in the existence of God and they put their logic in place. So this one.
Which scientists tell you told you that?
Baba, I won't start that one with you. Use your Google.
Name one now. I was just asking you. I'm giving you this thing here. I'm asking you. Name
I said scientists believe in God.
Tell me which scientists said it. The same scientists that told us they don't believe.
Mike, use your Google. Use your Google. No, I can bring the list of the. No,
you can't get around scientists that be talking about God. They will kick you out of there. They will say no. You can't talk like that. They will say it's not scientists.
Okay, who am I?
Listen, scientists.
Who am I? Let's start with me. Who am I?
No, there's our principle. they only believe anything proven. That's it.
No, who am I?
What do you mean? Who are you?
Am I qualified to be called a scientist?
No, you are far from that too. Either you're a Bible scholar. A Bible scholar. A Bible scholar is not a scientist.
Is Babati qualified to be called a scientist? Is Babati qualified to be called
yeah, now because he believes in science.
So, and I'm not qualified.
You believe in Bible. You know you're not qualified. Yeah, if you are religious, you can't be. You are religious. I'm not scientist.
See. Scientists believe in God. Even the Darwins that started some of this rugudu that people are talking about today, about this evolution and all those stuff. Many of his hypotheses and theory were stepped aside. They were discarded. So what I'm saying is this: we have great scientists that are Christians that have made impact in this world. The thing is that we have all to acknowledge that we have our own limitation as humans. I was discussing with my brother one day. I said, who knows whether we are just like all these robots in the hand of God? Because number one, as we are living now, some people may be living with us on this surface of our, but because of our comprehension, our sense of our sense, that's what they can feel. They can't feel beyond. So you will only see what your sense can see. So maybe that's why we don't know. Maybe someone is sitting right beside me now that we are living in the same world that we cannot comprehend. There are some people, when they go spiritual, they can even see different things that we cannot see. So the question is this: Gypsy is somebody cool, and it's my sister. That's what I just laugh about. For those of us that we grew up in the local this thing, Altiribi want to do ogori. One don't go sure one of it. You understand? So if I can be a living witness of where they tested all this local sham.
Which one?
Gypsy, baby. Hey, Gypsy, you are my sister. Don't worry. See, I will Mike and I will Babati will tell you. I will Babati will tell you.
Don't water down the discussion, Jerry. I don't have time for
No. In your village, they do Ogun festival. Do you think during that Ogun festival that anybody can do any other than you just celebrate JJ and just keep to yourself? Where
is Gypsy from?
It's from Ondo.
Mama
She is from Ondo. It will be about family house. Internet. So the thing is this: there is a masquerade called Ede in Ekiti. Now you may call it magic or whatever. How come that the same masquerade will be dancing? This style of your hair, if you want that style of your hair, you will see it will turn and you find that style of your hair on that masquerade. The question is this: how did that masquerade do that? You understand? Now, Adewale, you are a Ekiti man now. Where they say so what does it mean? You see a masquerade coming, his leg is not touching the ground. They are just to pay, please just step on this ground. What are we talking about? So Gypsy, we can only talk about where we have stepped on, where it's about you understand? You see a masquerade that head will be turning 360 degrees.
I'm not here for all this talks that you just spoke. I am not here for that. I'm here for more serious talks. I don't really dwell in anything that doesn't have evidence.
I'm talking of spirituality.
Do you understand? I don't really dwell. I don't have time. I only, I'm a factual person now. I can only testify to anything with evidence.
I know you probably done. You probably done microbiology, and you see everything you see about human is a microbe and all those stuff. That's what I'm just telling you. That is beyond. There are some things that I don't understand.
You are waking a lemure in me right now. I've been singing the song completely.
But that one will be lemure now. But
I know, but he incorporated that into his music. You remember when he sang
it? During all those festivals, there are two masquerades that they cannot move together. There's one they call Egunre, and there's one they call Ede. Then Yoruba will say, Agbari go better Epoyi, Egunre better Ejo. You understand? The reason is that somebody Agbari go, never try to wide. With that masquerade call it.
So what are you telling us? Are you saying that's more powerful than Christianity? Is that what you're telling us?
Hey, Mike, just hold this. I'm just saying that some people, they understand more than us. We can
only he doesn't. Mike, you don't understand this guy. It's just a
coward. Tradition.
He's just a coward.
Look on my bed from.
Look on my. He doesn't want me to talk. That's why
I'm telling you that I'm a Christian, but I grew up in a local setting. My come here,
So which one are you? Which one are you?
Should be Christian.
I said, okay. My son, hey, Dupsy, just to tell you what you say. My son name is Fajuyi, right? My son name is Fajuyi, but I'm a Christian. So you will know that.
So you are doing both. You are doing both. Is that what you are telling us?
How can I be both? About that I say I
but then you are telling Dupsy making you wow, can you come wow?
Mike, Allah have knowledge of this thing. He has knowledge of this thing. But he's a Christian. But just to let you guys know that he has idea.
No, Christian don't believe in
Mike, follow even you are doing traditional. Ṣé ìwọ tẹ̀lé eégún rí ni? Ṣé o bá o tẹ̀lé eégún rí? Ṣé o tẹ̀lé eégún rí? Did you follow masquerade rí? Mo ń béèrè ni now.
No, you're asking me. I'm not the one you are talking to. You're having a conversation with Dupsy, so don't worry.
No, Mike, I said I grew up in a village. So a village boy is different from a city boy like you. That's the difference.
I'm a city boy.
You be city boy. You will be.
Don't worry, I don't need to be getting into this thing.
Can I speak to your point, Ola, if you do not mind briefly? I just want to speak to quite a number of things that you said, and I was carefully listening. And I do much understand. I think this probably also goes to some of the reasons. One of the things that I was inferring when I spoke earlier on is that there are quite a number of things that we saw while I was growing up. I mean, I grew up. I had an uncle who they used to have Gunoko festival. Is it a Guno, festival in their neighborhood? There's those masquerades that will grow really tall and then they'll grow really short and then they put them like in a basket and they will go flat. But these are things that when you go older, you realize that quite a number of the things that we saw then that we would beat chest and say this person was turning head or this person was was floating in the air, was elevating, are just illusory. They're just illusions that very many of those masquerades just knew how to conclude. And we fell for it.
Party, only there. There's one masquerade in Adokiti when they say that masquerade say yepa. The masquerade will be walking and you'll be running. Which kind of illusion?
Why
would you tell me an illusion even when I'm an adult?
Look, Ola, when we were all growing up,
you tell me that Kanoko.
Let's hear from Dupsy, man. Let's hear from Dupsy. You guys are professing.
He should waste his time talking to Ola like that. Do you understand? Just let's think the topic. Get I think topic more lower. Cause some more.
Dupsy, microbiology,
microbiologist. I will look come because microbiology. I'm listening to you, Paddy.
Yeah. All right.
Microbiologist.
Okay,
Paddy, continue.
Thank you, Dipsy. They're quite even now. There are lots of stuff that we have. People we call magicians who would do, and then they will flash cards in our eyes, or they would look. There's some people who have mastered the limitations of humans, how fast our eyes can see, or how slow our eyes can see, or how slow our cognitive brains can see. There are masquerades that exist in our part of the world, in Nigeria today, that the masquerades catch fire and then they walk around. You see them burning and people will be in there and they'll be dancing. And then whilst growing up, you were like, man, this masquerade catches fire, this masquerade catches you, you're going to burn. But now we grow up, realize that, these people actually rub certain oils on their body that will burn, and it won't burn, it won't penetrate beyond the surface. And now we know. And this is to my point, that those many things that we generally think as okay. So in fact, let me even say something, and I know maybe I might tackle this. In Yoruba, in our culture, the things that we refer to as masquerades are supposedly dead people or dead heroics or dead spirits who have come back as masquerades. That's what eguns are. Any egun. Supposedly people who have
don't talk beyond that place, because my book see, the thing is this.
Wait, let me finish.
Don't even speak beyond that place.
Okay. You know what? Is a babalawo.
Don't speak beyond that place. When I tell you, Paddy, I'm telling you, don't speak beyond that place, because
Wait. In Abeokuta, we have a masquerade. In Abeokuta, in Abeokuta, we have a masquerade called Eluku. Okay, that's even in Ikorodu. I've forgotten the name. The name just went off my head now. Eluku is Ikorodu, but it's actually.
Uncle, are you from Eko or from Ikorodu? Which one did Ikorodu?
No, I wanted to mention a particular masquerade. I forgot it skipped my head. I mentioned Eluku. So every culture, every neighborhood, every tribe, every family, every settlement, they have their own masquerades of supposed spirits who have woken up, and then they come out different times to bless the land or curse the land or whatever it is, depending on that particular period. And I think again, which is what I was saying before that maybe Mike wasn't understanding, is these things are things that we know as we've grown up today. Very many of the things that we believe were things that were sold to us while growing up. As adults, you know that this thing is not the way it is. As adults today in our live life, we see soldiers beating masquerades and masquerades are cutting grass. When we were young, we never saw these things. Today, we see masquerades on the road. We now know that these are just people who come out in just narrator who just come out and during Christmas and they. But when we hold on now,
don't misconcept it.
It's not a misconception.
Don't see.
I am saying to you, Ola, I am saying to you, I'm saying as a Balagba that we are all now. You are shutting me off now, Shemo.
Okay, I'm not shutting you off. I'm just
okay. You have your own belief, right? Okay. What I'm saying to you today is that there's nothing we don't. These things are people there around them now. We don't say, oh, this one's in that they are for sure.
Yeah, change the topic, Joe. Too much of Babalawo talk.
Okay, but to Prince Daddy's point, yeah.
That's true, man. Let's change the topic, man. Well, then you guys bring up topic now. What's you go according to topic? Adewale, why you introduce topic? It's not like
I want to ask a question.
Mike.
Adewale mo fowó àtọmọdé ẹlẹ́nu. Kí ló fa sùúrùtù
Adewale, come on with new topic. Can we move on? Or Dusi, come on with new topic.
Okay, Paddy sọ pé short wọn pẹ̀lú ẹ̀jẹ̀ kí Paddy sọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀ tán.
Ó ti ń sọ àtàrọ̀ náà, kí ló ń sọ mi? Just
Mike, get the Paddy sọ̀rọ̀ tó jọ so that we can move on. Paddy, please continue.
To Prince Daddy, I think Adewale was asked. So somebody asked Prince Daddy why. I think it was Dripsy. Yes, why he's a Christian, and many of these things are like, yes, there's no heaven, there's no hell. But I think I've also come to realize that there are quite a number of experiences that we have as individuals, right? That we understand that this is beyond people telling you. It's not like that. So let me give another personal example. My own mother, like Yatobim Lomo, she's a prophetess. And my mother sees visions authentic.
Sorry, Paddy, a prophetess at a shrine or in the
No. I don't think shrine people call themselves prophetesses though. I mean like church. Pentecostal, Bible carrying church.
Okay, like Paddy, I'm interested in that.
Yes.
How she sees whatever is going to happen.
My mom is very clairvoyant, 100%.
What church?
She goes to Cherubim and Seraphim.
Oh, okay.
Prophecy this year.
She doesn't counsel. She doesn't counsel for people. She just attends the church as She
is she the owner of the church?
No. She just goes to the Fakaya church. The Fakaya. To those who know Fakaya.
Kilometer 12. Yeah. Okay, now Ayoni.
Yes. So for clarity, we were not. We used to be Baptist, right? Methodists. Yeah. Her mom was. Our own mom used to worship all Batala, but through marriage she became Baptist because my father was Baptist, and then eventually she just grew up into and started going to Cherubim and Seraphim, and that experience of that Cherubim and Seraphim wasn't something that she pursued. It was her experiences that she had. So she used to be a vice principal or a teacher and then vice principal, and then she would have constant messages and visions. She was really clairvoyant to staff members that would walk in and people would be like, this woman, you're gifted though. Have you tried to taught this thing. She just sees these things just come to her as flashes, and then they were like, you know what? If you want to develop this, you should go into. So when my dad was alive, he did not allow her. He's much like myself. But when he passed on, and I think that's like where she found our connection. So the point I'm trying to make is this, right? For someone like myself, who's raised, who has a living mother, who has that experience, and she calls on Christ every day, and she uses that as a backing and a prayer, a point, and these things come to clear, concise fact. It could be in 2 days, it could be in 5 days, it could be in 1 year. But the things she says
I don't understand. It's because you're the one talking now. That's why I'm asking more questions. Can you run your Bwala? I won't even bother. It's because I know the kind of, the kind of person you are.
Right.
So I want to ask more questions regarding that.
Yeah,
is it that she asks people questions, then she'll
no,
be able?
No.
She won't even ask you any question at all.
She would. Okay. So should I say this? Okay. So.
Because you have to convince me, I don't believe in things like that.
There was someone that passed on. There was someone that passed on.
Okay.
Someone very, very popular that passed on. And she just said it amongst herself. I saw that this person passed on. And the person passed on in this and that condition. So it wasn't like people would like shall I see? That made this person pass on. Right. And I was there when she had that dream. I think barely few months after, that person passed on in the same conditions that she said. She's not close to that person. I'm just using that as an example, right? And this person is someone that is very, very popular, like very, very popular. And and even to us as our children, and even to people around that, she would just, during that time as a teacher, she would just say, Mrs. So person, I saw so, be careful of so kind of thing. That the thing just comes to her as a flash. She doesn't know anywhere. It's not a conversation. They don't even share stories. It was those people, was one of the persons that she's given. She gave that clairvoyance message to, that said you should go into either Sele or Cherubim or Seraphim, that they will help you develop it a whole lot more. Now, anyway, to just end the point, to round off the point, what I'm saying is, for someone like myself that has a living experience, somebody who calls on God and sees that, it is also a little bit it's going to be very difficult to deny the existence of that divinity, that Christ-like person. So, and that's why I'm just trying to akin that to someone like Prince Daddy. Prince Daddy knows it, and his lived experiences, that he understands that he's probably been in certain bottom moment of epiphany, or some situations that he knows within himself that up until when he called Christ, up until when he called God, was when that thing happened. And there's no Dupsy or myself or Babati that will make him think otherwise, because he knows that everywhere he's been to, everything he's done, this thing has worked for him and it's continued to work for him. He will not argue with it, because he knows that he's not going to say to you. However, he's also within himself, or maybe people like myself, yes, there are people who will now use those things for fallacy, or who use those things against the shit. So yes, he might believe the doctrine of there's heaven and earth, but in his lived experiences, there's nothing I want to tell him that you understand that when he prays to Jesus Christ, in a time when there's no one there, those things don't come through for him. Because we as adults, we get ourselves. Let me give, please, just pardon me. Let me give just a little story, and I might be no case of story. This story happened to a friend of mine. I don't know her in person, but I met her online. I met her from Clubhouse, and she had a situation right in the UK. Somebody used her account for fraud, and then she was gonna go, and she has her kids with her. There was no husband, and she was gonna be jailed, and she was just a normal regular happening going person. And all she went on to was to God. This lady just went to God in prayer, fasting, crying, really nothing else. She didn't go to anyone, no counseling. She had no lawyer that she could fund. So the state provided a lawyer, and she was just praying, and that's what she was doing all throughout the entire trial. So one particular day, I think it was the final day of the judgment, when the judge was about to make the judgment of her, obviously going to jail. For this fraud, it was about maybe £20,000. I can't remember the figure. I'm just putting that figure together.
Guys, let me put this show in the background, man. I'll end the show and just put it in the background. If that's okay with you guys.
Right,
by the Josie.
All right. So as the whole thing was going, I think this day she went. I think the lawyers had made their cases, the ones for, the ones against, the